Fallen King, written by J.T. Williams. Copyright 2022. For exploration, change, and the randomness of unexpected adventure. For life would be far more boring without them. Chapter 1. The Dwarf-King. The war was ending. Through a long conquest, a game of attrition, the king of the southern dwarves drew his army into a final standoff. A last stand, but he had no intent on losing. Across Taria, the kingdoms of men had united. While the many houses and their proud warriors rallied together, pushing the dwarven army into a narrow valley, King Turgon lay a trap. But his war was not sanctioned by the High Council of the Dwarven Empire. He did not have their support. He alone had gathered warriors to reclaim the lost kingdoms of his people. He alone had lost thousands. Now, he had but one last chance to turn the war in his favor. "Is everything prepared?" Turgon asked. The three dwarves were standing in the dimly lit tent. Across a large table, they looked at a map of the valley. Several empty tankards were strewn about. At this point, they were drinking more than planning. There was nothing else left to decide. Turgon looked at Sulcor, a distinguished Hammersong from the far northeastern city of Haradar. "Did you hear me?" Sulcor nodded. "I heard you. I just don't understand why we are backing up, why we are falling back. I told you, my counsel, and I felt like this is not the best decision, my king. And that is why I consider you my right-hand man. You won't back down, and I know that. But in this matter, I trust that I know better." There was another man, the oldest of the three dwarves there, sitting against the table and looking in the opposite direction. He was stroking his beard. "We have enough dwarven dust to remove a mountain," he said. "We've laid it all out just as you wanted, but the 500 warriors is far from the army we once had." This dwarf kicked a helmet that was on the ground, sending it flying against the other side of the tent. "Then you mentioned mystics and your weird dream." "I've already told you," Turgon said. "We did everything we could to protect that flank, and those dreams mean nothing. I will not seek any mystic in the desert." The other dwarf growled. "Protecting the flank wasn't our problem. We should have given the hill to them. My brother died because I could not hold that hill." Turgon went around the table, grabbing this dwarf by the shoulder. "Raduk, I told you, you did not kill your brother. That bastard of a king killed your brother, that coward that hides behind his grand army, his confederation of smaller places." Turgon looked into Raduk's eyes and could tell the dwarf did not want any of his comfort. In truth, he was lucky to even have these two still alive. What had begun as a border dispute and issues over trade had quickly spiraled between just his kingdom and one other kingdom of men, to now at least half a dozen different lords and kings. Sure, the border dispute required the razing of an entire city built over an ancient gateway to an old dwarf hold, but it didn't matter. Dwarves came before the race of men. He didn't want the war, but he would not back down to any king of men. The dwarf never really understood the purpose of kings as the race of men did it. How could you be a king, and yet your neighbor next to you is also a king? He didn't care much for any of them. Now, Turgon looked back to the battle map on the table. "If the armies are moving in as our scouts report, then by morning they should be on our doorstep. They think they sunk our shipment of dwarven dust, but all they sunk were sacks of flour." "Yes," Sulcor said, "and now across the center valley we've laid 24 traps full of it. Once their army is moving across that open terrain, we will ignite and split the entire army down the middle. I suspect we'll kill hundreds in the first explosion. Then I will lead the charge directly in my king. We do not have many, but we have enough. And in the heavy smoke, fire, and chaos, our numbers will look like thousands." "Look like thousands, not be thousands," Raduk growled. "My force of 5,000 climbed up that barren rocky hill all for you not to come," Raduk said, pointing at Sulcor. "We had 5,000 against what could have been no more than 200 elven archers and 1,000 foot soldiers. yet somehow every arrow flung atop that hill took down a dwarf. I lost the largest arm of our forsaken army trying to hold the hill, a hill that now holds the tents of our enemy. We bombarded that entire region back when we still had catapults for 2 days straight. The very hill was on fire. When I ascended to the top, I could still smell the burning cinders of what was once a tree-topped region. Turgon was deeply concerned with Raduk's state, as it were. Though he had been a captain under him for over 20 years, when the war began, he quickly ascended up the ranks, taking his place as a general. He wasn't someone that should have ever held the rank. Raduk was no high-born family. But that was what Turgon was about now. Breaking free of the old molds of the dwarven kingdoms, letting actual action dictate placement within society. It was this exact reason that pushed away any hope of dwarven allies. The cities of Micronach and Harkonnach were not too far away from their position, but they saw Turgon's insurrection as an act of defiance to the dwarven king far away in a region not even connected to Taria. Turgon was tired of being ruled by a king that sit on the throne and yet never came over to see his supposed subjects. Even before the war, Turgon had sent many letters to the lords of Micronach and Harkonnach, but they were never replied to. Now, Turgon had lost thousands of dwarves to besieging forces, and he knew that either their plan today would work, or any hope of an independent dwarven kingdom would fall into ruin. Turgon told Raduk, "Go, rest. Our scout will see the army far before it comes into range of needing to be blown up. Take this moment, have another ale, and then go sleep." Turgon expected Raduk to have some retort or other snide comment, but instead the general simply nodded, finishing his tankard and dismissing himself. Turgon and Sulcor glanced at one another before Sulcor nodded for them to go outside. They were in a narrow gulch, flanked on either side by the towering Tekin mountains. It was odd for Turgon to be in such a place, for he knew from the old books that detailed the ancient histories of the dwarves that just under their feet were the old halls of a lost kingdom, though the entrance to such a place had long been lost. Dwarves were particularly good at hiding entrances and veiling passageways. So good, in fact, that had led to the rise of the belief that there were dwarven doorways beneath some of the greater cities of the race of men. That man had stolen dwarven technology and used it for themselves, accelerating their own knowledge without any credit given to the race behind it all. "I know you're thinking about those damn ruins again," Sulcor said. "I want you to know. I confirm that there is an old observatory not too far from here. It's the top of a tower. My scouts found it 3 days ago when trying to see if there's another way out of this gorge in case we had to—" Turgon snapped. "Had to what? Retreat? There is no retreat from this place. Either we stop them or we die. We are not falling back." "Of course, my king. A Hammersong would never seek to fall back. But, my king, I would hope you preserve yourself if needed. For generations the Hammersong have protected the royalty of the dwarven line. I am proud to be here with you in these troubling times." "And I thank you for being here. But haven't they kicked you from the Hammersong in any official capacity? The King of Haradar does not care of my plight or your honor. We are both rebels in their eyes." "That king is a fat pig. Some say he's gotten so fat he can't even fit out the main doors of Haradar. The oaf of a man thinks that he can command you when you are about a better dwarf, ready to do what is necessary for the kingdom. I would gladly be here beside you, rebuked by my own order, then continually serving that fat, sour ale-smelling pig face. Your tactfulness with words never ceases to amaze me, good friend. I am encouraged that you have found the top of an observatory in the mountains. Once we deal with these pests that keep continually trying to claim what isn't theirs and kill more of our brothers, we will go together and see what secrets we can unravel." Sulcor smiled, pulling out his pipe and filling the bowl. He offered Turgon the tobacco jar, which Turgon obliged, taking out his own pipe. "You know what this army is missing?" Sulcor asked. They both lit their pipes with the nearby torch on the tent. "It's missing women. I haven't seen a woman in what has to be 5 months," Raduk said. "And those skinny toothpicks of the women of the race of men don't count. They basically look like infants. No real body hair to be found." "Ah!" Turgon began to laugh, and suddenly there was a strange smell in the air. It wasn't the pipeweed that they were both smoking, nor was it the smell of spilt ale on the outside of their tent. It was something else, subtle, unfamiliar, and boring. "I tell you what, Turgon," the slightly drunken Hammersong said. "As soon as this is all over, I'm getting married. Have 6 little Hammersongs. Sounds like a plan." A jagged blade suddenly struck the Hammersong directly in the throat. The dwarf grasped at his neck. Turgon grabbed his friend, pulling him directly into the tent as he heard the footfalls of unseen figures moving directly in on them. Turgon ran for the table, claiming his battle axe and bringing it about just as a cloaked figure appeared in the void, moving directly at him. He swung, just missing the figure who flipped directly on top of him. He dropped his axe, grabbing hold of the figure's head and squeezing it. The attacker flailed, then the dwarf managed to crack his skull. "Was that an attempt on an assassination, foul milk drinker?" He pushed the now dead attacker off of him and set up, claiming his axe. "Sound the alarm," he shouted. He ran for where he had left Sulcor and found blood pouring from his neck. He put pressure on the wound and called out, "Sound the alarm, sound the horns." There were no responses. He heard more footfalls. He assumed at this point this would be his perimeter guards or other dwarves. He was still confused as to why no horns had been sounded, and had he a horn himself, he would have done so himself. "Raduk! Raduk! Come now!" But the dwarf did not come. Sulcor gasped, and the blood ceased, its rhythmic pumping flow. The footfalls he heard caused him to turn around, and instead of dwarves standing in the doorway of the tent, he only saw more of the shadowy figures. He could not tell this very moment if they were elf or the race of men. He could only tell from their blades that they were the same as the first attacker. He barely had time to brandish his axe again as the 2 attackers threw themselves upon him. Their blades jabbed into his armor, but did not pierce. He pommeled one with the handle, shoving the other. 2 more plinks against his chest plate from throwing knives did nothing. He brought his axe down, cleaving apart the man's skull that he had shoved. Another 2 daggers flew towards him, one bouncing up and cutting his face just beneath his eye. The other fell harmlessly to the ground. There was only one other in the actual room with him. The man he had pommeled. "Who sends you?" Turgon shouted. "Tell me now!" The man took up a mace, lunging at him. Turgon leaped aside, slapping him with the flat portion of his axe. The man rolled across the ground. Turgon ran and shoved his boot into the man's neck. Now 4 more attackers had entered. They were all holding ball and chain maces. He still could not see their faces, each of them veiled in black. "I don't know who you think you are, but the dwarves of the new empire shall never bow to you." He felt a sharp blow behind his knee. His armor was weak there. He fell to his knees, reaching around and grabbing hold of the figure who had slipped in behind him. He ripped the hood off and saw not an elf but a man. The man spat at him. "Your empire is lost. Your war is done." Turgon grabbed the man by his face, dragging him close as the others swarmed him, striking his back over and over. "Bind him! They want him bruised, but not too broken. We have him alive!" Turgon couldn't see who was shouting commands. He felt his hands being bound, and he rolled into it, kicking and pushing his way towards the doorway. He was struck again, this time in the other knee, but he could still move it. Dwarven armor was remarkably protective, and his was of high smith forged mithril, nothing that was easily broken. Turgon made it to the outside, and the bright fires of his once carefully laid trap and his plan to defeat the race of men was being turned to ashes. Every tent was aflame. High above, archers rained down arrow fire, and all around him were his dead kinsmen. In the valley, the armies of men approached. They would kill everyone that wasn't already dead. His attackers were upon him again. He threw the first one he grabbed, forcing himself up as he caught sight of the mechanism to ignite the dwarven dust. He'd blow them all to their gods. He just had to get there. Turgon sprinted, pushing through as from another tent he heard the shouts of a dwarf. "My king!" It was Rorchichor. "Ignite! Ignite it!" he shouted. Rorchichor barreled towards the triggers too, both dwarves dodging arrows flying at them from above. He made it to the torch as Rorchichor opened the silver box containing the ignition lines. One spark and it was done. An arrow struck Turgon in his knee. He fell, dropping the torch. It hadn't pierced, but the impact was enough. Rorchichor went for the torch, but took an arrow to his right hand and sighed. "You spineless elf lovers!" he shouted. Turgon pushed himself up as his attackers were on him again. The torch was stomped. Rorchichor growled, drawing a short axe and splitting open two attackers that were nearly on top of him. He ran for another torch and pulled it from a brazier. They just needed to get flame to the spark lines. 3 more attackers came at him, and Turgon heaved his axe at them just as Rorchichor came again running with the torch. A spear plunged into his friend's head from behind, and the dwarf fell dead. Turgon grabbed the torch, falling over himself to get to the ignition box when a boot struck him in the face. He couldn't see. His head was pounding. He felt them ripping his armor from him. "Bind him now. Signal the artificer to check for explosives and get our armies out of that valley. We have what we came for, and the dwarves are done. This king will not trouble us anymore." Turgon had failed. While he'd expected to simply be killed by his captors, instead they ripped his armor from him, removing every last piece of his clothing and bound his hands. He felt multiple hands grab onto him as he was thrown onto wood. He could smell a horse and could hear hushed whispers. "Just kill me!" Turgon shouted. His voice was muffled through the covering on his face. Though the night air was cold, his breath against his face was warm. He could hear the mention of the word west, but nothing else. Soon he heard the snap of reins, and it was clear to him that he was on the back of a cart. Of everything that had went wrong, he could still see the faces of his friends, even the ones from much earlier in the campaign. He knew it was risky to intentionally allow himself to be cornered, but he never thought of it ending like this. He wondered if he was being taken to the elves. He had heard particularly harmful stories of torture by wood elves. Normally, most dwarves kept some type of small blade in their boot, or otherwise tucked away under their beard. That wasn't too uncommon, at least. But as it was, not only had his kingly armor been ripped from him, most likely to be melted down and made into something else, but his axe, his many other smaller weapons. A few of them he had had since he was a very young dwarf. Several hours went by, and Turgon could hear a change in the ground. The wheels of the cart were now clicking and clacking as they went over what the dwarf assumed was some type of cobblestone road. He could smell the sea, but only just so much. It was somewhere in the distance. The cart abruptly stopped. "We have a wonderful bounty to bring our good king, a particularly sour dwarf," the cart driver said. "Ah, we knew you were coming. We prepared the dwarf's happy little room. The king is otherwise busy tonight, but it will make a great sobering show for him tomorrow morning." Turgon could hear the gate of wherever he was now opening as the cart pulled in and came to another stop. He once again felt himself grasped by many hands. He hoped they would remove his covering so he could at least see where he was, so he could recognize the architecture or stonework in general, and maybe to guess where he now remained. His first thought was that he was at Viric. It is one of the houses of men's seats of power. Though he had not had open hostilities with this particular nation, he did wonder what king had claimed him as his own. No doubt this king was who orchestrated the attack and somehow thwarted his plans. Turgon wondered if someone close to him had actually betrayed him. There had been many that had joined his personal crusade over the years. He wondered of the stragglers and random sellswords that had appeared. It would simply have taken a bit more gold coin to convince one of them to betray him. He knew he would likely never know the answer to this, and as it was, that did not matter either. As he was pushed and dragged, he attempted to resist. A swift kick to the back of his leg sent him to his knees, and he was carried several more paces before he heard a door slam. At this point, they removed his head covering, and he could see nothing but barren walls and torches every few feet. He looked up at his captors, simple men wearing black hoods. They had no house sigils or identifying armor. He had no idea where he was, though he continued to resist, not wishing to walk. They dragged him, taking him through a deep, deep passage with earthen ramps that went down and around several times before coming to another long hall of simple stone. It was at the very end of this passage that his room had been prepared. They not so much as reached the doorway when they threw him inside, sending him rolling across the floor. The door slammed shut. "It is late, my friend." As Radok left the tent, the triggers are nearby. No. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Turgon couldn't see anything. Why won't they just kill me? Everything else is lost. I have failed all of my brothers and sisters. I failed everyone that has followed me. All Turgon could do now was think, why am I reminiscing of all that is lost? None of this matters. They can't expect to torture me and get any useful information. We have no home, no great hall to call ourselves kingly. I cannot believe this is happening like this. Has the god Throka cursed me? Chapter 2. Spectre. The ground was damp, and there was a small trickling river of water coming in from one side of the passage he had been left in and going to the other. At first he got excited, thinking that maybe in their folly and hastiness they put him in the wrong room. His hands were still bound, but he was able to get up to his seat and make out that this was a very old chamber based on the fact that he could see the foundations of whatever city or castle he was in. "Where are you going?" a voice said in the darkness. Turgon jerked back around. He had not seen anyone else in the room and wondered who it was speaking to him. "Turgon, great Dwarven King. I had wondered when at last you would have a quiet mind and quiet spirit so that we could speak together." "Show yourself," Turgon said, jerking his look around, trying to see where possibly this person could be. "I really don't want to. My apologies if that is not something you wish, but I doubt anything that has transpired before or will transpire after this is what you wish. The truth is that everything that is happening because I wanted it. Are you my betrayer? Some shadow hiding in my ranks? Someone will pay no doubt. Do you know the fortune that you gave up and what we could find in the ancient ruins of the mountains? Try to get one of these bastards of the race of men to survive for more than 5 minutes in the old dwarven home. If you're asking if I betrayed you to this king, then no, I did not betray you. In truth, I have watched from afar, wondering on how you would step into the light and start down a path that was not so utterly destructive. Show yourself." "No." Turgon was frustrated by the speaker in the shadows. No doubt it was some type of invisibility spell or cloak that the wearer was using. Turgon sat against the wall, sliding down as he continued to stare bleakly into the darkness. The small amount of light from the torch directly outside the door cast shadows into the room, but still there were portions of the room that seemed to shift before his very eyes as if the walls were alive, or perhaps it had been from the strikes in the head that he had received when trying to avoid capture. Suddenly, a shade moved between the light coming from the outside hallway and him. Turgon looked, and he could see a figure standing there. He jumped up, attempting to go towards the figure, but the figure simply passed through the doorway backwards. Turgon looked out, staring at this hooded and veiled apparition of a person. This king is a fool. The truth is, he filled his dungeon with many of both your allegiance and those of other allegiances. He intended to put you here to mock you, as it was stated once recapture was confirmed. He found it funny to himself that the pseudo-king of dwarves, as you claim to be, would end up in a hole underneath his castle. almost like you were an animal to be kept in a pen to show to all his wealthy friends. But no, I have great plans for you. You will not see me for some time, but when I return, you will know it is me. You are not the only one working to an end that you deem better, but who does work for anything that they don't believe themselves to be better for? Okay, you continue to speak in riddles and refuse to show yourself in full form. You tell me nothing but essentially what I already know. Shall I consider you an ally or my enemy? If I was a truly lethal enemy, you would not be breathing. Taking shadow form is a difficult proposition. In truth, I show you what I can show you. I can give you nothing else other than this. But know that your actions over the next coming days will have much to do with how we see each other. Then help me get out of here. What good does it do for you to say of this and go to the trouble of coming to see me if you're not even going to help me get out? For quite a few moments, the specter before him just stared. Turgon, frustrated and tired, went back to the wall and sat down. He had no idea what time it was, and as the specter continued to stand directly outside his door, almost mocking, Turgon was wishing he would just leave so he could be alone. "Dwarf-King," the specter said. Turgon didn't get up. He simply looked over. "What?" "I told you enough when I told you that the king of this place is a fool. Why put a dwarf that knows all about delving down into the ground between the very foundations? Seems rather irresponsible, and any good dwarf could find their way out of here if they tried." "You kept standing there for that long just to tell me that?" "I was away for a moment. I had to see to something else. But I can tell you that there is no worry to me that you will still be in the cell by morning. I am leaving the city now, considering I do believe my place to be compromised. Once you've escaped, you will see that I have been rather helpful, and I have provided. Go, and go into hiding. Though I do not believe you will hide for long. You are getting given a second chance, and you must rise from the nothing you are to be better than the nothing you were. The mystics have called out, but few have answered. You will deal with what you must." The specter vanished, and Turgon was alone. The mystics were a strange entity he had dreamed of for the past few months. Odd feminine forms, surrounded by sands, and oddly appearing every full moon in his dreams. But he had a campaign to win, a war to finish. It was odd for such a strange specter to bring that up at this point. He pondered everything that had happened back before planning the great battle, to come to the sudden shifting of the winds in the fire of his conquest, getting snuffed out. It was a truly horrible feeling. For a second, tears began to roll down his face, but he bit into his lip and forced himself to stand. He could waste no time. Whether he was to be tortured or simply executed by the king the following morning, he did not know, but it seemed that in the typical pride of the race of men, there was not even a guard outside his door. Turgon was still bound, but as he moved against the coarse walls of his cell, he found a pointed enough rock to work as something he could rub the rope binding hands against. In a few moments, his hands were free. Now, he went to the door just to check. It wasn't that he expected for them to be so daft as to leave the door unlocked, but that did mean he would have to sort out another way. The obvious way would be from where the water was coming from, but as he went down to the small stream and began feeling about in the darkness, he realized it was coming from extremely hard stone that there was no way with his bare hands he could break. He felt along this region, and the stone changed to a clay-like material. Clay was much easier to work your way through, but he had no idea if this was the right way. He looked back to the doorway, thinking he had heard something, but there was no one standing there. He heard something again, yet it was to his side. It was difficult to see in the darkness, but then he heard a squeak. A mouse. Now it was entirely possible the mouse simply lived here. Small as it was, it could easily get to the grates at the top of the door, but then he could hear several squeaks and knew there were more mice. He felt about and began to sniff the air. There was a not-so-pleasant smell that was different than the other not-so-pleasant smells of this room. He felt along until he came to an area that was made of nothing but dry grass. But it wasn't that grass was growing here. He couldn't see for sure, but it seemed like there was a nest of some kind built in the back corner of this place, and as he moved the dried grass with his hand, he pushed soft dirt and could feel mice running up and down his fingers. As he felt in the darkness, moving his hand up through an open space, he could feel that there was a hole here. He touched a strange timber of sorts, no doubt part of the foundations where the wall had been built. He dug down, rubbing out a spot where he could hopefully pass through himself. The squeaking was becoming louder, and though he knew there were mice all around him, he cared more about the freedom ahead. "Watch out, you wee little bastards. You can build your nest back. I just need to get out. It's a fair exchange." He laughed. "I'll buy you all wee little ales if I can get out. Just find me in a few years." He had done it. It was a large enough spot that he could actually push himself through. There was more grass this way, and in a few moments he had squirmed up under a wall of some sort and pushed into an otherwise lost passageway. He was now able to just stand up with only a slight hunch as he felt above his head and could feel the stone. He walked very slowly, keeping one hand above his head so he didn't hit his head, and another out in front of him as he felt through the darkness. As mice ran over the top of his toes and up and down his body, he was rather annoyed that he had been stripped down to almost nothing clothing-wise. Unfortunately, he would absolutely look like an escaped prisoner or a drunken dwarf. In a city of men, neither of those would be good. He was rather surprised as he could hear the sea the further he went down this passage, though he could not see anything at all. But that soon changed as the cave he was making his way through cut suddenly to the left, and while it wasn't much, he could see some type of grate above him. The light was obvious, and a shadow passed in the pale light. Turgon crept to where he could see out through the grate, and he could tell that he was under the city streets. At least he wasn't in a jail cell, but he had to keep moving forward as quickly as he could. The moment that it was found that he had escaped every guard in the city would be on him. Not that they actually knew where he would be, but Turgon preferred subterfuge as long as it could be. Surprised as there was now dim light up ahead, not like the grates from before, but it seemed that it was now early morning, and while it wasn't much, there was a shift in the blackness. He came to a much larger room, and here he could actually see the scurrying shadows of the mice that followed him this far. But then the squeaks went away, and he heard a much harsher growl in the darkness. "Okay, not mice, rats, the big ones. Listen, I really don't want that to deal with you little bastards. I'm just gonna keep walking. You can have anything you want. I have nothing to feed you, nothing to offer you. Mice are simple. Mice just want breadcrumbs and other little things you might drop. They are in their natural habitat, living next to other things. They are nighttime scavengers. Even a simple rat isn't much different, though they are much more intelligent with a much stronger hierarchy in some of the bigger infestations. They are still not a threat. No, these were not simple mice or rats. They had many names in many places, but to a dwarf with not a single weapon other than his hands, he did not want to get into a fight with any form of small mammalian creature. Small, of course, being relative, as these rat-like creatures were much older than any of their distant relatives. They were known to be poisonous, a toxic venom not too unlike what a snake might have. Though they did not have fangs in the traditional sense, they had a single curved tooth directly in the front of their mouth. One simple jab, and Turgon knew he'd be rendered unconscious. Then, the true horror would begin. For just as quickly as he would go unconscious, these rat-like creatures would swarm him. They would devour every piece of meat off his body. No, it was not an ideal way to go. Turgon crept forward, still smelling the sea ahead. Now he wondered what was around him, what was hidden in the darkness. He could hear a slow trotting sound. It was just behind him. He knew it was one of those creatures. He began to jog slightly, keeping a look back behind him, and then he had the sudden urge to sprint. Dwarves were considered to be great sprinters, but longer distances proved to be fallacious. It's why dwarves stuck together and didn't go off running with elves. That, and they hate elves. Another good thing about being captured by the race of men. No curses, no hexes, no wards. The race of men was known for not having the use of magic. The hardened dirt that had been beneath his feet up to this point gave way to soft sand. He emerged from the cave system, but now he came face to face with the largest rat he'd ever seen. He looked behind him and saw that 4 more of the massive creatures with their single curved tooth followed. The large one simply stared, twitching its whiskers. It was a very subtle movement that the creature before him made, but it was a very clear and obvious tap of one of its toes. Turgon turned to see 2 of the creatures with their mouths agape, charging him. As they ran at him, he ran towards them, making a swift kick at one and throwing it against the wall. The second jumped directly up at his head, and he caught it, holding it by the nape of its neck. It snarled and slashed with its claws. "I don't really want to do this. I could just leave." But the first one that had attacked him came again, and this time Turgon used the one he was holding as a shield to block it. The fang went into the creature's flesh, and it snarled loudly. Turgon threw the one he was holding against the wall, fracturing its skull and sending it into a seizure as it flopped around wildly on the ground. The massive rat that was watching everything as it transpired smacked its paw on the ground. He backed up, seemingly opening a path for Turgon to go. "Well," Turgon said, looking at the now dead attacker, and the others that had come were backing up. "This was a lovely negotiation we've had here. Next time, you should just attack me in the darkness." The leader of this group of creatures growled, and they continued to back up, again showing a pathway for Turgon to take. "Thanks, and tell your cousins I'll still buy them that drink. I really don't want to come to your family reunions, especially if you're going to try to stab me with those crooked teeth." Turgon laughed to himself, but only because he was spending time to actually talk to things that want to kill him. "Ah, well, at least I have some friends still." On the beach in the early morning, he looked up and he could see banners high above blowing in the wind. He was in Vwerik, and it was as he thought. Though the outer walls of the city were far from him. He must have been placed in a cave that was directly on the edge of a wall, or he had simply traversed further than he had thought. As he had discussed with his fallen brothers before, many of the racemen would veil old dwarven ruins by placing one of their cities upon it. They did the same thing with Dwemhar ruins, though those were much rarer here. Strangely, there was a simple wooden crate beside a large rock just within view of where he had emerged from. As he went to the crate, he realized there were simple traveling clothes and a small pouch of gold coins. Someone did not want him dead. Someone wanted him exactly where he was. He thought of the Spectre, the neutral party between he and the race of men. He immediately took the clothes provided, and it wasn't much. But between the little bit of gold, the simple garb, and even a small hand axe that was crudely made but better than his bare hands, it was clear that Turgon was fortunate to have escaped so easily. He wondered to what end his help was working. Quick passage away from the city of Vwerik, and while he knew that there was a great bridge and a lighthouse in the distance, he did not want to risk getting too close. He instead cut across a field and down into a narrow gully that took him to the riverside. The massive imposing mountains before him still bore the scar of an ancient war between the elves and dwarfs and the scourge known as the orcs. He knew that further south there were the deserts, but he also knew that there was a well-traveled road this way. For now, he hoped he could find some place just to lie low. He would sort out his next move and try to get in contact with any of his kind that has survived. Not the damn mystics again. I wasn't nothing. But I will become more than anyone has ever believed. Damn it. It's locked. Grass? That is a strange finding. Turgon was that was now standing Turgon made. Chapter 3. The Inn on the Shore. It had been many hours. After several close calls with riders on horseback, he made it to a small inn just off the main road. It was a traveling post, but he couldn't even make out the small sign hanging over the door. A monstrous storm was blowing in off the ocean, and the wisps of clouds and occasional gusts made him happy that he had found this place. He entered through the simple wooden door and closed it behind him. "You're looking bad for someone that just avoided an elder storm," a man shouted at him as he entered the tavern. He peered at the other occupants, seeing very few before him and remembering that he was on the edge of most pleasant places by some measure. The tavern was quaint, with 2 tables and a large chair near a crackling fire. There was a scorpion claw hung above the mantel and the distinct smell of ginger in the air. "Are you going to stand there or come sit down? Our good barkeep is bringing me up a reserved brew. I'll split the cost with you." The barkeep had just emerged from a basement with a dark brown keg on the far side of the room. Turgon sighed, noticing that the other few patrons were already a few drinks in. He took a seat next to the only other patron. "You pay what you want. I'll drink the ale. This is how this works." The fact that Turgon was dressed in little more than a torn traveling cloak and carrying a small axe that smacked against the wood of the bar seemed to disturb the sullen man before him. He was a priest, or something like one. He was small, the type of man he wouldn't worry about bludgeoning, but instead would just pass him by. The useless types on the battlefield. The barkeep tapped the keg and served a glass to this man. "I just got out," he said to the barkeep. "Thought I could do the priesthood. I was wrong. Needed a bit more action than reading dusty old books, even with the promise of power. Good thing I figured out one thing before then." "Will you be having a drink or something else?" the barkeep asked Turgon. "I'm at a damn tavern. What else would I drink?" he shouted. "Okay, I'm next to someone that might need to be purged," the priest said. "What was that?" The priest laughed. "You're right," he said to the barkeep. "The bottle of wine was for weaklings. Just one sip, and I'm talking up the oaf here." Turgon growled, thinking at once to smash this puny man, but he had done enough of that today. It wasn't worth it. He moved to a different spot at the bar. "An ale, please." The barkeep nodded, serving up a glass from another keg behind the bar. Turgon lifted the glass to his lips and slurped the bitter brew down like it was the water he really should have been drinking after his day. "You're very patient for an escaped prisoner," the priest laughed. Turgon nearly spat out his drink. His face surged with heat, and he began to sweat. Standing up, he looked around. He questioned if he'd been followed this whole time and he had missed it. "How? Why would you say that?" The priest chuckled, slurping his own beer and pointing at Turgon. "He's angry. Ha! A bit frightened, too." Turgon looked toward the door and then back to the priest. "You've got your own nightmares, oaf. Now you hide from the king. But you're in luck, for I know a place you can go to be safe." "I don't need protection. What trick is this? How do you know of me?" "A little trick called transcendence. A spell, to make it simple. I cast it the moment you came in, and was able to see an image of your last day play before me, like I was peering into the spirit world. It is a unique spell, and one of many I've acquired for a benefactor." "Benefactor?" He immediately thought of the stranger that had helped him. "I'm a rotten priest, but I'm a fair thief. You're not the only one on their way out of the lands. A ship comes at dawn, and I see myself joining them wherever they go. You're a stout dwarf that smashes things, but you have very little in what one could call a plan. You should consider it." Turgon sat back down at the bar and chugged his drink again. The priest was a thief, and while he didn't consider him a threat seeing as he used magic to know that Turgon was an escaped prisoner, the man had a point. Turgon did not have a set plan, only a hope to escape. "So you want me to go with you?" The priest laughed. "You can do what you wish. I only offer an option. My benefactor awaits my signal. They will likely reward me and whomever is with me well. What were you before you were a prisoner? You can gain back what was taken from you or build yourself up new. It's your choice. You weren't just some scum, were you? I mean, I know the claimed lineage and title, but before that... No, not scum. I dealt with scum. I destroyed scum. That was all taken from me. Taken from a dwarf? Interesting. You don't normally give up and allow yourself to be captured. I didn't... Didn't what? The priest said, finishing his ale. Dwarves normally die over getting captured, so what's the story? I expected to die and didn't. They wanted me for the information I have about my people and our cities. They were intending torture to force me to give up that information, which was not something I wanted to wait for, and their forging techniques for their dungeons are poor as are their sleeping guards. Pity you didn't just take them all. You could have yourself a fat castle in the hills. Sounds kind of nice. Turgon swirled the bit of ale he had left. Barkeep, I need a room. Room's already provided, he replied, motioning to the priest. What game is this? Turgon asked the priest. Do you swindle me in some way? You're a thief, after all. Me? I simply bought a room for another, a token of good that I toss on the table already filled with my own malevolent deeds. We both run, but clearly I'm a bit quicker and avoided capture in my situation. Now I take a small book of trivial spells away from these lands. You can come or you can stay. At dawn, you can meet me at this very place. It would be good for you. Besides, no one avoids the king for long. That was the last the man spoke to him before they both went to separate rooms in the upper portion of the tavern. It was simple enough for Turgon. The bed was at least more comfortable than the stone floor of the dungeon, and he didn't even need the candle. He could see the moon from the tiny window. The elder storm had passed. "Hey, oaf!" he heard shouted through the wall. He closed his eyes, attempting to ignore the priest. "Oh, Fee, I never told you about the storm. You don't know about elder storms, do you?" "I don't care what you call thunderstorms, you religious lunatic." "They are a sign of better things, friend." "I'm not your friend." "You will be when we are sailing tomorrow." Turgon sighed and gripped his axe, pulling it close. He wasn't sure what he should do. The priest's offer seemed good, and he had lost most of his men already. He needed something of power to rally the other dwarves once again, something more than just his presence. Hell, he didn't know of his own general's fate. He turned over and went to sleep. His body was chilled from the drafts in the room. He jerked to the side of the bed and grabbed his head. Turgon stood and took several deep breaths. He was still holding his axe, and he rolled his fingers down the hilt and sighed in relief. "No, please, no!" The shouts were loud and distinct. Turgon went for the door just as a blast of white light ripped down the hallway, shredding the wood of the door frame. He recoiled and then glanced out. The priest was at the end of the hallway, with his hand up holding a dark-robed figure. Blood poured off the priest's body. He glanced toward Turgon. "Behind you!" Turgon spun just as several more shrouds of black went for him. He funneled and spun as he reached out with his axe, striking one of the two shrouds. The priest dropped the one he was holding as winds furled around his robes. Turgon noticed that he held open a book and made glances down at the texts as he spoke aloud. Mother's grace, father's anger. A white glow surrounded him, and several bleeding wounds on his arms seemed to slow. His fingertips glowed red, and a flash of energy struck the other shroud. "Come, we cannot wait. They will be called to me now that I've used the spells." They went toward the stairs. The barkeep's lifeless body was laying near the bottom of the stairs. "He tried to fight, rather poor at it," the priest said, "but he distracted the other two." The priest down the stairs to the dark tavern and to the door that was still open. The priest looked out and then went back toward the bar. He pulled a bottle of mead from behind the counter and pulled open the cork with his teeth, spitting it just near Turgon. "Yes, I'm drinking. Hell of a way to wake up. But be of good spirits, the gods watch over us." "Screw your gods. Those shades nearly killed you and me. What was that?" "Screw the gods. I'm still thinking about that. I prefer the goddess, but like I said, I'm not a good priest. The shades were after us both." "Why? How do I know? The one our fine barkeep distracted was going for your door. The other one I sensed at my door just as it opened. It doesn't matter of that, only that it isn't safe here. We need to go." They began out of the tavern as the sky shifted to a dark purple and the sun began to creep toward the horizon. Turgon looked out to the deserts to the south and the long range of mountains that stretched deep into the dunes before them. "Are you sure your ship is not coming?" he asked the priest. "It might be, but those shades aren't dead and I'm not waiting around. Kind of like my book, too. Really don't want to part with it just yet. You have business to the south?" "Looking for a mystic or two. Have you ever heard of the Three Witches?" He nodded his head, but then shook it at the same pace. "Three Witches? Not an idea what you're talking about. But if you're looking for a mystic, we can go to the mountain town just south of here. It borders the desert. There's a woman there and she might know of it." "A random woman? You know this?" "If I don't, you can smack me with that axe of yours. If you have a better idea, you can get walking on your own. By the way, the name is Silra, once a priest and always a thief." Eye-bright red eyes flashed in front of him, and blackness swirled around the central figure. "We of the sands know your fate. We shall destroy you in time. You cannot hide from us, Turgon Highstone of the Dwarf Lords. Your empire will shatter by the power of the Three Witches and the King of the Realm. You cannot escape us, for we are the mystics you so hate and ignore. Face us if you dare, warlord." He woke up sweating. "What was that? I've never had nightmares. What in the gods? Just a dream." "Just a bad dream." Turgon followed. Chapter 4. A Strange Priest. Turgon and Silra wasted no time leaving the inn. Taking the southern road toward the mountains, Turgon tried to tune out Silra's constant humming that became louder the closer they got to where the road began into the mountains. "Can you not stop?" he asked, noticing Silra had just about finished the bottle of wine he had taken from the tavern. "But why? It is a lovely morning. The sun is rising over the mountains, and the deserts glisten in the distance." "Those are dragon eggs," he told him, using his axe to push back the thorny bushes that were covering part of the path. "Those are not dragons. Those are lizards. Yes, they can breathe fire, but they are not dragons. Dragons are larger. Dragons or lizards or your mother's house elf, I don't care. How far away is this village?" "That dwarf is quite rude to high elves. They are not house elves, they are house pixies. You should know the difference. It is not too much further ahead. Just a bit further up there's a bridge and then a steep road, and then we're there." Turgon stomped further ahead of Silra, seeing that the road continued to climb, and he didn't actually need the priest's help to follow a singular path. Perhaps he could get some peace away from the man. Traversing the path further upward, they came to a sheer cliff with a bridge that spanned the distance between two rocks that jutted off the side of the mountains. As a dwarf, Turgon was used to high places deep under the ground, but actually did not care for those high above the ground. He did realize that both were essentially the same, but it made no difference to him. He gripped both sides of the rope railings and began across at a moderate pace. Behind him, Silra began to hum again and quickly ran up behind him, danced over the top of his arms, and then kept running to the other side of the bridge. Turgon was suddenly swaying from the antics of the priest and gripped the railings with all his might as he waited for it to stop moving. "I swear, priest, if I didn't think you'd be somewhat useful, I'd toss you from this bridge." "Ha! You couldn't catch me! I'd just run back across the bridge." Turgon reached the other side and laughed. "Well, then I'd cut the bridge. No more wine drinking then. If we're going to be together for any amount of time, you might want to slow down with the drinking." "You sound like the priests I dealt with before. Crazy guys, to be honest. But they were good, very good people. They were likely right about my drinking, but it keeps me sane." Another road here, and it was much steeper than the one before. There were plenty of stones to hold on to, and at some points it was more like they were climbing the rocks than actually walking a path, but they were nearly to the top. "Tell me, priest, your benefactor, the one you have that book for, who is he?" "Is an enchantress, a woman of power, and one that'll be a bit confused as to why I'm not on a ship right now, but she is not ignorant to our world." "And that book? You seemed like a lost child trying to figure out a toy last night." "Well, it isn't written in the common tongue, and I'm a better thief than priest. I thought we talked about this already." Turgon grunted. "We did, but I'm still trying to figure you out." They came to the final bit of the road, and the dwarf noticed an arched signpost above their path. "We are here," the priest said. "Now, we shall seek the woman I told you of before." As Turgon stepped through the archway, he gripped his axe. Bodies were strewn about the broken stone buildings that made up the village. The fences and thatch roofs that were not already charred were smoldering. Silra ran past Turgon and knelt down at one of the many bodies. "No, the followers of light. This one was Brother Nemes-Ar, and this other one is Brother Smell." Silra stood and began walking through the bodies. "Brother Pau, Reek, they're here too." The bodies were all garbed the same as the priest, though several others were burned so badly that they were not able to be identified. "These were some of the head priests. They went on a pilgrimage many months ago, and now—" He paused. "Now they're dead," Turgon said. "The bigger question is what killed them and what burned this village." The dwarf noticed a glint in the rubble. While Silra wept over the loss of the other priests, Turgon went to the fallen rocks and moved several of the stones. It was armor, and to his luck, dwarven armor. Even better, there was a mace. He tossed the rusted axe aside. He took the armor. Though it was a bit small for him, it would work for now. As he put on the metal breastplate and fastened the straps, Silra approached, wiping his tears. "You found armor?" "Yes, something at least for now. Besides, we don't know what happened here, and I'm guessing the woman we sought is dead." "I don't know. I assume. There is one place we can check, but I do not know if it is worth it. Darkness has taken so many I once knew. The other bodies here look as if they were chewed up by some creature, yet others have punctures like I have seen from swords." "A creature differs greatly from someone who wields a sword, but both can die when enough force is placed on their skull," the dwarf said as he tapped his mace. "Come, let us go to the place you speak of where the woman might be. Let the dead rest." A valley path that led into the mountains, and so it didn't surprise him when Silra trudged that way, wiping tears from his eyes as he did so. For a thief that didn't care much for being a priest, he obviously had some allegiance to the priesthood. This further made him suspicious of the benefactor the priest mentioned, but for now the dwarf kept his focus here. He noticed that there was a cave in the far distance, but much to his surprise, the priest led him to an almost hidden pathway that went up the mountain. "Dwarf, this should be of interest to you. This place is dwarven, or so I understand. I only know of it because of a wild dragon that once came upon the village. It was an earth dragon, came from the cave you saw back down the path. Though they can burrow and climb through the earth, they seem to have an issue with sunlight, and so this was the perfect place to hide." "Was it a stone dragon?" Turgon asked. "I really don't remember, but it was driven mad by an angry wizard. A story for another time. I just hope my friend is well." The stairwell was steep, but had wide spots, obviously of dwarven design, so the climb was not nearly as precarious in Turgon's eyes as the bridge from before. The The stairwell began to snake around the foundations of a grand structure that looked almost as if it was the mountain peak itself, but the remnant of polished stone could still be seen as he brushed away some of the weathering on the structure. This place is old, and to my knowledge, not many dwarves lived in these mountains. Turgon nearly ran into the back of the priest. He had stopped abruptly. Turgon looked beyond him and saw a bloodied body on the stairs. Blood bubbled from his mouth, and the man had claw marks in his stomach. The priest knelt as the body quivered. There was still some life in the man. Turgon smashed the man's face with his mace. Silra gasped, looking at the dwarf. He was dying. I ended his suffering. This man could have... He was unconscious with blood filling his chest. He was dead. Turgon noticed that this thief priest was not of the type to deal with such scenes, even though he had some skill in the tavern earlier. Stay here with your friend. I'll go on. Silra made some type of effort to grab the dwarf, but Turgon pushed him off. He scaled the remaining few stairs, keeping a keen eye to his surroundings. The stairwell opened up to a landing before a great stone gateway with a single fountain that was still flowing with clear spring water, even though the ruins were much older than the dwarf knew. He pushed forward, ascending a few more stairs to a courtyard atop the mountain. There was a dead tree in the center of the courtyard and dark structures built into the rock. He pivoted, looking at the corners of the courtyard and finding a trail of blood that gave him the impression someone or something had been dragged from the stairwell into the central structure itself. The structure at the top of the mountain was a twisting spire of once gold inlaid stone still evident in the sunlight. He suddenly heard a faint scream from within. He sprinted forward, entering the lower portion of the structure where he heard the scream again. He immediately began up a narrow corridor that was only faintly lit by small openings in the rock. Up he went, keeping his mace at the ready and moving with a certain disregard for what he faced. It did not matter to the dwarf. Though he was annoyed by most, the inn below and the sights he had seen pushed him into the mystery of the events transpiring before him. He reached the top of the spire, where he came to yet another level of the spire itself, where an observatory of some kind was in utter disarray. Aside from more blood that was smeared across the stones, leading around the massive metal construct before him, he noticed there were many open books and shredded pages that the wind splitting across the spire threw up into the air before him. Something snarled and he heard the scream again. He sprinted forward, bursting around the corner to see a woman on the ground. She was very old and bleeding profusely from her stomach. Directly in front of her was a black beast that looked like a mix between a rat and a rabid dog. It bit at her flesh again, tearing off a chunk from her leg. Turgon lunged forward, bringing his mace down upon the skull of the creature with a solid crack, splattering its flesh upon the stone. The creature collapsed, and the woman looked up at him in fear, pointing behind him. He turned to see a younger woman floating just above the ground. She was holding an open book in her hands, and her eyes glowed with a green fire. "Immolation!" she shouted. The creature burst into flames, and to the dwarf's surprise leaped up, gnashing at him. He swung his mace again, but the creature evaded, jumping upon the metal construct in the center of the upper spire before splitting into several smaller versions of itself. "Necro-levitate!" the woman floating above the ground commanded. The small creatures sprouted wings from their blackened forms, sending shreds of flesh into the air as they screeched and took to the skies above them. The dwarf spun in a circle, watching for which direction these spawnlings went. But he had dealt with summoners like this before. It wasn't the spawnlings he needed to deal with. His mace was hungry for this woman's face. He was a dwarf, very deadly at short distances, as his kin liked to point out when forced to run for great lengths, and he'd proved that true. He avoided the diving spawnlings, heading straight for the summoner herself. She recoiled, floating out of his reach and pointing for her spawnlings to attack. Turgon spun, catching two of the three spawnling center mass with the head of his weapon. Unlike normal solid forms, he barely felt his mace shatter these creatures. One of them managed to make contact with him but could not bite through his armor. He tried to pull the creature off, resorting to running chest first into the metal construct, crushing the creature against it. It released its grip on him and scurried up, attempting to jump but then falling. Turgon had managed to break its wings. He went to look for the summoner when he turned to see her face directly behind him. She gripped his armor with one hand, and with her other, she went for his throat. He brought his mace up to strike her, and she grabbed his arm. Her face was now sallow and sunken. What imagery she projected for that made her appear younger had failed. Now, with both her hands occupied, she went to bite him. He forced his other hand up to her throat, stepping backwards and then forcing them to the ground where he attempted to get on top of her form. She was more agile, though. Clawing at his stomach, she forced him on his back and was once again moving to bite him. "Dispel Necro-Demon!" Turgon looked past his attacker to see none other than the thief priest, Silra, holding his book as before summoning a white mist around himself. The beast leaped off of him, charging towards Silra with a banshee-like wail. Turgon pushed himself up. Grasping his mace, he charged towards where Silra was. The white mist surrounding the priest exploded out, grasping the woman and pulling her to the ground. Black fire erupted from the woman, and she stood up, hissing. Silra pointed at her. "You are a witch of the abyss. By the powers of the goddess Aetha, you are sent from this place." "Curse your goddess!" the witch hissed. "Hail Mortua and the magics of necromancy!" Turgon swung his mace at full force into the back of the witch's head, sending shards of skull and blood across the top of the tower. The witch fell to the ground in a roll, sending chunks of brain and broken bones scattering around her. "Nice magic, witch. Now fix that. I gave you the old dwarven magic." Turgon laughed to himself as Silra looked upon him with a certain concern. "I was sending her from this place, doing as a priest should. I'm not a good priest, but a vile woman such as that is evil." "Was," Turgon said. "Now she is missing parts of her brain. Good work, though. I applaud you and your goddess." Silra seemed to be in a bit of shock, still clenching his book. "Come now, priest thief. You do not like dwarven magic? Worked quite well from my point of view." Turgon laughed again. "But necromancers could use her still," Silra said, like he was trying to still prove some point that the dwarf was missing. Turgon looked around them. "No, don't see any of those either. Why don't you check the one we came here for? I'll further prevent any chance of your resurrection worries." As Silra began towards the old woman, looking back at Turgon, the dwarf waited for him to be out of viewing range and smashed the skull of the witch several more times until the head had been smashed off the body itself. "That'll be enough," he said. Returning to the old woman they had come to help, he noticed Silra was holding her head in his lap. "The witch, she came with others," he told Turgon. "The three witches are growing a coven of their own, wishing to reach out and take control over this region, but then you and your kin went to war. You destroyed several towns in your wake." "We did," Turgon said. "We cut supply lines in doing so. And you destroyed the footholds created by the three witches. It is why they worked with the king of the region, seeking to stop you. In fighting your enemy, you created another, one that would have been your enemy in time, but now they are severely handicapped. They came to this village to take others that they had been watching from the shadows, several others." He looked back down to the old woman. She was very pale, and though alive, the blood covering the ground was substantial. "Can you not heal her?" "Her injuries are beyond that," Silra said. "Are you sure she is alive?" he asked. Hearing this, the woman nodded, and then her breathing ceased. The priest spoke words to himself, and then stood, brushing some of the congealed blood off his robes. Silra looked away from Turgon. "They're hunting you, dwarf, and now I have reason to hunt them." Silra didn't speak for a few moments and then laughed. It is ironic, you know. If I hadn't ran into you, I never would have known. I would have got the gold promised to me and lost a part of me to serve another, only to then lose why I did this to start with. What? Turgon asked. Not what, who? She was taken from a place I thought was safe. Now, all of my focus is on saving her, and Dwarf, I suggest you work with me, for you can run as far as you want from these witches, but they will come for you still. I know where we need to go. It was the first word my friend said to me. Strag Peak, a lone mountain in the desert. It seems we both have reasons to travel there now. Who is this person we seek? The dwarf asked. I told you I was a rotten priest. I'm about as celibate as a stray dog, to be honest. Can't quite control myself. You're of the weak-minded race of men, so I forgive your animalistic urges, Turgon said with half a smile. So, this is your daughter that has been taken? Silra stood up. Well, she is my daughter, but I haven't been much of a father. I've watched out for her, but I truly thought her safe here. Damn me. Well, you're pretty much damned already. Have you seen our day? Let us go. The desert is almost as unforgiving as your method of parenting. Turgon left the priest and began back down the path on his own. Though Silra quickly caught up, the dwarf noticed that he said nothing to him. Passing the now deserted village and eventually making it back down to the road from which they had ascended before, Turgon turned south. There was only one way to arrange transport into the desert, and he had to hope there were dwarven sympathizers there. It'd be even better if there were some actual dwarves, or at least a way for him to get word out to his warriors scattered about the region now. He still had a war to fight and a home to defend. His enemy would be looking for him, and while he wished to deal with the three witches and had half a heart for the man behind him and his daughter, his focus was elsewhere. So you speak of parenting, but do you have children? What in the gods does it matter if I have children? I know enough that I wouldn't leave my child anywhere unless it was their home with loved ones. Yes, I judge you because I could not have imagined leaving my children anywhere without me or one of my family near them at all times. This world is dark, priest. So your children are grown then? My children are dead. 2 sons, 1 daughter, 3 sworn sons. I... Silra stuttered. I do not need your sympathy. I need to end my war. Now, I'm here dealing with witches and helping you right your shortcomings. I'll do it. Then I'll have an ale. Then I'll make the king's skull into a chalice into which I will drink my own brew in front of a roaring fire in the mountains. I have my dreams now. I will claim them in time. Besides, I have quite a love of brewing. Do you have something you love, priest thief? Something besides not deciding what you want with your own life? Never mind, I don't care. I know the town ahead by its dwarvish name. It was a ruin at one time. Now it has your people. Can we get adequate transport to Strag Peak? Come now, dwarf, can we not simply walk? Silra laughed. Or would you prefer eagles to soar high above the dunes? Is that an option? No, but someone out there no doubt would wish it would be. We can take a dune snake. It is the quickest way into the desert. It is quite a journey, but there will be fewer issues to worry of once we're through the town. We'll need a guide and a dune snake. Neither will be cheap. We'll motivate the guide, just point me to them. There was Turgon noticed. Chapter 5. Gypsy Town. The town itself was set within the rocky ruins of an old dwarven structure. For many hundreds of years, dwarves mining the nearby mountains used the massive forge on the edge of the desert to smelt their ores into workable materials. Here, the old trade route would bring many buyers from across the desert who didn't wish to travel further north. As such, the prices of items sold by the dwarves were quite high, but the exchange worked well until the explosion 200 years ago. As they proceeded through the blackened stone gateway, Turgon pointed up into the mountains. There, up there are the old ruins. I've heard about it but never been here. The frames of the forge were all that remained, yet behind it, a bit further in the mountains, was a statue that towered in the recessed area. A road went up that way, but it didn't seem to have too many other structures around it. As they entered the center of town, Turgon noticed that there were many caravans currently at rest. The sandstorms were made worse by the elder storms, he overheard someone say. Quite a few of those beasts, another continued. I'll be waiting it out here. No reason to risk it. Turgon glanced around and noticed that many of those standing around were doing just that, standing. Looking out at the desert, he noticed dark clouds veiling the mountain peak he had seen not too long ago. This would likely be harder than he expected. As the dwarf already expected, Silra led them to the inn, and they were mostly ignored as they pushed through the draped cloth entryway. Two cobras slithered to their master sitting in a dark corner of the room, and glancing around, Turgon saw many veiled characters engrossed in their own conversations. Aside from being dark, there were glowing stones in the ceiling that through the draped cloths above their heads gave the appearance of an orange glow in the air. The musk scent of incense was not exactly pleasing to his nostrils. "This place is smelly," he told Silra. "This smell is part of their culture. It keeps their demons away. You must respect it." Turgon shook his head. "This place is rank, and my mace works well to keep demons from causing harm." "You do not care for the scents of the desert?" a woman behind the bar said. "No," the dwarf said. "Salted pork, ale spilt on the floor of the dwarven halls, the blood of those that displease me. These things smell fragrant." Well, none of that will you find here in the oasis. Only drinks, comforts," she said, motioning to several veiled women in another corner of the room. "Or if you like, those that bring comfort can bring pain. We of the oasis have many titles, and if you bring trouble here, you will find your ability to breathe severed." Turgon reached behind the bar and grabbed a bottle. He chugged a few swallows and sat the bottle back down. "That'll be 2 gold coins," the woman said. "We actually don't have any money." "No money? Then you are useless." "We need to go to Strag Peak. It is of utmost importance." Silra said, "If you can point us to someone, a guide at least." "No guide will take you there without payment, even with the big dwarf here and his assertive rude actions taking my drinks without paying." "Mind yourself, dwarf," she said. "You are far from friendly places, and I know I have heard word of a missing dwarven king." The woman stared at Turgon, and the dwarf stared back. "Perhaps the dwarves in the region will come this way then, looking for their king. Perhaps they'll reclaim the oasis." The woman laughed. "They could try, but I am more willing to help than it may seem. My name is Garivia. You see, the dwarven ruins hide a particular object of use to us of the oasis. I even know of a guide like you seek that will return at dusk and might be willing to help out or perhaps not, but I can pay you significantly if you will return something I seek." Turgon took another drink from the bottle. "What?" "A small necklace lost within the ruins. It has a glowing ruby. I have sent many on such a quest, but they've failed. It is up to you. You both seem a bit disheveled and without much in the way of belongings. There are plenty of items to scavenge in that place, but, especially of late, no one has been returning." "We will secure our own dealings with a guide," Silra said. "We do not have time to go on errands." "Time will pass regardless," she replied. "Most guides are afraid of the dunes after an elder storm. The guide I know will still go into the desert no matter the storms. It is your choice, but you both seem like you could use a bit of help, especially since the king's men have already been through here once. I think it'd be better if you were not in sight the next time they pass through." "We'll go," Turgon said. "But know if you betray me, I will not hesitate to smash my mace into your skull." Garivia was unamused. "And if you return without my necklace, your fate will not be much different." "Come on," Turgon said to Silra, immediately heading out of the structure. "You know this could all be a trap," Silra said, scanning the random figures outside. Though no one seemed to be actually watching them, neither Turgon or Silra felt exactly comfortable. I'm a wanted dwarf king in a place where anyone and everyone is looking to make some gold. I'll take my chances in the ruins of my people. Into the mountain was wide and long. The ground still had marks from where crafters with heavy carts full of metals and dwarven goods would make their way down to town from the now ruined forge and the city beyond. As they passed into the mountains, the air suddenly changed from the stark warmness of the desert to a distinct cooler wind flowing off the top of the mountain. Many whirlwinds danced across their path. Torch basins, long blackened and with no hands to maintain them, were in ruin to either side of the entryway. The entryway itself was shadowed by a great statue standing with an axe above its head. "Disi," Turgon said, "a great dwarf. Some consider him a son of the mountain god Throka." "He is like a dwarf," Silra laughed. Turgon glared towards him. "I care little of the gods, but do not simplify Throka or Disi with mere looks alone. That is the problem with the race of men. They put little stock in the heart of those they admire. It is why the kings of men can do what they wish and still be loved by their people. No, that's called armies and hangings, not to mention decapitation. Fear is an ally used by many of kings, and in some cases the people are forced to obey or risk their own lives." "Better to risk their lives," Turgon said, "than live a fake one. The common person is not a dwarf king with an army at their command." Turgon scoffed. "I have no army. I'd still dare them to piss my way. As long as I still draw breath, I'll put a hammer into each of their faces. Have you ever seen a face split around the edges of a lovely hammer? A beautiful sight. After 2 or 3 kills, most of even the most stalwart of your race will become visibly sick and falter." Turgon began to laugh, and his voice echoed through the high cliffs above them. They came to a turn in their road, and at this point Turgon stopped laughing, seeing several flights of stairs up to recessed ruins in the rocks. It was strange to him that such a place would be abandoned. The great forge was a marvel of the older world. In all that he could recall, he only knew that expeditions to retake this place had failed, and in time it was mostly forgotten. He unslung his mace and let it rest on his arms. "This place has seen many a dead dwarves," Turgon said. "Keep whatever spells you have at the ready, priest." They began up the stairs. Every few steps there were corpses. Their armor, of a fine dwarven design, was left with mere remnants of the forms which inhabited them. Up to the first of 3 landings, they found many more dwarves laying about, or at least what was left of them. Turgon knelt for a moment, but said nothing to the priest. There was a whistle on the wind, a sound almost like a melody. The air, which was cold and empty, suddenly was rank. Turgon hurried up the next landing and scanned the grounds around him and back below. The smell was now stronger. He had smelt this before, and with the amount of bodies around, he had very little doubt in that which was hiding in the rocks ahead. "Dread demon," he whispered to Silra. "There have not been dread demons since the Greater Wars. How would one have come here?" "They are attracted to the mass dead. Even you should be able to figure out this one, priest." The priest opened the book and began scanning for spells as Turgon ascended a few steps ahead of the slower-paced priest. They were coming up to the 3rd landing and the doorway to the ruins. At this level, the smell was putrid. The mere thought of proceeding forward was difficult to stomach. A dark doorway greeted them. "Perhaps we should have brought a torch?" Silra asked. "No, not here. If it is still intact, I know what we need. Dwarves near the desert refined more than metals. They were keen on glass." He walked over to an area to the right. Here, the sun above still shined through slits made in the mountain to catch even the littlest bit of light during the daytime. He pressed several rocks on a central pillar, and the ground trembled beneath them. Suddenly, a lone obelisk emerged from the rocky ground. At its tip was a crystal. As it cut into the stream of light coming from above, the light seemed to bounce into the ruins itself, and where there was dark was now a faint light. Not at all powerful, but more light than before. If the magics are still in the rocks and stones within this place, it should give us enough light to find whatever necklace it is that woman wants. As they entered the ancient place, he felt a sadness, a deep pain somewhere deep in his stomach. The place was not ransacked like a captured fortress, raped by the enemy. It was not like an abandoned dwarf home with everything left in its place. It was lonely and empty. With each step echoing off the barren walls and only wind blowing through the ruins, he could not help but to feel sadness. The smell from before was still present, but having breathed it for so long, it did not seem as bad as before, at least to the dwarf. The priest was reciting the same spell over and over. And what's that one for? Smite demon. I've never had to use it. They proceeded down a long hall that slowly twisted into the deeper caverns of the ruins. The fact that the place appeared as if it had never been occupied by any creature, be it dwarf or beasts, was the strangest finding so far in the ruins. If others had met their deaths in this place, their bodies were gone. Even outside, they had seen long-lost dwarven warriors, yet within the ruins it was barren. Turgon didn't trust his own sense in this place. He kept his mace up in a guarded stance, shifting his body to be flush with a large entryway as they neared the bottom of the twisted passage. The putrid smell returned. Do you smell that? It's closer. I feel as if the aroma is warm when before we were only getting a glancing scent of it, Turgon said. I do, but I'm not sure what to make of it. This necklace, where do you think it would be? There was sudden blackness before them. The entire passage before them was wrought in shadows, and a clawed beast silently screamed. Waves of energy passed over Turgon, and as he lifted his mace, the metals of the handle became hot. He dropped his weapon and the priest stepped forward. Guardian of the light, protect us now. Purge this creature and... A bright white light surged from the book to the priest, and he reached out with a single hand. Beams of light shot forth when the blackness wrapped around the light, gripping the priest. All shall submit to the lost, the creature wailed. The priest shot up into the stone above them, blood pouring from his face as the creature smacked him over and over. Turgon attempted to go for his mace, but the handle was glowing with red fire. He looked into the blackness, seeing a necklace hanging around what appeared to be the face of the dread demon, if that was even what this truly was. No good dwarf would ever have just one weapon, but as it was, he had spent all of his smaller weapons before he was captured. For Throka! He shouted, hailing the god of the mountains for even an ounce of protection as he barreled into the creature's form. Shadows wrapped around him like smoke, and he felt what he could only describe as hundreds of teeth on the surface of his skin. But he made it to the necklace. He reached out, and a gray hand gripped his own. Damn you, beast! He shouted. The dwarf punched the face of the demon and ripped the amulet away from the creature. He felt the demon's grip on his arm, and he was thrown through the shadows. He landed beyond the pathway he was in before. He could hear the screams of the priest. Turgon pushed himself up. The biting feeling on his skin were mere pinpricks now. He suddenly felt the urge to vomit, but instead stood concentrating on breathing as sweat poured from his pores. He glanced around the room, seeing hundreds of bodies gathered in this one place. Dwarves, men, elves, and even random creatures that he could no longer decipher what they were. Not that he could tell so easily what remained of the dead, but their armor and weapons were here. It was then he laughed. He spotted an axe of his people no less. He reached down and gripped the handle of the double-headed weapon. Hammersong of Haradar, I do not know why I find you here, but thank you for serving the king. The Hammersong were the most elite of the dwarven warriors, blessed with sacred axes and hammers that hummed with the energies of the holy god. If ever a weapon was created with purpose to purge evil, it was this. He lifted the axe above his head, charging forward, bringing the weapon down on the dread demon. The creature spun about, pulling the priest through its own form and using it as a puppet before Turgon. The creature seemed to be injured, stumbling to keep its form level. The priest was badly bloodied. His face was pale, and though his eyes were open, they were black. "Bow before the will of I. You have taken my source of power. Blessed by the witches, I was sent to guard this place. Yes, and I am a dwarf of the mountains. This is a place of my people, not your abode to collect the dead. By the gods of the north, you are at the mercy of a king of the dwarves. Beg for mercy, and I'll allow you to flee this place. Release the priest." The demon growled, throwing the priest away from itself. "Dwarf that stands against the three, you've been marked. All shall come against you. I will not flee what was given to me." The demon lunged forward, sending tentacles of shadows furling around the dwarf, but the Dwarf-King was quicker. In an upward swing, he cleaved the face of the demon, and the entire spirit before him shattered and turned to ash. His Hammersong weapon shimmered with red flames, burning the remains of the demon from its head. "And I'll do the same to any that dare come against me." Turgon spat and then looked for the priest. He had landed some distance away and was face down. He ran over to him. The priest was somehow still gripping the book he had before. Though the demon was destroyed, Turgon still was not sure of the priest, and if its presence had fled him completely. "Silra!" he shouted, keeping the head of his axe just within striking distance. Turgon tapped him with the edge of the axe head. He then saw him gasp, moving his fingers in the bloody ground beneath him. Turgon lifted his axe a bit higher, ready to strike down whatever demon remained, but Silra lifted a finger. "Ether protected us," he said at last. "Ha," Turgon said. "Unless that's the name of this axe? No, Ether protected us." He knelt down, pulling the priest thief up, and noticing that among his nose being broken, he had blood coming from his ear. "This thing got me. We need to get back to town. We'll get you going into the desert. Actually, just leave me. I can't even see out of my one eye." Turgon noticed that the white of his right eye was bloody and cloudy. As Silra attempted to lay back on the ground, Turgon hoisted him up. "Come on," he said to him. The book he had been holding throughout their journey fell to the ground. "That! You must take that. It is worth more than either of us." Turgon stopped and looked back. The book was still glowing from whatever spell Silra had attempted to use. He went back to it and grabbed it. Carrying both the book and Silra, he made his way out of the ruins just in time for the sun to vanish behind the mountains. The mountain pass was dark now, and the only sound he could hear was that of desert quail cooing back and forth to one another as the stars began to sparkle above. The winds were blowing off the barren desert now, and it was frigid, much more frigid than he expected. As they descended the stairwell and began down the final pathway that led back to the village, he gained some form of comfort in seeing the many torches ahead. Still, the road leading Turgon quivered, sacred ether. The man didn't stir. Chapter 6. Hammersongs. Silra was sleeping. He hoped. The oasis greeted them. There was a surprising number of caravans and figures in the village now. He made his way to the tavern and wasn't surprised to find it filled with patrons. Garivia looked up at them at once surprised, but without speaking she motioned for him to go to a doorway behind a veiled cloth. He did as she directed him and went through a dim candle-lit passage as he moved to a back room of the tavern. This was an area with additional tables, but evidently off-limits to those other than who the woman deemed important enough to be back here. It was here he noticed there were large wagons with multicolored tapestry and several hanging crystals. As she directed them to a small table with a single candle, he laid Silra down, and she sighed at the sight. "The demon? You defeated it?" "Yes, and wait, you knew what we faced?" "Of course, my sister was taken there after becoming possessed. She wore the necklace I had you seek. I had heard the stories of a creature howling on the wind, wailing of freedom. There are stories in the Shadowlands of the East, tales of creatures that possess young girls and turn them into dreadful beasts of the dead. Now, show me you have what I sent you for." Turgon revealed the necklace and handed it to her. "She is at rest now," the woman said, closing her eyes and clenching the necklace. "I have secured your transport, but there is a deeper issue. I did not betray you, but the oasis is under watch. They know you came this way. Many have heard of the Dwarf King, and many have come. Allow yourself to be taken, and you will have redemption." Turgon stood up, taking his axe in hand. "You did betray me," he said loudly. "No! No!" She motioned for him to be quiet. "The guide is within the desert to the south, a standing rock with a single cloth flowing on a stick. If you didn't know to look for this spot, you'd ignore it. They are just outside waiting for you and within the room where the many are gathered. If you get outside, there are more, others, those I think may be your allies, but I am not sure." "What does that mean?" "It means leave the priest here with me. I can use my magics to heal him. I am a gypsy of the Shadowlands. I and my coven are beyond powerful, and use many elixirs to ensnare and steal what we wish from the many lonely men that come this way. You, Dwarf King, you are different. You seek to destroy the three. You seek to protect us from men whom the cards have told us will spell doom for our kind. I would not have you killed. I would not betray you, dwarf. I sense the ones that have come have songs that you can hear when they fight. I do not know what that means, but the cards revealed such to me." He didn't know what to make of this Garivia or her cards. They had not been gone that long, and how could she have had time to predict fortunes or whatever it was she did? "You do not have time to delay. Go up there and allow them to take you. I told them I was giving you a potion to subdue you and make you go with them willingly. They expect a reward from their king to bring you alive. But you will never make it to their king, and they will never make it back." Turgon stared at the gypsy. "Thank you if you're telling me the truth. If you're not, there is no desert too vast that I will not chase you down." He looked to Silra, who was still sleeping. "Watch over him," he said. Garivia nodded. He proceeded back the way he had came. He thought of the gypsy's words, of how he may have allies. As he emerged, there were several men waiting with their blades drawn. "Good king, you are coming with us. The beautiful lady gave you a nice drink, eh?" Turgon stared for a moment and then laughed. "Indeed I am. Let's go." The men immediately grabbed him and bound his hands. "Gentle," he said. "I'm not one who is used to being tied up and handled such as this. You need to buy me a drink, man." He was almost as disgusted by his own words as he had been by the demon beast he smelled before. Turgon was pushed outside to a cart where several other men were. "It looks like he is going nicely. This was a good deal," another man said. As he sat down in the cart, he looked around. There were many figures looking on, but he didn't see any allies. Nothing to give him hope in the words the Garivia had said. One of the men whistled and the horse began to trot forward. Turgon noticed his axe was laying on the cart floor not too far from him, but with bound hands it didn't make much of a difference. There were 2 guards with him, and before they had even left the village, they pulled a small flask of foul-smelling drink and passed it between them. They looked at him and laughed. "A drink for the Dwarf King?" They laughed again. This time the one offering the drink blew his cheeks out and acted like he was overweight. "Look at me, I'm the fat Dwarf King. I fall for stupidity. I got myself captured." The 2 of them drank and continued laughing. Turgon just stared at them. They left the village and were on the road headed back north now. The moon high above the desert reflected off the sand, and it wasn't dark at all relative to the woods he had fled through 2 nights ago. He saw the mountain, the lone mountain he needed to get to. He thought of Silra and his daughter. He glanced back to the 2 men, who again made fun of him as they drank. "I'm the stupid dwarf," the man jeered again. The carriage abruptly stopped. "Hey, get out of the road!" the driver shouted. Turgon turned around and saw that 3 figures stood in the road blocking the path. Behind them, several more men were approaching on horseback, but were a good distance away, having not left at the same time that they had. The 2 guards in the back with Turgon drew their swords and stood up. "Out of the way now! King's business! Got ourselves a plump dwarf! Move!" There was a whistle in the wind, and then an explosion of blood and bone from the man's skull. He collapsed backward, a small axe buried into his skull. Turgon immediately noticed it was a dwarven axe. The remaining 2 men both went to exit the cart as the 3 figures charged them, their own larger axes singing with the sounds of melody as they swung them, taking down the remaining 2 guards. These were definitely dwarves that had come for him. 2 more emerged from the rocks above, and they converged on Turgon, cutting the ropes on his hands. About that time, the horses and men approached the carriage. "What is going on here? You vagabonds will unhand the property of the king." One of the dwarves turned around and held up his axe. "This is the king, and we are the Hammersong of Haradar, the high guard of the Dwarven Empire. Take yourselves back to the rot of a castle, or water the desert with your blood." Several of the horsemen rode up towards the dwarves. "We will not be pushed around by a bunch of tunnel-dwelling rats. You will lay down your—" The Hammersong lunged together with their weapons swinging in the darkness, dismounting the men and taking down the entire group of soldiers in mere moments. The horses fled in fear, and the men that moments before had captured the Dwarf King were now dead. "Hail, Hammersong!" Turgon said. The Hammersong were the high guard of the Dwarven Empire, the most elite of their warriors, and no dwarves were more proficient in combat. Their axes and hammers were indeed blessed by the gods, and their name derived from the fact that upon swinging their weapons, a song would flow from the metals, and a symphony of bloodshed would begin. The Hammersong knelt. "High King Turgon, we have come for you. We were on a separate mission to the far south, but we heard the tragedy of the Riverlands. We were headed to where we believed you held when we caught reference to a dwarf king rumored to be here. We knew if we had heard it, the enemy had. Know that Haradar is sending their armies west to meet up with those in the Tyken Mountains and Misharnok. Harkinok already has threatened the Riverlands for your safe return. A bit late, but I thank you for coming to my aid. I know my war is not something all dwarves agree with." "These cunts weren't even worth the act of killing," one of the Hammersong laughed. "And what of my claim as king? Does Haradar and your plump master not hate me? Come, my liege, let us get you back to the oasis, and then figure out our path to dwarven lands. Haradar has taken personal insult to your plight and the tragedy." He went to the cart and lifted up the dwarven weapon he had found. "Where did you find such a relic?" the Hammersong asked. "The ruins of the old forge, but that isn't important. I have further need to remain in the desert for the time. There is something I must take care of, something important." "We are at your service." "Then come on, we will return to the oasis." Their way back to the oasis, they saw the flickers of flame and the smell of smoke in the air. They quickened their pace. It wasn't too far to the village itself, and in a few moments they found the entire structure where the gypsy and Silra had been was on fire. Turgon ran for the doorway, but found it had been blocked. "Help me!" he shouted. The dwarves dug in, working to pull the blockage and broken-down cart that had been placed to block the way out of the building, but it was no good. "Around back!" They made their way around the left side of the building. There were many people laying on the sand with their throats bitten into from the marks. "Some creature attacked?" But then who blocked the doorway? Turgon questioned. From his time in the structure, he knew that this side of the building was where the gypsy carts were, and though flames were rising high in the night sky, the stone and mud structure was not burning here. He lifted his axe, swinging into the stone and cracking it. Between the group of the dwarves, they worked to break into the structure, sending a plume of smoke up as they cracked the shell of the desert building. There were even more dead inside, but it didn't stop Turgon. He was in a part of the building he had not been in before. Pushing forward through thick smoke, he stayed low as he now moved down the familiar back hallway. A few moments later, he heard a crashing sound all around him. A moment where all was dark even with the fires raging around the dwarf. He felt something on his back. "King," he heard in the blackness. He then felt strong hands grip his body, pulling him from where he had obviously fallen. In a few moments, he could breathe much better, though his body was sore. He opened his eyes to starlight above him. The Hammersong brushed off his armor and sat him up. "You were not in there but mere moments when the entire place fell down," one of them said. "Perhaps this was meant to kill you, King," another one of them said. Turgon pushed himself up further. His back was sore, but his armor had protected him from major injury from the collapse. He was lucky, but angry. "You two," he said, pointing to two of them. "Go, give word of my survival. You must go to the stone hills near the Riverlands. If any of my people survived, they would have gone there. The mountains south of there may be where they have hidden if they are not at the stone hills. No dwarf will be safe, and I doubt they can reach any other dwarven city. Bring them to the ruins of our people in the mountains here. They need a secure place. Have them await my return. I need the other two of you to travel with me to Strag Peak. We serve the Dwarf-King. I am called Stonehelm, this here," he said, motioning to the other dwarf. "Bonebreaker. He is my brother." "Did your parents hate you? I have never heard names such as that in the Western Dwarven kingdoms." Stonehelm laughed. "No, but when on the business of the king, we do sometimes go by alternative names. This is the case, especially when we're dealing with witches as we understand this desert has." "Less chance of a hex," Bonebreaker said. "Well, screw me. Everyone knows my name. How did I not know this little fact?" "Ah, well." Two of them heading to make contact with any possible survivors, and the others remained with the Dwarf-King. Turgon worried of Silra as well as the gypsies. If the priest was alive, he was taken by her because none could survive the inferno that had engulfed the oasis. With the fires dying behind them, they started into the desert. They sought the lone rock with a single piece of cloth, mentioned to him by the gypsy. It was a strange thing to be searching for, a strange place for their guide to await them. He shouldered his weapon, having kept it out as they first began to walk. There were no enemies that were obvious to them as of right now. That said, the chances of something hiding just under the sand or behind some of the smaller rock outcroppings was there. But by the chance of his fate so far, he was secure in his companions. If the priest thief was dead, he would carry out what was needed against the three witches and would attempt to find his daughter. At the very least, he could remember the priest thief. The fact the priest had given him the book he had been using was a bit disturbing to the king. He opened it but did not see words but symbols. He knew the man had been speaking his incantations, but this language was something beyond Turgon's knowledge. "A spell book," Stonehelm said. "Those are rare." "Spell book?" Bonebreaker questioned with a laugh. "Who needs spells when you have a good hammer or axe? Dear King, please tell this Hammersong that you do not rely on such trivial magic." "No, of course not," Turgon said. "A companion of mine, perhaps a bit of a friend, for a short while at least. He had it. I am caring for it as it is. I hunt 3 witches, and his daughter was captured by said witches. It seems there is a high price on my head, and these witches seek to sever it from my body." "Never cared for witches," Bonebreaker said. "We've dealt with them before. They are both beautiful and vile, a strange combination. They can appear as young women of any race if their magic is strong enough. Once they have you, they can turn your axe to dust and melt your face with their hands. Are these Rusies or witches? Stonehelm said. Definitely not Rusis. I like Rusis. Once had one as a slave when I was still smelting in the northeast. So damn cold some nights that the water would freeze before I could douse my hammered materials to finish off the blades. She kept the water from freezing while I hammered, Bonebreaker told them. Rusi's slaves? Turgon asked. Oh, I know. Slavery is outlawed now for dwarves. This was a long time ago. I don't care that you had some forced help. What I care about is that you chose such a puny race. They may have magic that they can shoot from their hands, but that's about all they're good for. But you are right. Slavery is outlawed, though I'd like to put some of the race of men to work clearing out the rubble from the mines. Stonehelm laughed. I'd like to use them to catch my axes. The dwarves shared a laugh. The southern path they had taken had risen to a high point above the dunes. Now, looking out over more sands in the moonlight, Turgon noticed a large stone far down below them. Proceeding forward, they drew closer to the structure, and soon they were level with it. There were no other rocks around this region, and as the gypsy had told him so, he found the single piece of cloth blowing in the wind. This is it, he told them. And this guide, Stonebreaker said, how will he take us to Strag Peak? Snakes. Snakes. I hate snakes. I'll walk, my king. I have no need to ride a serpent. A flash of light startled the dwarves. Atop the rock appeared a lone figure holding a long staff. Dwarves, I have foreseen your arrival. If you do not wish for my assistance, as the one stated, I can leave. But I do warn that without the assistance of myself and my friendly pet, you will be forced to figure out the sinking sands on your own. I do not recommend it. The figure leaped down, causing the dwarves to lift up their weapons. Turgon shook his head and pointed. Many more movements such as that, and you will no longer need to worry of moving at all. The figure was garbed in a red coat, and while it had a face, its voice was neither male or female. Its eyes glowed red. I am a specter of the sands, and need not threat of death to be motivated one way or another as it is. I do not wish to cause you additional strife, but you do cause your own if you do not take my offer. You want gold? The figure laughed and leaped back high above them, landing on the massive lone rock. Not at all. Your transport has been taken care of by the gypsy of the oasis. She and your friend go to a place to seek refuge for further healing. I had seen them to safety when you approached my home. So they are nearby? No, not now. Time flees from you, my king. Did you not notice that it is already midday? Turgon was dizzy, and then looked up to bright sunlight above them. It was daylight now, somehow. What trickery? No trickery, dear dwarf, only magic. I was far away, but now I am close. The attack on the oasis was a sudden and unexpected turn of events. The witches you seek, the three, are causing many issues for those I care about. Now let me take you to where you seek to go. At that moment, the figure vanished and appeared again, floating above the sand. It held a bright yellow lamp, and before Turgon could say anything, the sands exploded, and a massive black snake with a red hood emerged. From its back, by some form of enchantment, was a floating basket. Magic trickery, Stonehelm said. There is not any trickery to speak of, dwarves. Now quick, let us depart upon the lost sands before you lose anything more than time. Turgon looked at both Bonebreaker and Stonehelm. The dwarves awaited their king's order. He was about to motion them to follow him when he noticed that Bonebreaker was actually missing an eye, and he had not seen that before. Oh, my eye? Bonebreaker asked, noticing that Turgon was staring at it. Lost it in a bet. A bet? Never make a bet with the dragon, my king. Both of the Hammersongs let out boisterous laughs as the snake coiled up just a few paces from them. The floating basket came to rest on the sands, and Turgon laughed a bit as he stepped into the basket. No, my king, I did not bet a dragon, but one of its spikes took my eye in a little duel I found myself in. Thank Throka for good medals and a strong helmet. That red dragon took my eye, but I took its head. A fair exchange, if you ask me." Bonebreaker laughed again as the basket rose into the air and the snake began to move across the sands. Their guide floated above the specter's head with its yellow lamp burning brightly. It was strange to Turgon that the specter would use a lamp at all, considering it was not dark now, but not much was making sense considering that they were riding in a basket pulled by a giant snake, and only a few moments ago it was night yet. Now it was the middle of the day. The king wondered what he had gotten himself into. As the rose high above the dunes, Turgon felt his stomach sink to his feet. He felt a bit nauseous, and his brow was wet with sweat. The heights he had been forced to traverse as of late made him really miss his dwarf home. He had actually been to Haradar once before. Considered one of the original homes of his people, it was there that all Hammersong were trained. Most were picked at a very young age of 50 and groomed from that moment up. These two Hammersong were not that young, and he was surprised he did not know them, but much had changed in the years before now. At one point in dwarven history, there would have never been a war waged by one dwarf king without the say of the entire empire, but the race of men were a threat. Turgon had been told not to trust dreams as much as he did, but he had seen what he felt was the future. A future where men came against dwarves and even elves. It had been many years since the Orc Wars. The elves and dwarves fought against evils then, and even some lesser battles as allies since then, but any elven and dwarven alliance was always shaky. At least for now he had a set path. He would deal with the three witches and then return to his conquest. Turgon, Dwarf King of the West, was not so easily beaten down. Not yet, at least. Over the rolling dunes they came to an area that looked as if it was a river, but not flowing with any water but sand. The shifting dunes beneath them could swallow up any creature or object and seemed to go on as far as they could see in any direction. A strange sight, no doubt, but it was here the serpent that pulled them gracefully over the dunes now slithered at a faster pace, sending specks of sand up into the air in a great plume. The basket they were in jerked slightly back and forth, sending each of the dwarves to grab at the rather bare railings of the basket. "Who builds such objects?" Stonehelm asked. Bonebreaker grumbled, "Not dwarves." Turgon was silent. His own tight grip on the railings had not changed since their journey began, and would not cease until they reached their destination, and he could step down on the ground again. Strag Peak was much closer now. The lone mountain was like a single tower of rock that rose high above the desert and had an encircling ring of clouds that seemed to be glowing red. "Good king," Bonebreaker said, tapping him. He had a water pouch in hand. Turgon took it. He could use a drink, and the thought of water actually took his mind off the current events he was already trying to ignore. He removed the cap and took a swig. It was not water. He still chugged it, though. "Really? Holy Hammersong, and you're drinking ale instead of water." "Holy? Who called us holy?" Bonebreaker questioned. "I'd have you know that me and my brother here prefer our ale over water. Did you know that the race of men actually drink a beer that they water down? They make it light as to stave off drunkenness or stoutness." "Had to drink some once," Stonehelm said. "It was awful. I'd rather drink my own piss." "Didn't you do that once?" Stonehelm laughed. "Yeah, when you left me to fight that dragon that took your eye, and in the end neither of us got that lady. She was gobbled up. Most unfortunate. At least my piss was better than that weak ale, though. Priorities in life should be forging yourself a good weapon, a water pouch of ale, and then a good brother like I am lucky to have. All for the glory of the dwarves, of course. Somewhere in there you might try to find a lady." They both winked at Turgon almost simultaneously. He had quite the companions that he could not deny. They had passed through the rivers of shifting sands and were now on more even ground again. As they drew closer to their destination, Turgon felt a change in the air. The clouds swirling at the peak of the lone mountain were growing larger. The Spectre Guide floated just before the basket suddenly. "A most unfortunate fate. I sense danger. It seems I may soon need a new pet." A wave of red smoke flashed over the basket, and they were suddenly ripped toward the ground. The three of them shouted as the basket struck the top of the dune. Turgon pulled himself up. The basket tossed them forward and back. He then noticed the gaping mouth and glistening fangs of the snake that had been pulling them now, attempting to bite them. It missed, slamming into the sand beside them as the basket struck the sand again, this time sliding sideways and dumping them out. Turgon stood, just to fall back down to avoid the snapping tail of the snake. The two Hammersong were quick to take guarding positions around him. The Spectre Guide they had before vanished, and his pet's eyes were glowing white. "Something has hexed it!" Bonebreaker shouted. For them again, narrowly missing Turgon. Its hiss was loud and continuous. "Make for the mountain! I see an opening!" he shouted to the two dwarves. There was an opening, a narrow mouth in the rock of what few living creatures had ever entered. Turgon knew little of where he found himself, but he knew that the snake was just behind them again. The hiss of the serpent was louder, and then paused before several spikes of bubbling poison struck the ground around them. Sands and green mucus shot up onto Turgon's armor and began to corrode it with a bubbling sizzle. He sprinted as quickly as he could and reached the opening in the rock. It was a narrow cave. He turned to see the two Hammersong jump for the safety of the cave as the snake struck. Turgon swung his axe just at that moment, slashing a gash across the snake's nose, sending it away from the cave, but it would return. "Where do we go?" Stonehelm shouted. "This creature will be back after us soon." "Then we'll all three hit it," Bonebreaker said. "No," Turgon pointed. "I hear water." He focused on what he heard, feeling in the darkness until he found a ledge in the cave. He took a nearby stone and tossed it down into the blackness. It splashed within a few seconds. "It is not far to the water," he told them. "Yes," Bonebreaker said. "But where does it go? Perhaps the snake will flee and we will not need to worry of it. I'm not much for jumping into places I cannot actually see." A moment later, and the little bit of light from outside was blocked by the snapping jaws of the serpent. It managed to push itself through the rock. Turgon slammed its head with his axe, but the creature did not recoil. It hissed, attempting to send its poisonous barbs into the cave, but Stonehelm managed to smash its jaw down just at the right moment. "Into the water!" Turgon shouted. The dwarves left their venomous foe in the cave and fell into the darkness of the unknown beneath Strag Peak. Sturgeon shook his head. As they made, there was the dwarves split. As they continued, the snake went. Chapter 7. The Hidden One. Turgon felt as if he had fallen into a fire. They had landed in something thick and like water, but it was not at all water. He kicked up to the surface and swam forward. He could not hear the movements of anyone else. A hissing sound filled the air, but thankfully it did not sound like a serpent as before. There was fire nearby and molten rock. Turgon could smell it in the air, and now he noticed a glow in the distant air. "Damn serpent!" he heard one of the two Hammersong shout out. "King! King! You out there?" "Yes!" he managed to shout out. He directed his swimming direction to the sounds of his kin's voice. "Come now, Stonehelm, you too! You can't see me, but I can see you. We have to get you out of your armor fast!" Turgon felt rock ahead of him and pulled himself up. Suddenly, he could see the flows of lava beyond a near-nude Bonebreaker. The dwarf rushed to him and began snapping the straps on his armor. "Quickly now, this stuff is nasty!" Turgon turned around and noticed that what they landed in was a putrid pool, something unnatural to the world in general and a sign of a witch's malice. His armor was nearly completely eaten away, but as it was, the corrosive nature of the substance only affected metal. Stonehelm had removed his own armor. The three dwarves looked at one another, each glancing at the other, before Turgon laughed. "Well, we're a depressing trio." Stonehelm tossed what remained of his hammer into the pool they had landed in. "This complicates our task ahead, King," Stonehelm said. Turgon looked around them and noticed a small pathway of rock that led between two large pools of magma. The room seemed to be getting warmer, and the flows of red lava were increasing. He noticed that the magic book he was given was perfectly intact. "Follow me," Turgon told them. He wasn't sure what lay ahead, or even what they could do about the trio of witches. That putrid pool was like a spawning pool for foul creatures, and so no doubt they would deal with some type of creature ahead. Without weapons or armor, the dwarves pushed on. The narrow stone pathway opened up to a brick road near a large room of hot springs. "Too bad we could not have landed in these," Bonebreaker said. "It'd be nice to rest the bones in this." The air here was heavy, and like the area before curled the dwarves' noses. As Turgon crossed the open room, he noticed a stone door ahead. There was a single lever to the right of the door, and a narrow dark passage that something had clawed into the stone to the right. Turgon ignored it. There was no reason wondering what made it, because if it mattered, they'd all know soon enough. He pulled the lever, and clicks and clacks in the stones around them filled the room. The door opened, and he spit on the dark path before them. The room suddenly became a grand hall, complete with bizarre works of art on parchment, and several areas with bubbling potions in lines on the edges of the hall. "I think I hit my head," Stonehelm said. "I'd say this looks like some strange hall of men, not the inside of a volcanic mountain." "It's a trick," Turgon said. "An illusion. What we don't see is the issue." The hall before them was empty. As they fanned out in a wide formation in this strange place, Turgon kept the center point. Bonebreaker went to one of the paintings and lifted it up. "This is no illusion. This parchment is really here." Turgon did not like their situation, and almost preferred the giant snake. With no weapon and no armor, they were at risk, more so than before. He took out the priest's book. As he began to look through the pages, he saw runes rising above the pages. "Trying magic, sire?" Bonebreaker asked. "Careful. I've seen what untrained magic can do to a person, like smelting a pile of leaves." "You make little sense, brother," Stonehelm laughed. "Leaves would just catch fire." "Indeed, then, I make perfect sense. You're both Hammersong, trained from birth to use axes and hammers in battle. As a dwarf of higher blood as deemed by the gods, I had to learn some magic. I actually learned some beneath an elven archon, if you can imagine that." "I never gave much thought to bloodlines, King," Stonehelm said. "Just actions. You're taking action. We respected that. That's why we came to you." They were still walking within the strange hall when a scratching sound began in the distance. Each of them heard it, but they neither stopped walking or increased their pace. "Stonehelm," Turgon said, "I understood that Haradar had sent you." "Haradar can catch itself on fire. They sent armies to protect dwarven interests in the region, but nothing else. Haradar is attempting to keep peace, though they still have no desire to take stake in the continuance of your conquest. If the dwarves do not rise up, my brother, and I believe will be struck down. Some of the mystics to the south tell of a poison that will be used to kill many of us at once. An incantation of dark magic." "Sounds like something of the East," Turgon said. "No matter. I thank you for coming here and serving me, though you are not under my command. Hammersong serve the heart of all dwarves. We protect holy places and people. We protect from all aggressors. You are feared among the other dwarves, and fear can be both an enemy and an ally." The scratching in the distance ceased, and an ear-clenching screech tore through the halls. "Right now, I'd like to have my hammer," Stonehelm said. "That help with my sudden fear." Turgon looked in the corners of the room. There were a few statues and rolled parchments, but no weapons. Not any obvious ones, at least. The two Hammersong ran to opposite areas. Stonehelm pushed down a statue, shattering it, but in doing so giving him a rather awkward stone club. Bonebreaker, on the other hand, found several rolled paintings. They both took positions next to Turgon, who just looked at them in minor disbelief. "At least I found something that could be used to fight," Stonehelm pointed. "My brother seems to be missing his pipe, and found some paper to roll tobacco in." The screech filled the hall again. "Not a bad idea, though," Stonehelm continued. "You know, some pipeweed, a warm ale, red meat." "Don't think they have that here, friend," Turgon said. He flipped through the book as the two Hammersong ran ahead of him and into the narrow hallway that led to another room. Turgon could not read what he was seeing in the book, but as he glanced at more of the pages, certain runes reminded him of dwarven ones. He wished he had Silra here at this moment. They left the strange art hall and entered a dark and cold room. There was a single stone pillar broken near its top, where something was standing. Turgon clicked his tongue. The two Hammersong fell back beside him. He scanned the darkness. There was a trivial amount of light behind the pillar, but before he could say anything further, several basins rose from the sandstone floor. In a flash of arcane light, they were filled with fire. A woman appeared dressed in blue robes beneath the column. "You have trespassed into the realm of the three. All that come this way are taken to the pits, but you took the path forsaken, defiling the sacred spawning pools of my pet. I shall leave you to her." A snap in the air and a flash of red dust, and the woman vanished. There was a creature moving atop the pillar. It was shrouded in an opaque mist. "King, run for the light beyond the pillar," Bonebreaker said. "What?" "Run," Stonehelm said. "You deal with the three, we'll deal with the beast." The two Hammersong sprinted forward as the creature leaped to the ground, knocking back Stonehelm and tossing Bonebreaker. It had the mouth of a snake and the legs of a horse. On its back were wings and a floating crystal spewing a sludge of black tar as it ran at the dwarves. Bonebreaker was down, and the creature hissed before jumping upon him. Turgon looked at the book, but now the runes had vanished. He flipped the pages, trying to see what he had seen before. It didn't make sense that now he could not even see or feel the book's power. Stonehelm charged the creature and smacked its back with the club. It seemed to notice, but it did not stop it from biting down on Bonebreaker. Turgon slammed the book shut and ran for the creature. Stonehelm had gained its attention, and as it ran for him now, Turgon sprinted faster, tackling it even as the creature screeched and went to bite him. Bonebreaker forced himself to his feet, bleeding profusely from his face and a mark on his chest where the creature had bitten him. Stonehelm smacked the creature away from Turgon. "Go! We are Hammersong! Let us serve you, king! Forward!" The creature hissed again. Galloping around the room, it knocked down Stonehelm and went for Turgon. The Dwarf-King jumped out of the way and looked to his left to the passage behind the pillar. He left the Hammersong even as he heard one of them cry out. He entered the next passage and felt a shift in his eyesight. Everything appeared as a contrast of either black or white. He looked back and did not see the way he had come through. He looked forward and saw only a long stone hall with a lone window near its center. He felt weight on his shoulders and noticed he now wore armor. Solemn, sadness, sacrifice. The voice was sudden and was not like the blue-robed woman from before. "Dwarf of malice, your name is both cursed and praised. Those that praise it die, those that curse it live. You have come under our hands. We do not trust you. We will destroy you. But having those that are willing to die for you secure but one of 3 seals." In his hands appeared a dwarven axe. "There is a second seal, one of trust. The first was service. This seal, however, must be performed by you. We shall show you much, and you will be judged." "Who are you to judge me? You attempted to murder me. You are vile by all meanings of description." "Vile, vile would destroy you. You are but a plaything within our game. Do not provoke what you do not understand." The angry voice was silent, and then returned to the original voice. "Prepare. You shall see what it is you believe." Before him, and he felt his stomach move up to his throat. He was still in the hall, but instead of black and white, he saw a hazy gold. "They crossed the upper levels! Get to the fountains at Mid-City! We must protect the vaults!" Turgon was in Micronach, a dwarven city south of Taria and nearly in the Riverlands itself. He knew this place well. "Demons are upon us, dwarves! Rally, rally!" He could not see any one dwarf specifically, but instead saw where they were as if they were just within his realm of sight. Micronach was built between two high cliffs, with alternating walkways from the mountain passes that led to the main gates at the top of the city. Mid-City is a region above two great waterfalls and has a large courtyard with a fountain in honor of dwarven warriors of the past. It was here he saw more of the dwarves. One in specific he did not recognize except for his helm. It was a dragon skull. This was one of his own officers. "Hold! Dwarves, do not recoil! We must protect those beyond this line." Turgon looked up and saw black forms that he could not discern of what they actually were. Suddenly, one of the dwarves looked at him. "Sire, good king! You have joined us!" But he wasn't actually talking to Turgon. Turgon felt a form move through him, and another dwarf joined the line. He looked at this dwarf. He wore spiked armor with the shoulder guards made of dragon and black axes. This dwarf was known to him, the armor, the weapons, all of it. This dwarf was he, but it seemed he was missing an eye, and he was older in this image. They come. The ones I knew. The ones I always knew. My true enemy. Turgon was suddenly staring at an image of himself as a mass of darkness swarmed the area of Mid-City. There was suddenly a lone figure running, a figure that he did not know in the least. Turgon turned to follow him when he saw a mass of the blackness in pursuit of this lone dwarf. He looked behind him and saw that he had entered a passage of some kind, and a sealed door was before him. The air was thick with battle, clashes of blades and the sound of dwarf horns. The blackness was pushed back by dwarves and flashes of white. "They betrayed us!" he heard shouted. Then came silence. The air was still. He saw dwarves laying in their armor and bleeding all around him. Time passed around him, and the bodies wasted away, turning to dust. He then saw a lone dwarf and an elf with two blades on his back. This elf was working with the dwarf, being led, it seemed. Turgon was then high above the riverlands, looking down at massive groups of orcs and elves and men engaged in a battle. There was a tower in the mountains and a black cloud spinning even higher than he was. But in all that was dark and foul, he saw something darker coming from the east, and the elves and the orcs and all the men were devoured by this beast. Then came a great light in the south and an almost corresponding light in the far north. This region was known as the Glacial Seas. The great light spread out over all of the lands, but it seemed that every forest lost its own light, and though many mountains glowed with red fire, they too were snuffed off. The white light blended into all of the lands, but still the great darkness, the beast that devoured the dwarves in Micronach, and that destroyed those in the Riverlands, remained. He then saw both of the Hammersong he had come with bleeding on the ground before him. The female figure in blue appeared. He was now back in the room with the single pillar. The creature had been slain. "These dwarves served you. Now one is dead, one is alive. You have caused this harm. How true are you to hold to the path you have taken? Will you sacrifice this one to continue? How much death is too much for you? Screw you. They are Hammersong. They will fight any evil that comes against the dwarves of the realm." I am a high king. I do not fear death. Do what you wish. If you wish to show me visions, show me how I may prevent what I saw. You are not my enemy." The blue figure vanished, and a voice whispered, "Turgon of the Dwarves, you are both honorable and dishonorable. Your path will be of folly, but there is much to discuss. You have passed the second seal of trust, but one now remains. Care for those before you. Perhaps you can lift what is placed upon this sacred hold." Silence, and then the sound of whimpering. Stonehelm was holding Bonebreaker. "Bastard witches! We killed the beast!" Stonehelm shouted with tears rolling down his eyes. "But the bitch killed him. He was alive, and then she stabbed his throat." Turgon embraced his companion and looked down to the lifeless dwarf before him. They were testing him. The first test was completed by him, leaving others to fight while he went to deal with a greater threat. The second test was completed by him, trusting these witches, though he was confused how admitting they were not his enemy was a path to trust. He wondered if they needed to trust him, but he did not think on it too much. "We need to go. Leave him." Turgon still had the armor and weapons he was given. "Give my companion the same as you have given me," Turgon shouted. Suddenly, Stonehelm fell backwards, shaking. Turgon first scanned the room around them, but then knelt down to see what he could do. Then, the dwarf before him was suddenly fully garbed in armor and had a weapon on the ground beside him. Stonehelm opened his eyes. I saw so much death. Micronach was destroyed. The Riverlands were on fire. There is great evil. Is it the witches? Is it the three?" "No," Turgon said. "I do not believe it so. I think there is something else, something that has control of this place. The witches serve neither good nor evil, yet men have an alliance with them. Men are not of the founding races. They are not of greater power. This is the work of something else. Come, let us continue forward. I believe much more will make sense to us soon." Both Turgon and Stonehelm knelt in honor to the fallen dwarf behind them, and then continued forward. Moving back into the passage that Turgon went in before, this time there was no shift in the king's vision, but he looked back, and Stonehelm was still weeping for his brother. "My king," he said through falling tears, "I am here to serve you now, and unto my own death. I can't let my brother prove himself more honorable than I." Turgon nodded to the Hammersong, and then looked ahead. The passage had two large blue doors on the far end. Reaching them, he took hold of one of the handles and pulled it open, revealing that they had emerged from the caves and now stood within the mountain itself. There was a large open expanse where the bright sky shined down and warm air rushed over them. Directly in front of them were several ascending stairs that reached up to an upper region of rock and a large statue of a female seated with her legs crossed and both her hands high in the air. Her chest was bare, and between her breasts was a large red jewel. They proceeded forward with their weapons drawn and held at the ready. Neither dwarf trusted the path ahead. As they began up the stairs, they had not taken more than a handful of steps when they saw the serpent from before emerge onto the landing where they had first come from under the caves. Turgon turned to hurry further up when he heard a click under where his boot landed on a stair. There was a whish of air, and Turgon ducked just as an arrow struck the rock behind him. He looked down to see many pictographs, and none of them which he had ever seen before. "My king!" Stonehelm shouted. The dwarf was mid-leap a moment later, striking the snake in the head just as Turgon was nearly struck. The two dwarves converged on the snake, making several close swaths at the same spot, sending flesh and skin off with each swing. The creature fell dead, and then began to balloon in size. That is quite quick decomposition. But it was not decomposing. It was doing something else. From every part of the snake came baby snakes, slithering and jumping in their direction. Turgon pulled Stonehelm up the stairs, and again they were staring at the pictographs, only now there were hundreds of snakes converging on them. Turgon scanned the floor and spotted a form of dwarvish writing that he could only just translate. In honor of the sand goddess. He looked down to where he stepped and noticed it was a scorpion. He looked to the right and saw an insect. He put his foot down and nothing happened. He then saw a spider. He tapped his foot there and the click happened again, followed by several arrows, one of which hit his armor at his side, leaving a smoldering burn mark. It's red. We must step on creatures that are red, not creatures that are black. Go for red, in honor of the sand goddess, but avoid the black. Upon them, but were so young, they struggled to reach striking distance quick enough. The dwarves worked quickly through the trap, stepping on only blocks with pictures of red insects and animals. They were quicker than they expected, moving up the stairwell and across another landing to a single stone block. A bolt of lightning struck the area beneath them, and suddenly the snakes that were only babies before grew rapidly in size, shooting up over the stairs and moving at the dwarves. Though larger, a single axe swing would still be enough to take them down. Several coiled up at once, standing each at a height just larger than the dwarves. They were no mere desert snakes, and Turgon happily hacked his way backward, keeping their plentiful foes slithering over the forms of their siblings. They reached a point where the path narrowed to that of a bridge between this part of the mountain and another part across an open expanse of air. Stonehelm began to spin in a half-moon, killing multiple snakes one after the other, and giving Turgon a moment to see what kind of trap might be before them. Though there was only one path they could take, he noticed rays of light crisscrossing ahead of them. He grabbed Stonehelm and pulled him down the path. The snakes followed, but at a much slower pace, considering many of them fought to take that narrow path first and ended up falling to their deaths. Avoid the light. Step over where you see it crosses the path. On the stone they ran upon were several rays of light. The dwarves easily jumped over them, but the pursuing snakes would not be so graceful. They reached just beyond the halfway point when the bridge began to fracture. "Run!" Turgon shouted. The two dwarves made it for the final bit of the landing, and Turgon reached it to turn around and just catch Stonehelm's hand as the path fell down. He pulled the dwarf up as they both watched the bridge and hundreds of snakes fall to their deaths. "Good riddance," Stonehelm said. A single small staircase remained. They were beneath the statue of the desert goddess now. As they came to the next level, they noticed that there were 2 pillars and 2 figures on the pillars. One was the Silra, and the other was a young girl of no more than 12 winters. "Turgon!" Silra said. The king went to run, but his Hammersong companion grabbed his arm. "Wait," he whispered. "I have found my daughter, but there is something here, something beyond us, I fear." Suddenly there came a gust of wind, and 3 figures appeared, one in red, one in blue, one in yellow. "We are the 3, they said in unison. "Then we are friends," Turgon said. "We know not of such arrangements." "Death," the red one said. "Greed," the blue one said after. Finally, the yellow one floated just in front of him and shouted, "Suffering!" She thrust her hand forward, grasping Stonehelm by the throat. Instead of Turgon striking the witch as he would have before, he knew this fight was beyond mere sight and needed to play off of events as they were now. There was something beyond this, something veiled. He sprinted toward the Silra. Indeed, Garivia had healed him. But it seems that their guide from before was hexed and had lied. Silra grasped the book and flipped open the pages just as Turgon cut his daughter free. He noticed she had blonde hair, a rare sight for the typical dwarf to see. "Thank you, kind Dwarf King. She said you would come. The goddess answered my prayers." Turgon and the Silra stood in unison, the priest summoning white fire around him as the one witch held Stonehelm. Garivia vanished, Silra said. They did it. We'll kill them. Wait, priest! Spirit of darkness, show yourself! Turgon shouted. I have come not to destroy the three, for they have seen as I. They have seen the destruction to come. There are many that want me dead, but my reasons for conquest have been fear. If there is a hope, it is to work with one another, to defeat a truer evil. Is it the orc that will crawl from the places in the world where they were sealed so long ago? Will it be elves? I do not think so, though I made war with those I felt responsible. Truly, in my vision given to me within this place, I saw orcs and elves and men of the Riverlands fighting, but then came a greater evil. I saw the dwarven city of Micharnock laid to waste. I saw perhaps myself die. Killing these witches is not my task. I come for the true enemy. Suddenly, the witch dropped Stonehelm. Truly, you have seen truth? I shall take sight from you if you believe you are our equal in sight. The witch rushed toward Turgon, and Silra reached out. Reclaim soul! Purify shroud! A blast of white struck the witch, and it seemed a second figure was ripped from her form. The witches in red and blue took to the air, summoning ice and fire around them. Turgon grabbed Stonehelm, who was coughing from being choked, and tossed him towards the priest's daughter. The witches cast fire and ice toward Turgon, but Silra was there, summoning a ward of golden light around them both. The attacks were absorbed, and he again spoke his spell, attempting to purge the evil from these witches. The witch in blue fell, but the red one remained. The remaining witch cackled. The two others stood taking positions beside the Dwarf-King and the priest. Sanctuary within the sands upon lone mountain of sand, the final witch said, node of old powers of the Itsu of the south. I am but a messenger of those to come, the dwarves, the elves, the Ruses, the Dwemhar. Long have you stood against us. These witches were mated with the Jinn of the desert. Do you know what malevolent creatures that creates? Do you not know the gods of the north are forbidden here? You are alone. My power grows. Dwarves are wretched creatures delving into places they should not delve. Much transpires in the darkness of the world, and soon it will be as you were shown. I have weakened, for it is my time to weaken. One of these witches reached out, manipulated small events, showed you the truth. Men were so quick to work with ones of magical power, it surprises me that they have not ascended to a stronger form within the living realm. But I hoped you would come here and destroy the forms of power here. I have many servants to continue my work, to assure the lands are made ready for the coming of a greater form. They will be but dark servants to the one that shall return the old gods to this realm. Now, we shall all laugh into oblivion, for none have power to withstand me. Question? Stonehelm said, raising his axe at the remaining witch. There is not time for questions, for none matters. I shall envelop... No, I have a wee question, Stonehelm shouted. Those beasts, the ones that are horrible, I'd like a moment to say that sounds like a challenge. Turgon heard in his head what this voice meant by its words. This was a different voice than before. In a flash of red, blue, green, and yellow appeared the gypsy Garivia, wielding the amulet of fire they had obtained from the ruins. The statue of the sand goddess rumbled, and the necklace it wore burst to life. The final witch shimmered with gold light and dropped to the ground. The other witches moved to grab her as a dark entity rose into the air. Turgon lifted his axe, and the priest flipped the pages of his book, but the gypsy suddenly stepped forward with an odd vigor, unlike she was before. I am the reclaimed goddess of the sands. This form becomes my priestess. I was called forth by the gypsies to quell the growing darkness in my deserts. I shall go forth and purge these lands of the foul beasts you created by mixing the blood of your Jinn servants with my once worshippers. The three were not evil in the beginning, but you have jaded the world within your grasp. The darkness formed into a shimmering black figure with fiery blue eyes. All shall be lost in the coming fires. You cannot prevent that which will be. The gypsy, now as the priestess of the sands, reached out with dazzling white light and struck the being. Crackling filled the air, and then silence. Their enemy was vanquished. The winds of the desert flew into the sanctum of the goddess. Silra, as well as the three, were bowing. The gypsy turned to Turgon. Dwarf King, you allowed me a passage to return to my form. I have taken residence in this life form for a time. She, like the priest, was near death in the fires that took the village. I have guided her, led her to the amulet her sister had. But now the time has come. I have restored both Garivia and Silra. I reclaim my temple and shall purge what evil is here. But now I leave you with a choice in your own path. A choice you will make by the purging of your own heart and mind. I shall empower this gypsy to go forth and purge evil from the deserts as a rite of passage into her own power. You are a king of these lands as I see it. You have dwarves ready to fight for you near my borders. Assist the gypsies. I charge you in this if you'll take it as your duty. Purge the evil here created by the demon I destroyed. In doing so, you will gain something of incredible power once the desert is as it should be. But I do not leave you without a prize. You will find it within the old ruins of the dwarven homes, a powerful forge like none other in our known world. This is something that will truly unite the peoples of your lands in a way that your conquest never will. I will protect the forge here as long as you serve me. At Stonehelm, who was bowing now at the goddess, he looked up at Turgon. I am here. I'll beat some demonic djinn babies. I've got no qualm with such a task. Gives me a bit of closure knowing I've taken more from that which took my brother. Silra closed the book he had and set it at the feet of the gypsy. My payment to you. I know that I may never be able to face the one who I was to take this to, but I and my daughter owe much to you. I am a horrid priest and not much of a thief, but I'll try my hand as a warrior against these evils. I will serve you. The gypsy smiled. Grace was given to you, and as such I accept it, priest of the desert. Arise. I see your power and give you that which I give my gypsies. You too shall purge evil across these sands. Well, King? Stonehelm asked. Turgon looked at each of them and then to the gypsy. Well, it's not quite the plan I had for my coming days, but you offer something that could be great for my people. I will seek out any of my own that survived. I will bring them here. The dwarves of the vast lands had a great evil coming upon us, an unknown evil. We will take residence in the ruins and begin to restore the old forge. Meanwhile, our enemies will assume we no longer wish to fight. I will assist in purging these demons you speak of, and then I will return to the Riverlands and secure a future for my people. Garivia smiled, and a great light appeared around her before the light itself floated up to the statue, blessing its divine presence into the old stone. The statue's eyes glowed bright yellow and then softened. The gypsy opened her own eyes. I know my path, and I seem to have gained 2 dwarves, a priest, and a young child, she said, kneeling at Silra's daughter. You are something beyond. I have seen it. I am to teach you. What is your name? Selinra, she said. Then, Selinra, you will learn as you should. You will help those that were like you as long as your father allows. Silra nodded. Of course, but I'll be watching. Make sure she's doing it right. He laughed at himself. Garivia nodded and smiled. That's great and all, Stonehelm said, but an occasion such as this calls for fine drink. The Hammersong of Haradar may not stand fully with all of this, but I see it as the future of the dwarven people. I'll find a way to get us some drinks. I know of a friend in the mountains to the east. Has his own brewery. It'll be good. Of a dwarf king and a thief priest had resulted in something much greater than a war with the race of men. They were to leave this holy place, but before they did so, they retrieved the body of Stonehelm's brother, and though it would have been impossible before, The sand goddess had returned to her temple. The three, now purged of the evil that had possessed them, opened the way that led to the outside sands. The serpents, though present as they emerged, vanished into the sands as a hot wind blew over the rocky gateway to the sanctum behind them. "We cannot carry him," Stonehelm said, "but there is no wood in which to burn him, nor do I want the scavengers to carry him off." "Place him upon the ground," Silra daughter said, though Turgon and Stonehelm were not too sure why she had asked for them to do that. Garivia nodded. "We should do as she says. She was in the presence of the goddess, and she has been awakened." As they laid Bonebreaker on the ground and stepped back, Stonehelm spoke. "You are my brother, Hammersong of the Dwarven Empire, once steward of the eastern gate of Haradar. Your name in travel was Bonebreaker, but you were born as Rorchichor, brother of Rorchichor. You have no son of your own, but by the blessings of the gods, may your spirit continue on within our family when I have my own son. I, Rorchichor, speak this aloud to any god that listens, and may the will of Disi, dwarf of old, and of Throka, mountain god of the high dwarves, hear my prayer." "And may the goddess of sands hear such words too," Silra's daughter suddenly shouted. A blast of fire erupted around the body of Rorchichor, and his body became ash in just a few moments. As the fire lessened, a sudden gust of wind blew away the ash, and with that passed Rorchichor, dwarf of Haradar. Silra was clearly amazed. "Wow, okay, that's interesting. Good thing you're training her, Garivia. This should be interesting. Never seen her do that." Turgon embraced Stonehelm, whom he now knew as Rorchichor. "I shall call this place my home for now, but I will return to Haradar in time," Rorchichor said. "That shall be my home in honor of him. We did not come from the high families of the Empire, but I swear our families shall hold the highest honors of our kind. I swear it." Tears rolled down the Hammersong's face. "So it will be," Turgon said as he embraced him again. Their road ahead was one of mystery and darkness. Turgon, Silra, Rorchichor, Garivia, and Silra stood looking out across the deserts together in silence. This new companionship would grow to something much more no matter what evil they faced. And Jut, and Gut, and Gut, and Gut, Lost Ancient. Book 2 of Fallen Dwarf. Written by J.T. Williams. Copyright 2022. Chapter 1. The Awakening Forge. It had been several days since the event that played out that sent Turgon, Silra, Silra, and Rorchichor on the path they were on now. Though that path has not taken them very far. As the winds blew over the deserts, casting sand and hot air against the shadows of the old dwarven ruins, the two dwarves were hastily working to relight the old forge. As it was, Silra had been spending most of her time with the Garivia, learning the ways of the goddess, and Silra recently procured a few new spellbooks from a passing merchant. But all of this was senseless to Turgon, who, while happy he had found several old dwarven axes and a small hammer, was still perturbed by the fact that no matter what he or Rorchichor did, they could not light the great forge. But they had only just now gotten to this point. They had spent the first few days giving proper burials to their dwarven kin, cleaning, and attempting to sort out this new home of theirs. There were many odd passages and much left to explore, but many dwarven structures had internal locks that could only be opened if the forge and fire source was alight. That was the focus now. The forge was deep within the main chamber, originally covered in massive stones and wreckage from an old frame that hung down from the ceiling. It was supposed to be the simple matter of clearing out the old fuel and replacing it with hardwood, which took them 3 days to get from the top of the mountain just above the ruins down to where they could actually use it. But even with fresh wood, the forge kept going out. "I just don't get it," Rorchichor said. "I've now tried 4 different types of wood, made a point to attempt to light the fire with coal, and every single time the damn bastard just goes back out." Turgon stroked his beard while using the small hammer to rustle about what charred wood remained inside. The truth was that dwarven forges once lit would generally slowly burn and conserve the energy even when actively being used. In this case, they were just trying to light it and keep it lit. Turgon had already checked the airflow ducts. He even made a point to go to the very top of the forge itself to assure that the vents were clear. There was zero reason why anything should be giving them an issue. As the two dwarves decided to fall back to their tankards and barrels of ale, they spit into a bucket and just stared defeated. "Have you seriously not gotten this thing lit?" Silra asked. "We don't need your judgment, priest. We are dwarves. We know exactly what we need to do. We just decided to drink," Turgon said. Rorchichor laughed to himself and slurped his beer. He had made contact with his brewer in the eastern mountains and had acquired several carts full. "Really?" Silra asked. He slammed the book he was holding shut and tucked it under his arm, taking out his pipe, a recent addiction for the priest. "You are a bad priest," Rorchichor said. "What kind of priest lays with the whores every single night, drinks their fill, and smokes pipes?" Silra puffed his pipe, looking up from it at the Hammersong and chuckling, "The best kind. And you two dwarves are horrible at bullshitting me. You can't get this forge lit, and you don't want to admit it." "And what's it to you?" Rorchichor asked. Silra approached the forge, kicking it twice with his foot. There was a resounding clang that went up the structure, and dust fell from high above. "The problem is, you dwarves are from the north. This is a southern forge. Have either of you read your own history? Or do you just come down here and expect everything to be the same?" The two dwarves said nothing, and instead just stared at him. After a few moments, Turgon motioned his hand in front of him. "Well, enlighten us with your illustrious wisdom, O priest of the holy god." "I guess technically it would be goddess," Silra said. "But let me explain to you what you don't understand." The priest went to the forge and pulled out several charred pieces of wood and tossed them on the ground. "You see, the problem is you're trying to light wood or coal, no doubt. You're not going to be up to get this forge lit in this way. This forge is actually made in the very far south of the desert, a region that once was connected to the old land of men, where men came from." "You're talking about the land that was sunk beneath the oceans?" Turgon asked. "Very good. I'm surprised a tunnel dweller could find such knowledge within their brain." Rorchichor unsnapped the leather brace around his axe and tapped his hand on it as the priest just stared him up and down. "Oh, try it. It might make for an interesting time. These books up and drive me crazy. You ever seen something translated from Elvish like it was hammered by a dwarf?" Both Turgon and Rorchichor looked at one another and then back to the priest. "Okay, I guess not. I'm really bad at jokes." "Then perhaps you should stick to telling us about this forge that apparently us dwarves know nothing about, yet you, a lowly, horrible priest, seem to know something about. If you can just spit it out of that trappy mouth of yours," Rorchichor said. The priest puffed on his pipe once again, tapping it on his leg and then pointing at Rorchichor. "You grew up in Haradar. You know the forges there. They fell tall pines using them to fuel it. There is a rhythmic beating of the mountain's heart as the fire burns bright and hot. That is not what you need here. Being so far to the south, the deserts do not have the trees that you need. But there is a place that might have what you need. You see, it's ore. A special type of ore that once lit will burn and burn and burn. Have you not questioned why the chamber for the fire is so small?" Turgon had realized this, but he thought it was perhaps just because it was a smaller forge than what they had at other dwarven cities. As he stared at it, he noticed that while the forge itself was quite large, the chamber for the fire was smaller. "So what you are saying," Turgon said, "is that we need a particular type of ore to fire up this forge?" The priest nodded. "And I will take you one step further with this. This is not a fully dwarven forge." "Oh, not a fully dwarven forge, you say? What is it? An elvish fairy forge? Are we going to make sparkly little swords from it? Will trees sprout from the floor and flowers grow in the sand? Rorchichor asked mockingly. You dwarves really don't like elves, do you? The priest asked. But yes, it is not of pure dwarven design. I've been studying the etchings and ruins in some of the side chasms and caves. This place was a blending of that which is Dwemhar and Dwarven. An odd combination to some, but to others that know, not odd at all. It is the same engineering that you can find all over Taria, the tunnels beneath the ground. And that, Master Dwarf, the priest said, looking at Turgon, should be rather intriguing for a dwarf who has lost contact with his warriors. Rorchichor looked at Turgon, and Turgon tapped his finger on his ale. In the days since the previous events, he had heard nothing of any survivors from his grand army that was defeated. He had hoped and even prayed to the goddess that if there was any hope of any of his men or women still alive, he would hear of it. As it was, he understood that the race of men as a whole were looking for him. Though he was safe where he was, and no one would expect a random dwarf to be hiding here, he hated it. He did not wish to simply hide away, and though he had made his creed to purge the evil from the desert, he had been so wrapped up in trying to get this forge lit and restore some form of honor to the dwarfish heart within him, he had simply wallowed in the failures of the past. He looked up at Rorchichor and then over to Silra. Do you know where we can get some of this ore? The priest went to the tankard with the spout and opened it, flipping the tankard into his mouth, taking several swallows of ale. He wiped his mouth, laughing as Turgon glared at him with a raised eyebrow. I do, and it will bring much favor to the priestess if we go there. For I do believe it should have some of those unclean spirits that you have promised to kill yet have not. Consider it a duty to the priestess, and a duty to yourself and your dwarven kin to go to this place. What place? Turgon asked. Turgon thought to himself, just a place covered in sand and forgotten, a home to a dwarven wizard. Night had fallen. As Turgon had retreated to his private room within his new dwarven home in the mountain, he did not expect the arrival of the priestess. My priestess, Turgon said, seeing her suddenly appear in his doorway. I did not expect you. To what do I deserve the honor? He had been working on his respect for religious types. Though she was beautiful and respectful, it didn't change the fact that he didn't care. Dwarves care of only one god and only like another a little. But she was neither the god of the dwarves nor was she the god of war. She didn't say anything, and it was frightening to him. Are you here to purge me of some unclean sin? The woman laughed. No, but I understand that you are looking to head into a place within the desert. Silra told me where you intend to go looking for ore for your forge. Turgon nodded, tapping his axe that was sitting on the table. And to get to work purging the desert of the remnants of the djinn that we fought before. You still think of your war? You still think of the dwarves that were left dead and dying in the valley? Turgon bit his lower lip and looked down to the floor. You do not have to answer. I already know the answer to my question before I ask it. But I do wonder where your heart lies in all of this. Your war brought destruction to many, and it was in losing the war that you found this place, she said, motioning with her hands. If your dwarves were to find their way here, would this be enough, or would you seek more? My family line is proud. We were not mere pebbles crawlers. We were high dwarves of the hills at one time. First, it was the dragons. Then the race of men pushed into our lands in the Riverland, taking over our minds as a great sickness overtook my people. So, in my youth, I sold off all of my family possessions from a place of honor and power, and I became someone that was lucky to find work, working the smithy of some lord. So truly, I did start a war with not myself and my brothers, and we grew to be a great force, as I rallied all of my people to come against those who had done the dwarves wrong. You asked me if this is enough? No, it can never be enough, but I can never get back the lives that were lost. He turned to his bottle of distilled spirit that he had taken off a merchant who came through several days earlier. He poured himself a shot and then poured the priestess one as well. "Are you going to drink, or are you too holy now?" Turgon asked, throwing back the shot. The priestess, who had before been a simple gypsy fortune-teller they had met, sat down with him and took her dose of poison. "You know I'm tired of trying to take a straighter path." "Then don't take too many shots. It makes any path a little bit curved." They both laughed and the mood was refreshed. "I have sensed the thoughts of the goddess, and she does not wish for war to come here. She wishes for this place to be holy and remain that way. She wishes for this place to be a beacon for others of your kind to come and live in peace. The dwarves have long been a people of war and chaos. You have a chance to make something new." Turgon nodded, pouring himself another shot, but only sipping this one. "Your goddess is wise. For in truth, no dwarf seeks war for the sake of war. I lost my children in that war. I do not want anything of that old life, and I can admit that I made choices during my time as a war king that were not as honorable as I prefer. But why do you ask all of this? Why do you question my soul in such things as I seek to go purify a place for your goddess?" "Because I am more than a goddess. I feel I can speak clearly and purely about such things with you. There is something else on the verge of our lands. A contrast, a force that has arisen in the chaos that you sowed." "Then what is it?" "I know the kingdoms of men look for me. It is not the kingdoms of men. It is someone or something else." She looked around their surroundings. "Silra told you this place was not truly built by your people, correct?" Turgon nodded. "He mentioned the Dwemhar." She nodded. "And what do you know of the Dwemhar, Master Dwarf?" "I know they had dealings with dwarves all over Taria, then the time of the ancient kingdoms. I know at this particular point they're very rare." She nodded again. "Yes, they are very rare. Some would say that there are less than a dozen that still live, but they are so rare and keep to themselves that I have no idea. This place had an observatory that was able to see deep into the night sky, where they could track the path of stars and celestial bodies moving high above our realms. Do you understand this, dwarf?" "I know of tracking the stars. When you are at sea, this is relatively important, especially for navigating some of the more northern reaches. Your forge that you attempt to light is much more than simply a forge for making swords and axes, or for smelting ore into all other matters of things dwarves make. This is a dwarven forge, but it is reinforced and realigned with what the Dwemhar called a stone forge. But stone would be the wrong word, for what it did was focus the power of the celestial bodies into a central focus. You've heard of enchanted materials, the ability to bless something with an energy or curse it. Of course. That is what this was, a stone star forge, something useful for many manners of items, be they made in a holy light or a cursed black fire. You have gained a greater treasure here than you can possibly imagine, and as you have stoked the fire within it, you have awoken others that would seek it. Let them come. We will speak of who has the right of this place. No Dwemhar can usurp me from this place." "But it is not so simple. I do not know for sure what it is that has awakened on the edges of these lands, but it is going to come here. It is not like what you fought before or what you purged from the desert, but something quite different. You must be on guard to such things and realize that as more dwarves eventually come to this place, even ones that are in service to you, that there will be a twisting of their minds. For with great righteousness and holiness, as would be this stone star forge of the Dwemhar, you stand upon the divergence of a road, and you control what direction the fate of all here goes." As Turgon was left alone that night, he laid down in his bed and thought of what he'd been told. He never heard of such as a stone star forge of the Dwemhar. In fact, he knew the Dwemhar had many weapons and armors, but had no idea where they were made. Such things are never a concern of a dwarf. Furthermore, while the stars were important for sailing, most dwarves cared more for what was under the ground than above it. He wasn't sure what she was speaking of when it came to righteousness and evil and those that would come for this place. But for now, he had to get the damn thing lit. Morning would come, and with morning he understood that Silra would be able to direct them where they were to go. It looked as if their next adventure was beginning. Turgon had made his way out of the dwarven temple to find 3 camels already packed and ready to go even before the sun had crested the horizon. The air was crisp, but normally it was just dry and smelled slightly of nothing. There seemed to be a strange scent in the air, unlike anything he had smelt in some time. "Tea. I have tea," he heard Silra say. As Silra came from a small hut off to the side recently built to hold goats, Rorchichor stood just a few paces away with his arms crossed. "Tea? Why would you drink tea? Are we all out of ale?" Rorchichor said. Turgon laughed as Silra brought each of them a mug. "Yes, I made tea. I figured it better not to be drunk," he said, nodding. "And clearly you haven't lived long enough. Everything is better when you're slightly drunk, not fully drunk." He made a point, raising a single finger. "But just a little drunk. Everything. Fighting, fucking, everything." "Yes," Silra said. "Even a good man of the goddess like me can agree with such a statement. But I need you all of the right head when we go into this lovely, lovely ruin." Turgon noticed that there was no one else around. With only 3 camels packed, and only the 3 of them present, he assumed their little group was just going to be the 3 of them. "And where's that daughter of yours?" Rorchichor asked. "She will be studying with our old gypsy friend. I had questioned why she wouldn't want to come, but she claims that it is more important for her to be here and apparently dealing with something that is approaching." Silra seemed to be nodding towards Turgon and asking for an explanation at the same time without saying too much. Turgon shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure what you're even referencing. The fact is, we have what we need to do, and we need to get the forge going again." "And if we get the forge going again," Rorchichor said, "is it true that you believe there is more hidden in these ruins than simple dwarf stone?" Rorchichor asked. "That's what I said," Silra said. "One thing at a time, then," Turgon said. Turgon was still getting used to camels, as it were. Though he had grown up with horses and ponies, and even a few times where he, of course, had ridden a lizard, camels were strangely unbalanced for someone like a dwarf. Though these seemed to hold their weight well. He did like that a camel could sit down on the ground so it wasn't as hard to get on as an actual horse. Soon, they had all 3 mounted and were making their way away from their dwarven home. The sun was just cresting over the horizon, a red and orange mixture in the sky, casting purple clouds out far across the open desert. In the far distance, Turgon noticed the elder storm still brewing over the great bay in the far north. These were the deserts of lost sands, and it was always a weary feeling to think of going to a place with such a foreboding name. It was Silra that was leading them. Turgon was in the middle and Rorchichor was bringing up the back. They were making their way due west, and it seemed that as Silra fumbled about with a map of sorts and was making weird motions in the air with his hands while looking up towards the sun. All Turgon could see around them were rolling dunes as far as the eye could see. "So how do you even know about this place?" Rorchichor asked. "I have studied thousands of dwarven parchments and read much of our history, yet I do not even know of some random ruin out in the desert that you speak of." "Just because you don't know of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I get that may be confusing for someone of your stature and intelligence to grasp that there might be something beyond yourself and your knowledge and dwarven knowledge, but I assure you that this place exists. Though it would not be on any dwarven map because it was not a proud dwarven civilization or otherwise capital city of a great region. It was a hideaway for those that were less inclined to be deferred by the dwarves." Rorchichor clapped his hands together. "Oh, you're going to tell me something about the dwarves I don't know, being that you're a little manly priest. I tell you, I know everything there is to know about dwarves." Silra nodded. I'm sure. But sea dwarves pride themselves in craftsmanship in melee weapons. But that of magic and spirituality has never been the strong suit of the dwarves. That is the specialty of guys like me, those who pray to the gods and goddesses who embrace the ways of magic. That is not what a dwarf does. That is why this dwarven place would not be on any great map or painted upon the halls of stone in the great city of Haradar in the far north. No, this place would be a shame to the great dwarves, and thus that is why it is hidden. Turgon only half believed anything Silra was saying at this point. He believed that the priest was no doubt right about the stone needed for the furnace, but all the backstory and convolution of truth regarding what this place was and why it was hidden was something that was only partially believable. He knew there were dwarves out in the deserts at one time. The very place they had been living in for the past week was a clear and evident sign of that. But to think that a place of great power was hidden out in the desert that no dwarf had spoken of, that was not very possible. Oh, I wonder where we will be going. Chapter 1. Between Sands. For Turgon, journeying across the desert was something he had not done too many times in his life. Spending so much time in central Taria and other places where mountains and forest were his most common thing to see. The open dune sea, as it were, the sun beaming down, feeling like it was literally roasting his skin. Even though the three of them were well covered in garbs, it just wasn't the most comforting of places. Though he missed the snow and the smell of the mountain breeze, he could not help but to notice the beauty, as uncomfortable as he was, of the rolling dunes that went out as far as he could see. The sky was blue, and the camels they rode upon smelled of not-so-pleasant things, worse than a horse, yet strangely sour. "So, you're going to think I'm crazy," Silra said. "I already think you're crazy," Rorchichor joked. Turgon laughed. "Well, you see, the problem with maps in the desert is they're not very good. I know we are supposed to go west, but the details of exactly where this place is located is kind of lacking." "I tell you, priest," Rorchichor said, "you will find that your head is lacking a body if you get me out in the middle of a desert and can't get me back out. Or worse, get eaten by a sandworm." "Now, I did not say a single thing about sandworms," Silra pointed out. "But there's always a chance for such a beast. I know I've heard of such creatures out in the far western deserts." "Oh, I'm sure you have," Rorchichor said, "and I'll bury my pretty axe in it. I will just need you to be a good boy and run and distract it. Between me and old Turgon here, we should have no issue." Turgon sighed. "How about we just not run into a sandworm and we can all be happy?" "Well," the Hammersong sighed, "the deal is, I hear you can make a pretty good soup from their eyes. They only have 20 or 30 of them. But you plop them out with a small filleting knife and douse them in garlic and boil them for a good 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days? Silra asked. You gotta wait until the pupil comes out. It's like a little black rock, I hear. You just pop that out and put it into your mug and cover it up with a nice dwarfish liquor. Turgon knew that Rorchichor was just leading Silra on, but Silra had no idea what was going on. It made the entire exchange even more humorous. Okay, Silra, where exactly are we going aside from just a general western direction? I see mountains in the far distance, and if I was a guessing dwarf, I would assume that is where we're going. Silra nodded. Yes, kind of. Rorchichor coughed. Kind of. Kind of? How are we kind of going to the only range of mountains in the distance? Because we are going towards them. We are not going to them. There is a significant difference in my wording. You see, we don't need to go to the actual mountains. We just simply need to go to a place near the mountains. Hey, Turgon, Rorchichor said. Yes, Rorchichor? Do we have to keep the priest? I mean, I could take him out right here. I will have you know that I am a servant of the goddess now. You shall not cause harm unto me. Okay, you little gangly man, Rorchichor said. But if I decide to come unto harm, you will be harmed one way or another. You two are the greatest traveling partners I've ever had, Silra said. Okay, this is actually what we're doing. I know you may not like it. Here we go, Rorchichor sighed. You see, there was an old story. This story is a short one. The way you're starting, I can't tell, Turgon said. Okay, I'll try to make it short. Basically, at one time, there was a weird temple in the middle of the desert, and there was a boy trying to get to the temple. The problem was, the desert was haunted, and you couldn't just wander in one direction because you would be turned around by the jinn, and you would go mad. But there was a single structure before a hazy desert. It was here that there was a strange sign on the outside of the structure with a simple red triangle. When you entered the structure, you would find nobody, and if you looked on top of the structure, a simple platform, you would see nobody. Oh, Rorchichor said, we need to find the structure so I can put your body in it, and then there will be a body in there, and then we're going to go back from where we came, and we'll figure something else out to get what we need. It's like you don't know the story at all, Silra said sarcastically. No, there was someone on top, but you could not see it with a normal eye. It takes the eye of a priest to look upon this person, and once you can get to the temple. Guess which temple it was? Neither dwarf even opened their mouth to guess. Silra continued to look forward and back at both of them, hoping that one of them might try to guess, but they were not the guessing types and would not do so. That temple was actually a place of your dwarf god. What is his name? Throka? You're telling me that our god had a temple in the middle of the desert, not by mountains? Rorchichor asked. By all the other gods' beautiful breasts, yes. See, you had to make that weird. You couldn't just say yes. You had to bring up the anatomy of gods and not even goddesses. No wonder you're a priest. Bad priest. Very bad priest. Turgon realized that aside from the mountains ahead, he did not see any other structures or other points that Silra could be talking about. He wasn't sure where they were going other than still west, and he still had to trust this priest to be telling the truth. Not that lying would help him at this point. So you're saying the god of the mountains and of forging had a place in the middle of the desert? Turgon asked. You do realize that no dwarf has lived away from mountains. That no dwarf would simply be in a place like this unless there were mountains. I do not think you understand how important mountains are to dwarves. From the very birth of our race, we have delved and forged and drank. You claim it's not in the mountains in front of us, yet you're telling me this is where we're going near. Please tell me where we are actually going. I don't think you'll believe me. Rorchichor began to laugh a very low rumble to a very full, almost crazed level and volume of laughing. Turgon, we're just going to have to kill him. We'll just have to beg forgiveness from the goddess of the desert or whatever, but we're going to have to kill him. Yes, you can try. But the truth is that we're going to a blend between the sands of the desert. A place that is there but not there. A place only assailable if you know how to get there. What? Another realm? Turgon asked. Have you ever heard of the realm of Urlus in the northern glacial seas? I have a cousin that spends a lot of time with their own ships, Rorchichor said. But he has never spoken of a realm called Urlus. Sounds like a place to get lost or something. Actually, it is a sanctum of high elves that assisted the Dwemhar in a great battle a millennia ago. From that place come the Blades, and truly they are powerful, wonderful warriors. But that place, if you're sailing through those waters, you would not even see it. You would pass through it and not know you were in it. It is like a feather underneath the page of a book you rub your hand across, and maybe you sense something, but it's not quite there. That is what this place is. I hope it doesn't have elves, Turgon said. No, not elves. Something else, I think. Something else he thinks? Rorchichor said. I am loving this more and more every moment. What shall it be? Rock golems, trolls, giant fairies with bottles of liquor? It actually doesn't sound half bad, Turgon said. All they say, Silra began, they being the scrolls I have read, is that the dwarves lost control of this place. It was a very, very long time ago, back before the southern seas were as they were and the race of men were isolated from everyone else. It is said that Throka bound the goddess of necromancy, Mortua, in this place. There were many dwarves lost, and many other creatures that the dwarves were testing alchemical weapons on that were sealed away. At this point, Turgon stopped his camel. The three of them lined up. Turgon was on the right side with Rorchichor on the left and Silra in the center. Turgon glared at Silra. "If you're telling me that I am taking my fellow dwarf and you priest thing, or whatever you are, into a place where I should be bringing an army, I'm just going to let our good Hammersong here take care of you now. You wanted the ore for that forge, and I'm telling you where it is. We don't have an army, we have me." "I am beaming in confidence," Rorchichor said, obviously not smiling at all. "I'll trust you, priest. But if we enter this place, if we can find this place you are talking about, I better have the assurances that whatever little magic you know will be enough to keep us safe. Or at least, of course, not dead." Silra stared for a few moments, glancing between the two dwarves, and at last simply smiled a confident but genuine smile. "I don't want to lead us into a position that would be foolhardy. I told you before, and I'm trying to be better, and if we can get that forge lit, it will help everything else you dwarf," he said, nodding to Turgon. "Everything you want to do for your people and your kingdom. Now, I know you've seen a little of what I can do, but I have other things that I have not revealed. I once trained under Arusus. It was for a very short time, but he taught me not only how to cast using basic amulets and potions to give me a temporary elemental boost, but the inner focus to use more than just elemental magic. It is a deeper magic, I guess. I'm quite confident that what we go to face could be necromantic." "I've read of what you speak of," Turgon said. "You speak of lightmancy, the ability to use light magic to purge death. But I always understood that to just be tied to holy over demonic. That was a simple matter of having any form of priest. How does lightmancy differ?" "You're right," Silra said. "Any person that is ordained under any god or goddess has the ability to purge evil or darkness. Lightmancy was specifically created by the gods for warfare." "I like the sound of that," Rorchichor said. "It isn't like what you think, Rorchichor. I don't get some great weapon or new form of armor, but I do believe I will be able to deter attackers and possibly even purge them completely. But it might be wise of us not to go in with hammers high ready to kill everything." Rorchichor gave an exasperated sigh. "Well, now I don't want to go at all." The three of them chuckled. "Okay, then lead us on if you think you can find the entrance to this place. I assume it's this strange stone structure you mentioned in your little story?" Turgon asked. "I'm fairly certain of it. We keep going west, and at sunset our path will be revealed. We will not make it to those bound by sunset, but I do believe there are paths that will appear as we face that direction. Once the sun is about to vanish beneath the hill, we should be able to see exactly where we need to go." Vague instructions for searching for a place that may or may not even exist. In fact, the entire idea of wandering west through the burning desert as they slowly sipped their water supplies was quite unnerving. Still, he did trust the priest. His fellow dwarf seemed to like to give him a hard time, but no Hammersong would tie themselves to a journey such as this, even not knowing what was going on, if they did not have some faith in the dwarfish god Throka see them through. Turgon was not a religious dwarf, but he would still honor and respect that of his people. Everything in the previous days, especially the events of the goddess and Silra's son and Silra's daughter, gave them a bit more faith in the world in general. The sun was finally setting, and the sky was brilliantly burning with reds and oranges as the great orb descended down beyond the horizon, and only a tip of it remained. They were at the bottom of a dune at this point, and Silra made a point to snap the reins of the camel and hurry them up to the next hill. They would reach it just as starlight began to twinkle high above them. The sun vanished, and immediately Silra leapt from his camel, holding up a scroll and turning in place. "You got a bug on you?" Rorchichor asked. "We have to find it. It'll be a single stone, a glowing orb of crystal." Turgon looked around from his position on the camel and didn't see anything obvious at first, but just as the sun began to go down beyond the horizon and every bit of light that came from it vanished, he could see something on the desert. It was just a very vague impression, almost like he was looking through a thin fog. But he could see a single light. "By Throka's balls, I see it," Rorchichor said. "And you talk about my phrases?" Silra said. "Rorchichor, you see it over there?" Turgon asked. Rorchichor jumped from his camel with wide eyes. He pointed into the general direction that Turgon was looking. "Like the door to your sleeping room when you had too much ale. It's just there, but seems to be almost moving, but I see it." Silra returned to his camel, as did Rorchichor, and they spurred their animals forward, heading directly for the strange sight in the darkening desert. As the two dwarves and the priest approached the odd stone structure that was just still visible, it became clear to Turgon that the closer they got, the more this place solidified. He could feel a sensation on his skin, just nuzzling against him. But it was like that all over his face and his arms, and the closer he got to the strange structure, the more he felt it across his body. For a moment, it felt like his face was pressed up against the wall, and then all at once he broke through and the air seemed to change around him. He stopped for a moment, pulling the reins of the camel and taking a look back behind him. Now there was no haziness or distortion. It was just simply like he'd walked through something that wasn't there, a thin veil. The structure was just like the priest described, a simple flat stone top and a door with a triangle just above it. "So your little story comes out to be exactly true?" Rorchichor asked. "So, priest, I don't see anything here, and I suspect once we go downstairs, we'll find nothing at all." They had all dismounted now, and the priest had taken out a small bottle of liquid. First, he dabbed the liquid on his fingers, moving the bottle between his hands and rubbing them together. Then, he anointed his own head, making a circle just between his eyes. Turgon was sure this was some type of holy procedure before doing whatever the priest needed to do. Then, to both Turgon and Rorchichor's surprise, the priest took the bottle and chucked it. "Is it some kind of potion?" Rorchichor asked, honestly wondering. It wasn't too unheard of for priests to use different alchemical creations and different herbal mixtures for any number of spells or incantations. "What? You think this is just some holy anointing oil to protect me from spirits?" "Well, you are a priest." Silra leaned a bit towards Turgon and Rorchichor. "I am a bad priest. I said that. I dislike the smell of rum and to feel it between my eyes. I like the way it goes down my throat as I drink it. You guys need to get a life." At some point, him and Rorchichor would figure out that the priest was exactly as the priest said, a bad priest. But at the very least, he seemed to have a good grasp on things as they were needed. The ability to use lightmancy was something that was going to be unexpectedly useful for them going forward, it seemed. Turgon went to the simple wooden door with the red triangle just above it. "Your story says there is nothing here, correct?" "Yes, that is correct. In the story there was nothing there. The key is on top of this place. There will be a single figure that only I can see after I have recited enough of a sacred holy text." "Right. I believe you. I really do." Rorchichor laughed. Turgon was curious. As the priest unrolled some random scroll and began reciting things in a language the dwarf didn't care to try to figure out, he unslung his axe and tapped it against the door. It popped open without hardly any force. It wasn't locked. Not like you need to lock a door in a place that almost no one would know existed. As the priest slowly walked up a narrow stairwell that led to the top of the structure, Turgon's curiosity was clearly getting the better of him. "My good king?" Rorchichor asked. "Are you sure you should be going that way?" "No, but I want to see if the story continues to be as I expected it. A simple empty room is nothing to worry about." Now, as the priest was atop the structure reciting whatever it was he was reciting, Turgon and Rorchichor made their way down a very earthen and narrow pathway leading from the sandy dunes down to a simple wood floor. The room was indeed empty, and as they first walked in, there wasn't anything in particular that stood out to them. The walls were made of some type of white stone, and while it was dark, they could tell that there was a pattern of some sort just visible from the light coming from outside. "So far, everything checks out quite well," Turgon said. Rorchichor began to mess around at some of his random pockets, eventually coming to a small black pouch. "What you have there?" Turgon asked. "But a dwarven fire flower. It's kind of like dwarven dust, but not quite as explosive. It's a new creation that we figured out that would work quite well in the deeper places of the world before we get our glowing stones set up, and it lasts longer than a torch." Rorchichor took some of the powder and sprinkled it on the head of his hammer, tapping the hammer once to create the smallest of sparks before the top of his hammer began to glow brightly. Then, the orb seemed to move out from the hammer itself, creating a great light, allowing them to see more than simply the white stones. Looking up, Turgon lifted his axe in defense as he saw a great spider sitting above them. But it was not a living spider or any other creature, but a strange effigy made in blood. "What in the name of Throka is that?" Rorchichor asked. "I do not know. I've heard of spider queens in the Shadowlands and in the deep places beneath Taria, but I've never come face to face with one. But this just seems like a marking, a sign." "What are you two doing down here?" Silra asked. "Did you leave a bit out of your story?" Turgon asked, referencing the mark above them. The priest descended down, now holding in his hand another vial, but this one glowing more than even the Hammersong's hammer. As he lifted the vial up, the bloody effigy began to fade and crackle, turning to dust, causing both dwarves to jump back as the dust began to fall to the ground. "That is a sign of Mortua, the goddess of necromancy. For the time she was here kept against her will, she created many foul creatures to attempt to disrupt and distract those that were trying to keep her contained." "Spiders aren't a big deal," Rorchichor said. "No, a simple hunter spider is not a big deal for a dwarf, but these were not simple spiders. This here was a warning, a sign that not everything as I understand it might be the place we go to." "We knew there was a chance of necromantic summonings," Turgon said. "It doesn't change what we need to do or will do." "Okay, my king. As it technically is, considering you're the king, I'm just a priest." Silra seemed to be uneasy. "It will be okay. There's nothing much else to be said of this matter, and truthfully, I don't know for sure what we will see, but the plan remains." Turgon pointed upwards. "Did you find your apparition, the one that will take us across sands?" "Something like that." The empty room beneath the structure and returned to the surface. Following the priest up the steps, Turgon looked out from their position and could see nothing but a great fog and sand dunes intermittently veiled and unveiled. The wind here was howling, and it was odd that coming up just a few paces to this level made the strange scenario they were in all the more obvious. Looking out, it wasn't just the fogs that were veiling and unveiling the sands, but the sands and dunes themselves that were moving. It almost seemed as if the desert here was sentient in some form, making it to where any who would depart this place would simply become lost. "I don't see anyone," Rorchichor said. "It's a little different than that. You have to trust me," the priest said. "I'm doing a lot of trusting of you right now," Turgon said. "Can you elaborate on this at all?" Silra went over to a place near the edge of the structure and simply put his arm around something that wasn't there. He had a slight grin as if he was standing beside someone with his arm around him. "Are you mad?" Rorchichor asked. "Well, this is what I mean. This is the Watcher. He has remained here for some time, and even with the changes and the curses that have come and gone, and even of the story I told you with the small boy, he has remained. But he has a strange payment request and a—" Silra motioned to his own hair, and Turgon immediately realized that something was missing. "He just requests simply, some for your hair." This particular fact was made more amusing to Rorchichor than Turgon, for Rorchichor had no hair on his head. However, he did on his beard. "You sure this thing isn't some wizard or witch that's going to curse us?" Rorchichor asked. Both of the dwarves pulled hair. Rorchichor took a tiny strand from his red beard, and Turgon pulled it from his own head. They handed it to Silra. "Yes, I am. Nothing to worry about. It even offered to watch the camels." Turgon watched as Silra took the hairs and handed them to essentially nothing. Much to Turgon's surprise, however, the hair was taken, and for a few moments at least, simply floated in place before vanishing as it moved to the left. It was almost like someone had indeed taken the hair and then tucked it away. Then, Turgon heard 2 taps, like someone tapping a staff on the stone, and the entire structure slowly lifted up, causing both Turgon and Rorchichor to jump as they steadied themselves. The structure was floating directly over the sands, with now a single impression of a crescent moon beneath their feet, glowing. "A lot of trips in my time, be they trips across nature," Rorchichor said. "Bad whiskey, bad ale, or a handful of times with some mushrooms." "Mushrooms?" Turgon asked. "Yes, mushrooms. Really only 2 or 3 at once. Not the normal kind, mind you. The good kind. I've heard of stories where people go off on crazy adventures with a mix of good spirits and a bit of mushroom in them. But I wonder if they actually had any of the adventures at all, for I've seen what mushrooms can do, but I don't know. I do a lot of random things sometimes. When I did it, it was with this one woman, yes. Of course, I'm sure that was just one time in your life too," Turgon said. He clapped his hands and nodded. "Aye, beautiful blonde. Not like those women we have at home. No, blonde. Eyes like the ocean. Yes, mushrooms. Good fun." Turgon raised a single eyebrow at his smitten dwarvish friend. As Turgon smiled strangely at Rorchichor, Rorchichor seemed to snap out of it and glared at him. "What?" he asked. Turgon tilted his head and took a deep breath. "It's just that I don't believe you. Blue eyes, fine. But no dwarf between the Vindus Seas and the Eastern Seas has blonde hair. Clearly it doesn't give any proof of your claim or story. Must have been some really good mushrooms." I never said she was a dwarf now, did I?" He crossed his arms, taking a forced breath. "Oh no, don't even say it. You fucked an elf?" "Ah, curse those words. I'd rather be impaled by my axe than risk delving into one of those dirty soul-devouring traps. What am I, some love-struck mariner singing songs about how her beauty is like the starlight? No, not an elf. She was quite crafty with her hands, though," he winked. "She was a Russus, and I pounded her like—" All right. I'm good without that detail. Like red-hot metal just waiting for the hammer to— Okay, good. Thank you for that." Turgon shook his head and laughed, as it seemed Rorchichor was suddenly off in a trance. The Hammersong suddenly realized he was being watched. "Keep your thoughts to yourself, my king. I didn't go through all the tenets of Hammersong training to be judged by someone that, while is my king, is a Hammersong." Turgon jokingly bowed. "Oh, great Hammersong, do not let such a lowly king such as me make you feel bad. You just wish you were back with that blonde Russus, don't you?" Rorchichor simply slowly nodded. "Oh, yes." And Rorchichor had been joking amongst themselves. It seemed that Silra was having a very quiet conversation with the spectre that neither dwarf could even see. He nodded several times in a row and then looked back to Turgon. Turgon would wait until they were away from the spectre to ask any questions. They were flying high above the strange dunes beneath them. The sand was still shifting and whipping as before, but instead of howling winds, they simply could feel a cool breeze and see the stars high above. There was no moon at all, not even a darkened place where the moon was, but not quite visible. Turgon knew they were in a different place than they were before, but it still didn't make a lot of sense to him. Ahead, they could see a structure of some kind. In fact, it looked like a great crown, with multiple spikes that from this distance and its size looked like individual mountains all linked together with some type of stone. It was not at all natural at all. It seemed that so far the priest's story was very true. While this was not some great fortress built into the mountains going directly down, it was built in the time where the dwarves were perhaps being more overt in their structures. Besides, Turgon figured that way out here in its own particular realm, dwarves would not have the enemies that dwarves in other places would have. He thought of the story of the goddess of necromancy being held here. He knew of the time where the race of men was to the far south before the seas filled in the place, and knew this place was perhaps older than Haradar in the far north. As the flying stone structure began to descend down to a circle of 3 spikes, almost meant to be a place specifically for the structure, the dwarves and the priest made a point to stay to themselves, as they knew and expected the landing to not be so pleasant. Though, much to their surprise, the stone lowered down gracefully, and they barely heard a click as the stone came to rest on the 3 spikes. The priest said nothing as he walked down the small stairwell, crunching across strange sand. "You're welcome for the hair," Rorchichor said, making a strange motion with his hand, almost as if the specter was going to say something to him. Turgon headed off as Rorchichor jerked around. "Don't touch me. You have my hair. You don't need anything else." Turgon laughed as Rorchichor came up just behind him, shaking his head. "As long as we don't run into any more specters, I will be very happy about any future encounters." "So, what did the specter do when you taunted it?" Rorchichor asked. "I felt like it was licking my hair, the hair on my head that doesn't exist. It was rather disturbing, but I guess it's not a mean specter or spirit or ghost or whatever it is." "No," Silra said. "No, it isn't the specter guardian. The Watcher more specifically we need to worry, but this place is not the grand place it was before." As Turgon and Rorchichor came beside the priest, they looked down and realized why he said what he said. They were just before a great door of polished stone that by the years had darkened for an unknown amount of time. Furthermore, and much to their disdain, there were 3 bodies of dwarves still in their armor, clutching their weapons in hand, and a thin veil of frost over all the ground. Looking up, he realized why the sand was so strange. The sand in this accursed realm was frozen. While they did not see any undead or some weird spider beast, it was not now what Turgon was expecting. They were headed into a frozen palace of the old dwarves. At least, that's how it was on the outside. None of them truly knew what to expect. "Cold here?" Rorchichor asked. The wind was howling. Crackling sounds surrounded them as the cold air went from barely noticeable to frigid. "Purify," Silra said, lifting his staff. He slammed it into the ground, and the entire sand began to crack and shift. Bony forms emerged all around them. "Don't think that worked like you wanted," Rorchichor said. The Hammersong lifted his hammer, smashing down into the ground and flattening several skeletal forms as Turgon brandished his own weapons. The undead were coming out from the ice and were indeed dead. They were no more than flimsy skeletons, easily felled with a few well-placed strikes in their vertebrae. "Purify, Mortua Hex! Purify!" The skeletons fell apart. "What? Is it like a passcode to a secret drinking room?" Rorchichor asked. These were echoes. They were not dwarven undead. They were simple skeletons placed by a spell. Almost fake. "Real enough," Turgon said, kicking one of the bony arms still clutching a small sword. "Let's go in. Let us hope these are the only undead things we deal with," Silra said. If Turgon didn't like such, Turgon figured they left. I've had really not while Turgon. Chapter 4. Ruins of Dagalulrak. Turgon took a moment looking around at the grand dwarven architecture. It looked so familiar, yet not. It was strange to be in such a place as this. While many dwarven cities had tall and imposing structures, this one seemed to have a strange aura to everything. As he glanced behind them, looking across the dunes that they had traversed, in a great storm casting up the sands like tall walls obscuring their view further, he realized that he was truly in an ancient place. While younger dwarves typically learn of lore and history, it isn't uncommon for some details and facts to be obscured, or rather small events to be presented in a way of shining the greater light onto dwarven empires of old. In truth, dwarves have always been the type to hide, not from a battle or from any direct threat, but they were notoriously bad about avoiding large events. Even if the fate of the world was at stake, the dwarves were just not interested. In the great lore, they were not the first of the races to be created, and as such, they had taken a distinct place as the more reserved and secretive. Much like a family with multiple siblings where each child has a place, the dwarves' place was under the ground, though none could doubt that this place being used to enslave a goddess did kind of stand out in the grand history of it all. It was curious that such a happening would even transpire. Still further, it was strange for there to be a separate realm for dwarves when so many dwarves scoffed at the idea of hidden elven realms. This place, even though they had not even entered it yet, was giving Turgon a lot to think about. He had been on a conquest to reclaim old dwarven ruins, long lost and obscured by the race of men, and now he was learning of an entire world that he doubted even the great scribes in Haradar knew about. "This place has a necromantic veil," Silra said. "I can try to purge part of the veil itself, but it does risk us to greater danger." Silra lifted up his staff, and bright light emanated from the tip. "Are you sure you should be doing that then?" Rorchichor asked. "It's the only way," Turgon said, nodding to Silra. "Correct?" "Unless you'd rather volunteer to be killed and I attempt to use necromancy to resurrect you." He pointed towards the door. "It's been sealed from the outside to encase that which is within. The reason why this place remains exactly as it is aside from the Grand Dwarven architecture," he said with a slight sarcastic tone, "is that everything within has been frozen, not just by ice as is evident, but as if nothing has changed." The priest began to cast a spell, causing a reaction in the veil over the entire structure. The wall seemed to shimmer and bounce almost like it was water. "In all my studies of history, I never knew of a place like this," Rorchichor said. "Why would they hide this from us?" "It makes me wonder what else they could be hiding. What stories have we been not told? This held the goddess of necromancy. Yet I know very little of the history of the race of men and how it links up to this. If they were keeping her here, did she get free?" The priest, who was still concentrating on his spell, looked back at Turgon. "She did. This place did not hold her long enough. It was at the very end, before the sunken lands became as the great seas, that she was able to actually get free. Though she attempted to recreate the original thing that had caused the fall of the race of men, the survivors of the race of men, the Dwemhar and the elves of Narisond, along with even Russus, fought to protect our lands. It was said that a child of the one god appeared and cast out the evil that she had brought. At that point, it's unsure of what exactly transpired with the goddess of necromancy, but I know she's out there, somewhere. The good thing is that she's not here." The spell, until there was the sound of shattering glass and an undulating wave of energy, went up over the doorway and high into the tower above them. Then Turgon noticed, looking out to the sides where the great mountain range appeared, as a crown began to glow brightly before dimming. "Well, good. These guys are still dead," Rorchichor said, referencing the two skeletons at the doorway, "and nothing has opened up the door to eat us." "Now, we just have to go in," Turgon said. That was all that remained now. Turgon looked at the grand door, and as Silra checked a random plaque of inscriptions and Rorchichor nervously looked to the sides, apparently already expecting some form of trap, Turgon took hold of one of the grand handles of the door. "Yes, we're entering the southern entrance," Silra said. "This enters into Silver Hall, and then, I don't know. There is no actual map outside to tell us exactly where we are. Well, Turgon said as he gave the door a tug, if there's one thing about dwarves, it's that they tend to like their maps. Should be something just inside for us. As Turgon opened the door, the entire structure seemed to creak, and they were hit with the aroma of decaying flesh. It was odd to smell something like this after being sealed for so long, but then, as he looked inside, he could see the very pale light still glowing from old dwarven lamps that had been stuck in some form of stasis. He realized he opened the door into nothing but a grand pit. "Mage light," Silra said, casting a great ball of white fire directly into the darkness. As it came to rest on a distant wall, Turgon looked in to realize the grand bridgeway that would have led from the platform just inside the door to another doorway was gone. There was only a narrow walkway off to the side leading down into more darkness. As Turgon and Rorchichor both spread out to either side of the doorway and the priest took point directly in front of them, Turgon realized there was a decaying body just inside. He knelt down, noticing his brethren's armor and the fact that there's a very high chance that they find exactly what they're looking for here. "It's enchanted. It's ancient. This is armor the Hammersong only talked about." "By my beard," Rorchichor said, "this is indeed ancient armor." It seemed that the Hammersong had found more of their brethren still lying in a state of recent death, protected from the effects of decay by the spell placed to seal this place. The priest lifted his staff and called back the spell from the wall, choosing instead to keep it directly near his staff to light their way. "Well, there's no map here, and if there was, it was probably at the bottom of that deep ravine. Something happened here, and we're going to have to figure it out. But seeing the armor being what it is, and knowing that it must have come from a forge like we're trying to light, I'm sure the mine is here somewhere." "But with all the recent dead," Rorchichor said, "I wonder what else is here." That indeed was the question going through all of their minds. Turgon found the only pathway they could actually follow to be a strange one. Not strange because of the destruction wrought on the outer hall that they entered into, but to the walls themselves. Most dwarven stone was a square or angular shape. This stone in particular had much more smoother edges, almost circular or oval in many places. There was a distinct style in difference that made it almost felt like he wasn't in a dwarven ruin at all. As they continued walking, careful to place their feet on solid ground as they came to some very narrow places, Silra kept jumping and pointing his staff towards areas where the wall was split apart. It was odd as they looked out, because Turgon noticed that there were many halls and windows in distant parts of the interior of this place, and there were still light sources. It was like they were wandering unannounced in any other dwarven city, minus, of course, dwarves. As they came around the edge of a portion of the pathway that went up and around to the left, they were forced to hug the wall of the pathway. If one could still call it that, it was no more than the distance of the width of Turgon's boot. While Silra had no issue being of a smaller frame and build, Rorchichor, as bulky as he was in his armor, was making a much slower way than even Turgon. "Perhaps someone should teach you dwarves how to make paths that don't crumble away." "This is madness," Silra said. "But this is ancient," Rorchichor told him. "Well, I'm assuming dwarves did get better over time, and this is simply a design flaw," Silra said. "Design flaw?" "Yes, a design flaw. A design in the fact that this entire place was swallowed by a deep, dark hole. That is a design flaw." "If we get out here," Rorchichor said, "I am going to show you a design flaw in your skull." Silra laughed. "I'm not the reason this place was destroyed. You're just moody. Perhaps less ale?" Turgon tried to hold his own chuckling, making a point to stay within arm's range of the Hammersong, as the path had narrowed even a bit more, but seemed to be widening further up. "Careful telling a Hammersong to not drink ale," Turgon warned. "I've seen Hammersong fight for significantly less than that." "If you can't have an ale, Then there is no point, Rorchichor said. I remember a story when I was little of an elven caravan that had decided to make off with several barrels of the finest of dwarven stouts. And? Silra asked. Well, my father kept 2 of their skulls above the mantel. They were his favorite drinking mugs. Well taken, Silra said, and barbaric. A flat surface that opened up, showing another great gateway leading to the outside. Although Turgon nor anyone else knew where that actually led, now they can connect into an area that had been devastated by the collapse of the structure from where they first entered. Here, the great torch basins that went from the outer door to the inner one still had ashes and embers in them. Well, this isn't eerie at all, Silra said. No, it isn't, Rorchichor said. Turgon noticed Rorchichor was kneeling down at another dwarven body. Rorchichor grabbed the dwarf's arm, and before Turgon could protest anything, he attempted to move it. His body was not stiff in any form, and in fact did not even show the bruising of a body that had been laying in a certain particular position for too long. Priest, come here. Silra went to where Rorchichor was, and Turgon stood overhead as the Hammersong posed his question. You tell me that this place has been cut off, and everything was stopped. Do you mean to tell me that is why there are so many bodies decomposing still? Should not this man have bruising from the blood being pulled down towards the ground? This person does not seem like they have been dead that long. Silra nodded. I spent my time at one point dealing with the recently dead, and sometimes we would get them just after their death. This man has not been dead long. Rorchichor stood up and looked over at Turgon, and Turgon immediately understood what Rorchichor was thinking. The chances of that, Turgon said to Rorchichor. But there is a chance. We don't know. We don't know. But if there are any alive of our race, they are most likely not anywhere near the outer portions of this forgotten city. I have almost zero hope that we can even reach them. It is not like we walked in here and the enemy is here and we're fighting them. If there are any dwarves still here, their enemy is upon them. What's the big deal? Silra asked. If there are dwarves here and we come across them, we can help them. But we are not to go searching for these dwarves. You want your ore. That's what we came here for. Turgon looked over at Silra and back to Rorchichor. The truth was, it was different for the Hammersong. Their entire creed was based upon preserving life and protecting the dwarven lines. Be that battle lines on a great battlefield or the most dangerous missions to be taken by Hammersong and their brethren, a clandestine operation deep in the elven lands where all would most likely die, or one of those sacred of the Hammersong's calling. The great cities of their people. For while the normal dwarf would fall back and rally a position of power, the Hammersong would charge forward if even a single hope of life remained within the city. It will be a Hammersong that will draw the last breath of any living dwarf. Turgon knew that no matter what he protested or said, this moment would not change the Hammersong's mind. Rorchichor was resting both of his hands on his hammer and taking deep breaths. You know, Rorchichor said. Turgon nodded. Of course. Okay, we will prioritize our initial task here, but if I come upon any of our line that may be alive, my creed will be executed immediately. I will not apologize, King. For my calling to preserve the life of the fellow dwarf is higher than my calling to serve the king, so is the creed of all Hammersong. Turgon nodded in affirmation of this. Though he was no Hammersong, he had quite the respect for such zealous followers. In truth, to call a Hammersong a follower was an insult to the entire creed, for no Hammersong would fall back unless being dragged by his own kin. Hammersongs were leaders, and in most cases were more frightful to be great warrior kings than even the kings, than even he himself. As Silra continued to lead them down the path to the grand door that was slightly ajar, Turgon thought about his friends from back when the lords of men had nearly killed him. Now, following behind the priest and the Hammersong Rorchichor, he hated that he had lost so many friends there. He wondered if any are yet still alive, and smiled thinking that maybe, just maybe, they would be waiting for him when he returned to the forge. As they approached the door, it was still slightly ajar. Turgon quickly realized why it was open. There was a body of one of their fellow kin, laying just positioned enough to be able to keep the door from fully closing. As Silra struggled against the body, Turgon used his axe to push the leg away. Turgon and Rorchichor made a point to enter the room first ahead of the priest. Turgon felt sick as he looked around. Where before it was only the distinct smell and an occasional body here and there, this place was like a massacre. Not only were dwarves stacked upon one another, many bodies deep, but it seemed to have been a place where many dwarves would be tended to for their injuries. The priest looked around, casting his mage light in all directions. "They made this into a place to render aid and to try to help," Rorchichor said. "So, when the goddess of necromancy, Mortua, escaped, I assume she began killing those close to her and then using it to form an army," Turgon suggested. Silra nodded. "The worst part about the events that happened here is that we're not sure. We only know that it was sealed to contain that which was created, not to seal the goddess in." "And of all your priestly teachings, was anything said of any dwarven attack to try to retake this place? Was the only option to seal it within its own realm and seal it deeper to where it took a priest to actually take down the locks to enter? Was this the only option?" Rorchichor asked. Silra lowered his staff down to the ground, jumping a bit as he noticed two small infants dead upon their mother. Turgon placed his hand on Silra's shoulder and pulled him back. "Let them rest. They're within dwarven halls, and this place is but a grave for them." The priest collected himself, shaking off the disturbance that Turgon could tell was bothering him. He looked to Rorchichor. "The dead are interesting when necromancy is used in any capacity. It is based upon the magical origin of that which is being reanimated. Someone like me, of the race of men, would remain mindless even after a great deal of time. Though perhaps some experience could be given, and they could be taught to some degree, they would never be the same as, say, a high elf or a dwemer," Silra said. "But here in this city there were only dwarves," Rorchichor pointed out. What is your point?" "Whoever was able to escape and seal this place was nothing of some high-level mage or wizard, if I could take down the locks that should tell you something. It was most likely a last-ditch effort to seal the city and lock it as it was. The undead thralls that inhabit this place somewhere are no doubt dwarven, but given that everything was changed as far as the passage of time, they are mindless. Those who sealed this place did not want an army of undead dwarves roving about the realm, and perhaps they did it to one day to return, and perhaps they were never able to get free. These are questions that I cannot answer here, nor may I ever be able to. Let's go. The dead will not become any deader here. We must push forward to see what's within the inner halls, and perhaps find the map." By the sight before him, he had smelled death on more occasions than he cared to admit, but to be standing here, even walking upon the bodies of his brethren. Women, children, and those that were defenseless brutally murdered here, but whatever still haunted this ancient place gave him a feeling of sickness like nothing else. As he made it to the door ahead of both Silra and Rorchichor, he looked at the intricate carvings just visible in Silra's light. "It is our creation, brother," Turgon said to Rorchichor. As Silra came closer and gave a bit more light, Turgon was able to see grand mountains and burning torches high in the sky, almost like second and third suns, but no, he knew these by a different name. "These are the sky forges of the god Throka, the god of all dwarves. It was here from a mixture of moisture from the clouds and dust in the air. Both were combined and forged by the hammer of Throka into what would become the first dwarves." Turgon moved his hand from one artistic panel to the next, and then he saw an image of a grand mountain. This was no place to be found on the map of realms. It was a place the first dwarves breathed in the air of life. It was where the god taught the elder dwarves the science of working with ore, metals, and how to use sound to form great chasms of intricate architecture. As Turgon continued to follow, He then saw an image of the very place he was in now. The ancient city, whatever name it once held, was described in the panel of the creation. "I do wonder if this was the first city," Turgon said. "What I see here makes me think so." Perhaps it is the first place where dwarves first inhabited, and our old legends are wrong. That wasn't the Tychen Mountains in central Taria, but a place way out here in the desert," Rorchichor said, a slight laugh to his tone. "Would it not be something if you, Dwarf King, in your desolation and chaos in the failure of your conquest, if you discover something that not even the great scribes and history keepers of Haradar know?" Turgon looked at Rorchichor. "I almost wish it would have just been a simple conquest. I am already not liked by other dwarven kings. I can only imagine challenging their supposed to true histories would do for my relations with them." "Well, can't say you can make it much worse," Silra said with a shrug. The priest continued casting. They reached the preservation of dwarven homes. Turgon was disgusted. Chapter 4. Echoes of Mortua. Turgon was not ready for what they were about to see. In truth, nobody could be ready for this. For the truth was that no matter if an ancient dwarven city or the newest of cities of men, this would be the first thing and most oddest of constructs any three of these souls had ever seen. As Turgon entered into this next chamber with Silra and Rorchichor directly behind him, he stood with mouth agape, staring upwards. It was a massive statue of sorts. At least, that's what it looked like at first. The room smelled of burning flesh. There's a slight current of air moving through and around them, rustling the strange dust that covered all the ground they could see. This was a massive room, with grand ruins of massive towers that rose high into the ceiling above them. Truly, this must have been one of the peaks of the mountain that made up the outside of the ancient city, yet looking at it now, it was very clear that this entire structure had been hollowed out by dwarven hands. From their vantage point, it was difficult for them to see it all. Surrounding this strange construct before them, they could see the multiple levels of dwarven engineering, rooms, passageways, and walkways, but they could also see significant damage to the structure and massive broken chains laying strewn upon the ground. "What is this place?" Rorchichor asked. "This is nothing of dwarven or elven design. This is nothing like anything I've ever seen." Silra knelt down to the ground, rubbing a darkened spot while looking at the edges of the door. Turgon followed his lead, and Silra went to the wall and brushed his hand against the stone. This area was darker than other portions. "There doesn't seem to be any bodies here. It's not like the other parts that we've seen so far," Turgon said. "I smell nothing but burnt flesh." Silra nodded, brushing his hand against his tunic and looking up. "I think I see what this is." "Look," he said, pointing directly up at the strange construct. "If you follow the structure up one side, it doesn't end, it just keeps going up, but if you look at the other side on the right, you can see where the curve begins and goes over, almost like it connects to another portion or room or chamber." Turgon raised a single brow to him. "That still doesn't tell me what I'm looking at. Perhaps when we go deeper in, we can figure out what this is. Maybe it's some type of power source?" Silra shook his head. "Are you familiar with the stories of gods and goddesses in the wars?" Turgon nodded nervously. "I know of many wars and battles of the gods, but I don't see how that's relevant." Silra took a seat, a strange thing to do at this moment in Turgon's opinion, but they could clearly see for a great distance throughout this entire chamber, and unless something was intending to hide, they had no enemies here. The gods can take any form they wish. They can look like you or I, or they can look like some animal, or simply glowing elemental fire. But when they go to battle, they take a form much more terrible. When the goddess Mortua assaulted the temple of the one god in Vazru Hall and what became the sunken lands in what is now the southern seas, she was in her terrible form. She, with her Itsu allies, slammed down upon the upper portion of the great temple, darkening the torches of the one god and covering the city in shadows. The Anointed Ones, the holy warriors of Lightmancy, assaulted the temple in an attempt to free it. It was in this act that they were able to break her from her place of power. She fled, partially due to the attack by the Lightmancers, the Anointed Ones, but also because she feared being bound in that form. Okay, so her warrior form is risky. I don't think many would be able to chase off a god or goddess. It really makes me question her level of power, Rorchichor said. Her power was actually distributed through these great pillars that were erected all around the perimeters of the realm of men in that time. Because of this, because she used part of her own body to create these and spread her influence, empowering necromancers to go about and grow their armies, she was not as powerful as she could have been. Her Itsu allies were not even of the rank of god or goddess. They were simply the angels, lesser forms. No, the Itsu had no intention of actually helping the goddess, but she did not know that, for she was young and she was trusting of that which she should not have trusted. When she was thrown back, her angels, the supposed Itsu gods that were supposed to help her, were quickly destroyed. In the end, it was the overwhelming force of the necromancers and their undead hordes that would doom the city, and then the events that fractured the entire land, turned it into a bowl of death and arid regions, happened as the Dwemhar attempted to burn away the great pillars that were blocking the world. It really is all a mess. But the goddess allegedly hid out in these deserts, and how the dwarves were able to actually get her and contain her, I do not know, but the point of my rather long-winded story is that we're staring at the carcass of her god form. This is Mortua. She was enslaved and chained down here and used to create all of what we see. We speak of the ore and the forge, which was in existence before, but she was placed here and bound by an ancient magic. But she got free, Turgon said. Her spirit got free. Her body was broken, and I do wonder to what degree she was tortured. Dwarves torturing someone? A god no less? Rorchichor spat. Throka would have dealt with her before any dwarf would set and intentionally harm a celestial being. What kind of dwarf would start a fight with someone who haven't even affected the dwarves? You say she is a celestial being? Being a goddess? Turgon said. Then perhaps she became the fuel for the forge itself. Maybe the dwarves were not necessarily torturing her, but using her for what power she could provide. Silra nodded. Perhaps. I don't know. All I know is that of all the things I expected to see when entering this ancient city, the literal carcass of burnt-out god was not one of them. Also, considering I see no bodies of any dwarves here yet, I see black marks on the walls and smell the scent of death which has not escaped this sealed chamber since the doors were shut. He sighed. I can only deduce that the goddess escaped with a blast of horrid hellfire burning away all that were present. As her spirit engorged dwarves on the outskirts, those that were badly burned or dying from the shockwave, I suspect those were her first thralls, and she infected each and every one of them as she needed, forming her army to bring her own retribution against the high dwarves of the city. In truth, you could say that the dwarves of the city were annihilated as they attempted to extol the advantage of having an enslaved goddess. It was not just some callous attack by the goddess, but further vengeance dropped upon them, perhaps even by Throka himself. The Hammersong gripped his hammer, staring down the feeble priest before him. No god of the dwarves would ever intentionally harm the dwarven race. Turgon stared for a moment before nodding and swallowing a nervous bit of saliva that had built up in his mouth. Perhaps we should keep our focus where it should be, not debate the philosophy of Throka with the exact happenings this place. He looked to Silra. We need a map. We need to push forward and get out of this place. He pointed up to the supposed leg of the dead goddess, or more so her fallen physical form. Is that a threat? Silra cracked his knuckles and looked up at it. He seemed to be searching for exactly how to answer Turgon's question. Okay, then we will see what happens. The main point I want to make here is that regardless of what the dwarves did here, what the goddess did, or if that monstrosity is anything worth worrying about, it does not change what we do now. Our priority is to find the map. We find the ore. He pointed to Rorchichor. If we find any dwarves, we do what we can to help them. We will help them. I will help them. Turgon nodded. We get what we need and we get out. We do not need much ore, so it's not a question if we need to make multiple trips. We just need what we can carry. Indeed, Silra said. The beauty of such ore as a few handfuls will last you longer than any of our lifetimes put together. Not saying much, man, Rorchichor said. I think I have beard hairs that are older than you. The three of them shared a laugh and then turned back to the task at hand. Turgon found it odd that of all the rooms they had been to so far, in the supposed destruction that has been levied upon this one, that it was still the brightest of the chambers within the city. As they made their way around the massive construct they now believed to be the body of the goddess, they came to a series of angulated towers that were significantly shorter than anything else around them. It was here they found the broken open doors of several lower chambers and began to rummage through the rubble to try to find their way into some place deeper. Many columns and walls had collapsed at this level, and though it did take them quite a few moments to build and make sense of what they were staring at, soon Turgon noticed the half-moon arches that seemed to lead to a downward corridor. That is always the odd thing of dwarven structures, is that most always went in a downward direction. Even more true in this particular place is it seemed instead of building up and through these mountains had been hollowed out. I see burned-out crystals, Rorchichor pointed out. I wonder if they had discovered the use of crystal energy transference, much like the Dwemhar. I do believe, dear dwarf, Silra laughed. That is the most profound thing I've heard you say. Turgon went over to where Silra was and saw that Silra was simply looking at etchings on the wall. Those aren't even ruins. Go over there and help Rorchichor. Rorchichor was attempting to switch out some of the burned-out crystals for ones that were not so burned out. As Turgon began to look around the floor, he realized he could see the edges of some form of angular pool. You think it's a portal? Turgon asked Rorchichor. I do. We just need to get enough energy going into the top portion of these crystals to be able to access the memory system. My time in Dwemhar ruins has served me well. I didn't know you had spent time in Dwemhar ruins, Turgon said. You don't know a lot about me. Silra went over to where Rorchichor was and began attempting to pull the prism-like crystals out of the wall. While many of them crumbled in his hand and simply fell apart, others were in better condition and had simply just lost the connection between the two nodal points. While Turgon was not too fluent in anything related to the Dwemhar, in their time they had become masters of energy. Though he had never personally seen the machines of their creation, it was said they even had flying machines capable of moving a great speed through the air that sounded like a strange harmonious melody as they moved just beneath the edge of the stars. But what this was significantly less advanced and much more rudimentary when it came to any form of technology of the Dwemhar. This was most definitely dwarven, and perhaps was even something of original dwarven design looking at the fact that it was in such an old city. Rorchichor pulled out 3 more of the lower crystals and placed them at the highest point. They began to glow. Okay, there's still some energy within this place. The problem is we don't have enough crystals, Silra said. We need to look around to see if we can find more crystals so we can get the charge from the lowest crystal down to the stone here at the bottom. Connecting the charge is easy. Rorchichor said, Have you ever got naked after too much ale and ran around the thunderstorm with an axe? I've been naked, I've been drunk, but I've never done quite that. You ought to try it. It's a good drinking game back in Haradar. The winner gets every girl in the tavern. The loser, well. Rorchichor took his hammer and placed the head of it directly against the crystals. Immediately, energy began to move through the tip of the hammer, and as the Hammersong pushed down the handle towards the stone that Rorchichor was saying needed to be energized, his hand began to tremble and then there was a loud pop. Suddenly, the floor began to glow, and the ashes and dust upon the ground shifted away as a great pool of blue water appeared directly on the floor. Now, this I've seen something of. Never with the dwarves, but it seems our kin should have slowed down a bit, and perhaps the dwarves would be greater than even the Dwemhar. Though Turgon had no experience with this, it was very clear that Rorchichor did. He knelt down at the pool upon the floor and began brushing away rubble next to a rectangular black anvil-looking structure. Though it would not need the strike of a hammer or any form of hot metal, the dwarf simply placed his hand on the top of it, and the water began to ripple and shift as the fog rose up like it was being written by an unseen hand. Ruins appeared in the fog. Good, ancient dwarvish. Better than Dwemhar. Can't believe those people could actually fly. Can you actually read that? The priest asked. I've never even seen those scripts. That is because you're not a Hammersong. Some of our very first annals of history and some of the original books on forging are written in exactly this script, though it is typically translated into a simpler form for students in Haradar. We read it in the original tongue. Turgon was simply observing at this point as the Hammersong moved different ruins through the fog. He stopped several times and seemed to become distressed. After a few moments he lifted his hand, and the fog descended back down into the pool, yet the pool remained and continued going. I can tell you what happened now. Oh, what happened? Not here. Rorchichor picked up his hammer and motioned them to follow him. Think we need a bit of fresh air, and I know exactly where to go. Turgon and Silra quickly followed behind Rorchichor, going back out from the rooms they were in, and taking a short jog around several other towers. Turgon wasn't sure why the Hammersong was so expeditiously attempting to get them to the outside, but as they came to several ascending stairwells, they then passed through a single doorway in a narrow bridge that was still intact. They were going deeper into the mountains, as it were, but much to Turgon's surprise, they came to an opening and an outside balcony. Hanging low beneath towers of ice and still burning structures. Looking straight up, Turgon could see the stars above them. Rorchichor, however, did not waste any time. They were trying to extract her power. They were trying to use it. Necromancy? Silra asked. No, deeper, he said. Deeper? Turgon asked. You mean that of her celestial being, her goddess state? Rorchichor nodded and stared directly in Turgon's eyes. The truth is that while we spend our time looking for ore to fire in the forge, they had that. But they wanted more. It is always a struggle when dealing with different ores and enchantments to find that balance between malleable materials and strong finished products. Then, enchantment powers that are strong enough to bind with the growing tempering of a forged weapon. Our friends here were charged with keeping both the goddess and her great form restricted. They did so, but it seems that somehow, as they used their advanced mechanics and power systems to restrict her, that some of the high smiths decided to attempt to extract energy from her. The goddess allowed this slowly, allowing herself to be pulled into every system of the city until she took control. She turned the city into her own playground? Silra asked. She burned the nurseries first, causing an explosion in the crystal power system that engulfed the entire corridor. The hundreds of parents in the deeper mines tried to get to their children, only to have rupturing veins of molten metal pour down upon them. As death filled the lower portions of the city, the high smiths attempted to kill Mortua, sending concentrated electrical blasts into her form. She took the energy within herself, and then sacrificed her physical body to cause a rupture that sent a blast of energy from her feet and simply blew away any dwarf around her. In that, she was able to overload not the physical constraints that held her in place, but the ones of flesh. Her entire body was immolated from her knees up, but her flesh fell upon this city, becoming sentient, taking victims and turning them toward the goddess's own army. Then, as her spirit went about the dead, she pulled many of our kin into service. So, is she here? This goddess? Turgon asked. No, Rorchichor shook his head. She is not. There was a grand battle in the lower mines, a resistance against Mortua's thralls. Mortua's attention was placed on it for a time, her spirit moving across the battlefield as the kings of this place made a stand. But she realized the purpose of this. It was a young priest of Throka and a few faithful followers who made their way in haste to the outside of the city, attempting to seal her in. She escaped, but not before the priest was able to seal her creations deep within this place. His actions no doubt stopped an invasion of undead from emerging from the deserts. Mortua has long been believed to be either dead or in hiding, Silra said, but she has no lack of followers of necromancy in the outside world. Her spirit remains, but her body does not. It is what is within this place, inside these hallowed halls. I speak outside that place, for it has become as a temple to her. But, he looked to Turgon, the mines, I know the way. We can get the ore we seek there, but that is where the battle took place, where our brothers may still be in some way, some small hope. And to them, not much time has passed. They have no idea of the world beyond or what has happened. You can't hope to actually find one alive, can you? Silra asked. Rorchichor growled, shouldering his hammer. I will find out. Turgon nodded. Lead the way, friend. To the air was foggy. Chapter 5. Haunted Hallowed Horrors. They returned to the chamber from before, and immediately began following Rorchichor to the far end of the room, and an area where several collapsed columns nearly obscured a dark passage. The Hammersong took his hammer, creating light as the head of the weapon illuminated. This way, down. Mind yourselves. What we go into is not pleasant, he said. Though Silra immediately took his staff to hand in an attempt to defend them from the undead, Turgon knew the Hammersong meant something else entirely. They were going towards the mines. In other dwarven cities, it was not uncommon for both males and females to spend time in the mines beneath a city. There were no differences in who did what, especially in olden times. All dwarves were expected to mine outside of the high smiths, the ones who would actually work the various ores and materials. Though it was the strongest of the dwarves who would do the most potent weaponry work, and the females normally had a better eye of nuanced metalwork and jewelry making. That was not the general rule. It was down this passage of twisted stone and broken walls that would lead to one of the dwarven schools, no doubt, where children from infancy until 50 years would study and learn while their parents were doing their duties as dwarves. He knew what horror lay ahead, and he just hoped that the deaths of those within was quick, that the trio could barely keep going forward. By my beard, I wish I'd not had so many ales in the last decade, Rorchichor said, his belly squeezed by the tight confines. While it was tight for Turgon, too, Silra barely had an issue and could simply walk through as both the dwarves were sidestepping through the passage. Turgon looked ahead and could see the path opened up. They emerged on the other side of the narrow passage and realized the air was fouler here. Furthermore, it was dark, much darker than places they had previously been. There were strange sounds, too. Turgon could hear it. The air was warm, while the path just in front of them was just visible. He could see nothing else. Priest, risk a bit more light. Cast mage light. Too damn dark. We don't need to stumble off a cliff. The Hammersong lifted his weapon. Subterfuge no longer? Silra asked. No, subterfuge will be useless as we go down this way. There are only two paths, one directly ahead, the other a bit more complicated. So cast this straight ahead? The priest began to lift his staff up in preparation to do just that. Yes, ahead. Then if we see things we do not like, cast down to our left and prepare your priestly spells. The Hammersong looked at Turgon. Prepare yourself, King. Turgon lifted his axe. He didn't like the tone he was told that. Mage light directly ahead. the spell crackling and growing in size as it struck the opposite wall and illuminated the vast room they were in. Hundreds of red eyes suddenly opened. There was not a path forward, not a single chance they would not have simply stumbled into this mass of strange creatures. They were waiting, like a million rats in the bottom of a sewer, but these were not rats. They were dwarves, dead yet alive, undead minions of Mortua as far as Turgon could see. "Cast left, priest! The other path!" The undead jumped upon them, and both dwarves smashed through the first attackers as Silra cast Mage Light a second time. "I see a path!" Silra shouted. "Purify! Cast it!" Turgon screamed. The undead were clamoring over them as axe and hammer did little to slow the advance of so many at once. The Hammersong leaped up, drawing wisps of orange energy around the head of his weapon before slamming back down into their enemy, sending their rotting, fleshy parts in all directions. Silra lifted his hand. "By the goddess's divine powers, shield us!" He brought his hand and staff together, and a great golden light formed like a shield. He pushed forward, reaching the spot where Rorchichor had landed, as the undead were nearly upon him again. The ward worked. The undead did not pass it, but Turgon moved around to the edge of the spell to keep the few undead that had moved around the side from flanking them. "Push forward?" Silra asked as Rorchichor looked at him. "No, down the path. That way is blocked. If I'm right, we can take an alternate path to the central corridor. That will take us all the way down into the main mine chamber." A few undead leaped down to the path below them. One of them had glowing purple eyes, not red like the others. "A few dwarves yet not taken," it growled. "You shall join the ranks of our goddess and—" Turgon burst forward, throttling this accursed creature, throwing it from their path. Axe first, he chopped into both of the accompanying undead as Silra and Rorchichor joined him. "Lead on," Rorchichor said. "The path only goes one way." The undead were still following them, but the dwarves and the priest were making good pace, moving down and away from the horde. The path continued down for some time, and though Turgon had no light source, that from the Silra and Rorchichor was more than enough. There were several collapsed walls that littered the path with debris, and then, finally, a ruined bridge. By some work of luck, a massive statue lay on its side, now making a semi-decent replacement for the bridge. They each jumped upon it, navigating over the side of a stone beard and high helm, making it to another landing and a passageway. Silra ceased his spell, bowing slightly as he did. He was wobbly, struggling to stand. He took a small vial out and took a few sips. "Alcohol?" Rorchichor asked. "Blessed water, useful for after such a spell. I don't need to cast it as long as I did next time." Turgon looked up from where they came. He could still hear their foe, but it didn't seem like they were following them. The red-eyed ones didn't seem to have the same level of intelligence as the purple one he had thrown from the path. "Which way now?" Turgon asked. "Through here, down a stairwell. We will enter the school from below and then move up a level or two. We need to get back to the connecting hallway that leads towards the mine shafts themselves." "And you know all of this from your time seeing your vision?" "It was not a vision, priest," Rorchichor said, moving towards the passageway. "It was a record kept in the memories of the crystals, taken as if a person was there and watching. I could see from the halls and simply followed the events. It is a function built into the system to track the direct forging and working of different metals, which was its purpose. But for us, it proves that the integrated design of such technology being lost is a great loss to our culture. I would very much like to see but one dwarf alive from this city, to speak to just one. The knowledge they could hold would be more valuable than all the riches of the world." "A dwarf putting a living person ahead of a jewel is quite rare," Silra said. "Not for a dwarf, not for a Hammersong, not for any of us," Rorchichor said. While I have brothers and sisters that may fall prey to the guile of riches and shiny objects, know that not all dwarves are even close to that. Most are nothing like that, and the pure fact that so many believe differently is the reason we do not waste time trying to change the thoughts of others. You have your opinions. The kings of men and elves have their opinions, but none of this matters to us. We deal with our own problematic dwarves and we leave others alone. Keeping one's focus on oneself and our problems within grasp is much more useful than worrying about that which you cannot change. Turgon just nodded along. There wasn't much he could say or add to what lessons the Hammersong was ranting about. The truth was that in all ways, it was the few bad dwarves that gave others a negative light. That is something he sought to change himself, to restore also the belief of dwarves and where they were in the formation of the world and the ruling of the lands. Now, looking and wandering through what was one of the greats of dwarven cities, he did question his beliefs. Not because of the beliefs being skewed or wrong, but seeing a high point of his own race and the sacrilege they attempted to gain more power. Be it a deity of good orientation or evil, what dwarf would seek this level of power to extract the essence of a deity? It confused him. He did not know if such a question even had an answer, though. Them through a series of narrowing passageways. It was clear that the narrowing of the corridor was not from natural construction, but from destruction during the events that to those who inhabited these halls now was just a short time ago. They came to a set of grand silver doors to which an inscription was written on the outside. To those who make stone into metals, lift axe to the holy God, and build the world as it will be. This is a school, Rorchichor said. It looks as if they have barred the gates. A simple levitation spell should do the trick, Silra said. The priest put his staff at the center of the two silver doors and said something under his breath. His staff began to tremble, and then with a soft red flash, they heard a board fall on the other side. Both Turgon and Rorchichor carefully parted open the doors and looked within. They could see bright fires burning. "I'll go in first, my king," the Hammersong said. As the dwarf entered the doorway, followed just behind by Turgon and the priest, he dropped the head of his hammer to the ground. What Turgon saw before him was more horrible than anything he'd ever seen, not in the vast wastelands of battles that he'd been, nor the massacres of villages that he had seen as a young dwarf. While the gates of the school were firmly sealed, that did not stop some horrible entity from entering through the roof. All across what would have been a grand observatory, with broken glass shattered throughout, and even a fountain still flowing with water, lay the bodies of countless young dwarves. But it was not just young dwarves, but also infants. Mothers lay beside their disemboweled babies. Whatever had come down into this place was truly seeking complete and utter massacre. The stalwart Hammersong fell to his knees. What person? What thing? What could do this? Turgon wasn't too sure what to say to that. That wasn't a question he knew how to answer. I do believe if there's a place for me at any point in my life to be a good priest for once, this would be it. And to answer your question, Rorchichor, no creature of the living world would do this unless twisted deep within by something truly demonic. But when you anger the goddess of necromancy, and she wishes to exterminate your race by doing away with what she sees as useless fodder, these children, I think that should answer your question. Dwarven restart. The souls that are kept here and waiting call down the holy fire of the goddess and wish for eternal rest to the bones and the flesh of the dead. Turgon didn't expect what happened at this particular point. Most of what he'd seen of Silra and his powers was very concentrated to simple spells and whatnot. But in the strangest of occurrences, even in a realm such as this, supposedly cut off from the rest of the world, a haze, almost like a golden fog, descended within the room. Immediately, Rorchichor looked about. This is clearly not a power that he had seen either. "What is this priest?" Rorchichor asked. "A power beyond," something I've never even attempted yet by the great level of darkness within this place. The mere utterance of good and pure is amplified, even with my inexperience in it. The haze had come down and rested on all the many bodies before them in this school. Then, without a single sound, there was a bright flash, and all of the bodies suddenly darkened before becoming as dust. Turgon had knelt in this moment, and he heard a shuffling sound of the Hammersong also kneeling. "We honor our brothers and sisters, and the young ones lost here," Turgon said. Turgon stood back up, looking over at Rorchichor and then to Silra. "Let us go deeper. Those that are here no longer need our presence." It was strange to be in the room now, almost more so than before. They walked through the many piles of ash, though it seemed almost comforting to know that they were able to do something for the dead. That, as it was, there were still many under the power of Mortua. There was also the thought still in Turgon's mind that somehow, somewhere there were people, other dwarves still possibly alive. Though the chance was small, there was a chance. They proceeded down the central hall and descended down into a long corridor with many doors. It was a dormitory of sorts, small rooms with darkened fireplaces. 4 to 6 beds, many of them still made, were in each of the rooms, and it seemed that by some grace the enemy had never come to this place. Further down, they came to a large black door, opened slightly ajar, and pushing it in, they came to a commons room with towering shelves of dwarven lore. There were multiple levels to this room, with ladders for getting from one spot to the next and large, clawed staffs to grab books from higher shelves. As they passed through this place, they came across a central table made of some of the finest crystals Turgon had ever seen. Across this table was a world map showing a vast expanse that did not exist anymore. The 3 of them circled around the table, and Silra made a point to tap on the southern region of land that now was the southern seas. "That is the land of men, as it was thousands of years ago. They have the markings of the temple of Vasruhal and that of the one god. This is all ocean now." "Haradar," Rorchichor said, "but this is well before it is. The glacial seas are not even here. This is Dwemhar land here." Turgon made a point to put his finger directly in the land north of it, being the Great Bay of the North. But it wasn't a bay at this time, it was in fact a lake. He traced upward, moving directly across what in their time were the great and vast icy glacial seas, all the way to the very top of the world and a great mountain range. Here, there were several silver towers with no inscriptions. "I've always heard the stories of the northern and southern void gates, places protected by Dwemhar to protect our world from great beasts of evil." "Sounds like Dwemhar propaganda to me," the Hammersong laughed. "Worked out quite well for them considering there's basically none left." Turgon shrugged. "Well, I see our little home here in the mountains by the Desert of Lost Sands, and I see a marking for this place. But what is that in the middle of, I guess, the Vindus Lake? I mean, it's a sea now, but it's surrounded by land. The Kiva Mountains where the Rusi's empire was built, but south of there I see the islands of Seir, but there's something else marked there." Silra leaned in, taking a crystal that was sitting beside the table, and put it over the spot on the map. Even from afar, Turgon could see, as it seemed to magnify the spot, and Silra leaned over, looking directly at the island. "It has a tiny inscription," Silra said. "I don't know of an island here, and no map I've seen had any special marking for this particular location, but it may well be worth checking this out. I've seen many a map in my days, and there's never been a marking on this particular part of the water." "It is an ancient map," Rorchichor said, scratching his beard. "Perhaps it was just a marking for back then." "I too have never seen such a location marked on any map I've seen. The dwarves, though, were known to have many hidden places." Rorchichor looked to Turgon. "Well, this would definitely count as a hidden place if this were the only map in existence that has it, and it's hidden within the sacred realm." Silra had taken out a parchment and was making a direct etching off the map. I have a copy of the location. We get out of here and figure out what we're going to do, and we can maybe go there and see what we can find." He tucked the parchment away and then looked up at what was around them. "If there's anything I would wish to do, it would be to spend a mere day in here to see what I can find. But we should not stay in any place for too long here. While the school seems pretty clear of any of our undead friends, it will not take long for those that were seeking us before perhaps to wander their way into the places that we unlocked." As they begin moving out of the dwarven library, Turgon realized that they had indeed opened a sealed door, and now the undead most likely would make their way here in time. Exiting out of the far end of the library, they'd come to a large stairwell that snaked up the circular tower. It was a long journey, and though he had kept counting as they began with each step getting harder and harder, he lost count at approximately 400 steps. They had come now to a great bridgeway that stretched out across a subterranean school to get to a strange tower that seemed to be the steeple of yet another grand building far beneath them. "Mine," Rorchichor said, pointing at some ruins directly beside the door. "I've always liked dwarves," Silra said. "You seem to name things exactly what they are without any guess. I once read a text on a Rusis city. They had made up names that made zero sense. One place was called Water Lily." Silra laughed. "I assume it was not a pond?" Rorchichor asked. "Indeed, it was actually a bakery." Turgon just shook his head and shrugged as Rorchichor looked over at him and back to the priest. "Perhaps you just read it wrong." The three of them shared a small laugh before opening the doorway. Here, they found the great shaft that went directly down, and several chains and pulleys that seemed at least at first glance to be in okay condition. "A lift," Rorchichor said. He looked over at a small wooden box and noticed that just like before there were several crystals here. Thankfully, as he twisted one rock, the other crystals lit up, showing that there was still some degree of power left in this part of the city. The ropes, chains, and the creaking of pulleys filled the air as the lift descended from the darkness below. "I have to imagine if there's any other lifts," Turgon said. "This has to be the last of them. No doubt a fallback for those in the mines to get back to school." Rorchichor nodded in agreeance, and then looked to Silra. "I suspect we will find more of the unfriendly types deep in this place." "No doubt, and perhaps quite a bit more dead. I will bring rest to your brethren, and it does not tire me to do so. Like I explained, I am one of the pure users of magic in this place now. Because of that, I'm engorged with the goddess's power to bring rest and relief to those that have fallen." While Turgon was happy of the priest's ability and increased level of power while in this place, he couldn't help but to ask, "That's great that you can take care of our brethren, but is there any chance you can bring down Etha's rage upon this place if we need it? You know, like the stories of the island of E." The priest shook his head. "Yes, I know of E. The difference was the goddess herself was in the sky and attempting to purify that land of a terrible blood." "Eiklo," Rorchichor said, looking down the chasm just seeing the lift coming into view. "Everyone talks about the island Eiklo, but not the city that it was." "City?" Silra asked. Turgon and Rorchichor both nodded, having known the story of the Dwemer city of E, the destroyer of other cities. The three of them entered the lift, and using a small controller that seemed to be connected to the greater structure they were within, Turgon took them down. It was a flying city. At first it was something to protect the Dwemer from the flooding glacial seas, or so the stories say. But some mad Dwemer used it to literally level an entire Rusis city in a single blast of energy. Such power? It makes no sense to me the Dwemer are all but destroyed, that they would allow themselves to be wiped out. I don't think any race allows themselves to be wiped out, but I do believe they created enough chaos into the world that the world, and no doubt the gods, decided that their race was to end. Turgon realized that the revelation about the Dwemhar seemed to strike Silra quite strangely. "Why care so much of the Dwemhar, priest?" Rorchichor asked. "I just wonder in the way the world is and the balance of all things. How an entire race, or more so 2 races, because of the Rusies and the state they're in, how does that come to pass?" The lift had descended down with a fairly rapid pace and had come to rest almost level with a small walkway that led to yet another door. "War, my friend, war," the Hammersong told him. That Turgon had seen and witnessed so far upon entering this ancient city, trapped in the time of its own destruction, he worried the most about where they were now. While opening the initial doors to lead into this place, there was not a time where he was not a bit anxious. If the dwarves of this place were anything like dwarves that he knew, he would be in the minds that those who can still fight would have made their last stand. Now, in any war of attrition where the dwarves would know ahead of time that they would be falling back, the entire place would be rigged with traps. For while the simpleton of any other race might simply die if trapped in halls of stone, the dwarves can simply delve their way out the other side. While even Turgon wasn't too sure that that was the best plan in the case that your enemy is surrounding you. It's what dwarves believe. Better to kill your enemy and trap yourself deep within the world, allowing yourself to climb out the other side of the hastily hewn tunnel and then be killed on the surface. The other positive he saw was that they had entered from the lift that had come down from the school. That meant the defenses would have been away from this place, and this would have been the last fallback. If there are any dwarves alive, he would expect it to be here. "After you, my king," Rorchichor said, referencing the door. While they had taken a significant amount of more caution in other places, there was a mutual understanding between the Hammersong and Turgon that the chances were better than any that this place was secure. That said, their enemy was cunning, and as he pulled open the door, he kept his weapon at the ready. There was a gust of air, and the smell of spice and cured meat. No doubt exactly what one would expect in a great dwarven hall. As they opened the door further, Turgon stepped into an entryway not too atypical of any other room off of a great dwarven mine. It was a vast chamber, lit with glowing crystals, and still by some crazy chance, there was but crackling coals of a fire in the fireplace some distance away. Rorchichor and Silra poured in just behind Turgon, the Hammersong seeming stuck at the signs of life they found. "Not too fast," Silra said. "While I do see what we all see, if there are any of your kin alive, they would not expect any but enemy to be coming upon them now. I have no doubt that the dwarves that may be here are going to be significantly different than either of you." This room was absolutely not one of the cleanest rooms to be found in any dwarven hall. The side rooms off different delving tunnels would always be in a little bit of chaos. This one, even one used by ancient bloodlines, was the absolute same as any other. Aside from harnesses and different tool belts laying around, there were racks upon racks of great pickaxes. As they made their way around several long tables with dirty plates and mugs still as they would have been in any other place, Turgon made a point to pick up one of the pickaxes and realized that the edges of it had a blue stone hue. "We don't make pickaxes like this anymore," he said, lifting it towards Rorchichor. "Ballerite is one of the rarest minerals there is. Haradar was actually built over a ballerite vein, but has long since been empty. That is a kingly treasure." He tossed the pickaxe to Rorchichor and he took 2 more, before grabbing a belt to fasten both of them upon himself. "Priest, take one of these," Turgon said. Silra did exactly as he wished, claiming one of the axes as his own. He half expected some protest from the priest, but it seemed that even the priest knew the value of what they had. "Should we actually take this?" Silra asked. That was what I expected, Turgon thought. "This may be the tomb of many," Rorchichor said, "but it is better to be in the hands of breathing dwarves than in the accursed claws of sentient dead. This is as our people would want." They proceeded from this chamber directly down the hall to where there were 9 passages going in every direction deeper into the ground. "We are at the head chamber of the mines," Rorchichor said, "though I see no guidepost. They must have knocked it down to prevent the enemy from being able to figure out which way was which." Turgon began searching the floor, looking for exactly what Rorchichor was mentioning. At the start of any dwarven mine was a large pillar, typically made of wood and etched on if the mines were increased in size and complexity. This would act as a map of sorts, a map to mark different veins of different minerals and perhaps gold or mithril. They would typically also mark any particular places where jewels of grand size were found. At that point, they would send in more prospectors to make the best decision on which way to go or not go for more. It only took him a few moments to find what he was looking for, and indeed, it had been chopped apart and burned intentionally. "So we delve into the darkness not knowing which way to actually go." But Turgon's words were not exactly correct. The mine was not dark. There seemed to be many torches still burning, and no doubt lit by any that may still be hidden deep within. "Might I remind us all while we are here? To get that ore." Silra's words were stark and surprising, though not too surprising based on where they were and everything they had seen so far. Turgon glanced over to Rorchichor, who seemed to be about to say something rather harsh to the priest. "Course," Rorchichor said, "but we also have no idea which one will lead us to what we want. We will journey in at random and possibly pick out the one that looks the oldest, and then we'll see what we find." His words seemed enough to quell both Rorchichor's anger and the priest's fear. A moment to ponder the scenario they found themselves in. It was strange to be in a place that was so disconnected from the rest of the world, to be in an ancient city that, while within the city itself, nothing much had changed. However, to him, and to Silra, and to the Hammersong, this was thousands of years ago. Still, looking at the many mine openings and trying to decide which one might be the best, it was odd to rub his fingers on the stone and touch the literal past. He looked to Rorchichor as if the Hammersong might have some idea of which way they should actually try. With so many different options, it was very unclear if one was more right or more so less wrong than the other. But it didn't seem that Rorchichor had any more of an inclination to go one way or another. "You can stop staring at me. I'm not going to kiss you, my king. Just trying to make the best choice here." He turned in place, looking at many of the different mines, before noticing one that had a slightly different hue to the stone. While many of the mines were a dark gray-colored stone, there was one that was a bit brighter. Turgon went to this one and peered in, seeing a much older set of tracks, no doubt, for moving ore from the deeper parts all the way up. This mine stood out as one that was older. "We'll go this way," he said, nodding into the mine. Rorchichor shrugged, bringing his hammer to bear and stepping ahead of Turgon. "Don't worry, I'll make sure there is nothing big and frightening in there, except for me." Silra followed just after him, and so it ended up that Turgon was in the rear. They descended down, walking the dead center of the track and passing a torch every several paces. This meant, of course, that there were several dark spots in what became a twisting corridor going deeper and deeper into the ruins. At some point, they came to a spot where not just the normal reinforced walls with simple wooden timbers could be found, but a much more intricate and carefully laid stone seemed to be bracing this portion of the mine. Rorchichor stopped, brushing one of the columns and then squinting at the writing. "My king, I do believe you've picked the correct mine. This is a founder's stone. It marks the location of a great treasure to be found. We used to do this back in Haradar, but now the mines there have been so well delved that new discoveries are rare." Turgon leaned in to see what the Hammersong was talking about. There were several deeply carved etches. It wasn't ruins or any other writing like that, but more so an artistic impression. This one in particular was made to look like the sun with a circle in many slashes going around. "A sun?" The Hammersong grunted. "A sun indeed. Makes me think that we might have found the one mine that happens to have exactly what we came here for." Don't worry, my king. Bit longer and we'll have plenty of the ore for the old forge. We can start joking about what we will enchant. I, for one, would like a good tankard, one that I could fill once with my ale, and it would automatically refill, like a conveyor without the conveyor, or a servant without actually having to deal with anyone. No one actually wants to deal with anyone else when they are drunk. They just want the drink and to keep drinking, and what better than a situation where you don't actually have to get up to refill your drink? Silra made a point to take a look at the marking, and then laughed to himself. Something funny, priest? Rorchichor asked. No, not funny. Okay, it's a little funny. I would think that a dwarf wouldn't worry so much about having an enchanted tankard. Would you not just sit there with the entire barrel just to your side and just refill your glass as you want? Rorchichor stared at the priest, and Turgon just raised an eyebrow and shook his head as they began to slowly walk again deeper into the mine. Then, quite surprisingly, Rorchichor let out a very loud laugh. I do think this priest here understands dwarves a bit more than I thought when we started. Of course, you always have the barrel right next to you. You don't want to stumble down the hallway, but that also leads to another issue. That barrel can run out. In my particular scenario, my tankard would never run dry. An endless mug of happiness. Turgon smirked to himself as it seemed that the Hammersong and the priest were getting along better than they had been before. But the air was beginning to smell quite foul in this direction. Where before it was nothing but the smell of stone, as best could be described, there was an odor in this direction. The path had stopped descending, and now they were walking directly on top of multiple different tracks that seemed to be going the same direction. The mine had widened approximately 3 times larger than the way it was when they first entered. You smell that? Rorchichor asked. I do, Turgon said. Smells dead, Silra commented. They were taking greater caution now. While before finding the Founder's Mark and the chance that they had picked the correct mine had given them a sense of comfort, now, as the smell of dead and decay filled their nostrils, they remembered of where they actually were. I don't think we're going to find any of our brethren here, Rorchichor said. Not breathing anyway. Turgon hurried to walk beside Rorchichor. There's still a chance. When we first entered the chamber before, it was not a chance happening that we smelled what we did, and that we saw the fire still dying. If a dwarf had fallen here, particularly the one or ones that had that fire, they would not yet stink. The conversation, as they had it, was disturbing, but it gave them some form of comfort to know exactly what Turgon had realized. They had come at last to a well-laid set of stairs that went down the center of the multiple tracks. Indeed, this was more than an old mine. This was the foundations where the dwarves first delved. In fact, it almost gave credence to one of the old creation stories of dwarves. The belief that they did not awaken upon the mountains like the Rooses, or beside the seas as the elves did, but in fact they awoke underground, and were given what they required for life by the god Throka. Then, using their hammers, their pickaxes, and every instrument of both mining and war, they chiseled their way through stone and earth to reach the outside world. It is a story that every dwarf knows, that long ago dwarves opened their eyes to blackness, and the god Throka gave them fire, and with the fire they melted the stones that surrounded the entire room of their birth. With the holy metals, they crafted their place in the world. But it was not just that dwarves mined their way to the surface, but they defeated countless creatures that were asleep in the belly of the world, saving elf, dwarf, Roosis, and Dwemhar from all manners of terrors. The surface dwellers would never know of a few proud dwarves that forged a safer world in the darkness. Turgon could not explain the vast complex of structures that were before him, but the source of the horrid smell became blatantly obvious. There were piles and piles of undead, littered everywhere within this chamber. Ahead was a rectangular wall and a tower beyond it. It was then that Turgon could smell the scent of burning wood. The undead do not use fire, the priest said. Rorchichor hastened his pace, moving directly towards the wall and a sealed doorway. Turgon, while noticing the structure, of course, also was looking around at the walls and realized that he was looking upon an ore he had never seen, and he had seen every form of ore in the world, or so he thought. Upon getting to the door that their simple journey, which it had been so far, was about to be challenged. A sudden sound of drums, a deep bellowing horn, and the ground erupted around them as massive stone statues stood out of nowhere. The priest brought up his staff, sending a blinding light directly into the closest of the creatures of stone, but would not be touched by light magic. It was a rock golem, a massive creature, and where there was one, there were always two more, for they guarded old dwarven places. In truth, Turgon should have expected exactly this, but it was the Hammersong that was most surprised, bringing his hammer to bear just as he was struck center chest by one of the creature's fists. But then, before any of them could react further, or anyone to be struck again, there was a single whistle. "Hallowed be the path. Hallowed be those that delve deep into the world. Glory be to Throka, the one who should deliver the final blow to the goddess Mortua." Turgon looked at Rorchichor, and the priest went to talk, but Turgon put his hand up. Turgon wasn't exactly sure what to say, but he tried to remember from his studying as a young dwarf a phrase from the Book of Throka. He knew what was just quoted was something from there, but he was never very good at religion. Instead of possibly insulting whatever was speaking to them, be it an automated construct or some strange spellcraft meant to protect the guardians of golems here, he figured he would go with the tried-and-true word, or more so phrase as it was, "There's nothing quite as beautiful as an axe head bellowed deep into the head of the wood elf." Silra looked at Turgon completely mortified, while the Hammersong gazed in confusion, but with a slight smirk. The three rock golems moved closer to them, and in fact surrounded them as it was. The door suddenly cracked open, and a figure gazed out. "You're the most pitiful-looking dwarves I've ever seen." A dwarf in fine golden robes, he had a long white beard braided together and fastened with several pieces of jewelry. The dwarf's eyes were a deep blue, almost like peering into the ocean. Both Turgon and Rorchichor immediately bowed. "By Throka, are there any others?" "You've come from the Grand Council? Does this mean that our forces have retaken the main halls?" The dwarf came fully through the door and made a motion with his hand, waving the rock golems off. Turgon watched as the golems returned to the ground, becoming just simple stone once again. "On your feet, dwarves. It is sad to see you in such pitiful shape. Where's your moon armor?" Rorchichor looked at Turgon, and Turgon nodded. Turgon knew that Rorchichor wanted to speak to this dwarf himself. "I don't think you understand. You know the year?" The dwarf nodded. "It is the year of Throka, 451. The calendar of the dwarves had many missing places. Now, Turgon recalled that the period known as the years of Throka were indeed of the ancient times. "I feel introductions are best as long as we are safe here." The dwarf nodded. "A fortnight ago, this would not have been a safe place, but many dwarves died to assure the vault remained closed. I did not think when I sent several of my students out that they would actually be able to get outside and reach the help that was beyond our land. But I do wonder why so few have come. Does he not feel the need to send legions to our aid?" Turgon knew the dwarf Disi as the first king of the mountain in Haradar. Truly, this dwarf was speaking of the beginning of one of the oldest cities of dwarves still in existence. "My good dwarf, I am Rorchichor, a Hammersong from Haradar. This here," he said, referencing Turgon, "is a king fighting on the surface to thwart the race of men and their grab for power and lands. And this is a priest of Ether of the race of men." The dwarf staggered and fell to the ground. Both Rorchichor and Turgon grabbed him immediately and supported him. The dwarf began to shake and attempted to speak, but stuttered. "It is not the year of Throka anymore, is it? My friend, the world has changed much, but it seems that one of your students indeed did get out and sealed this place. to prevent whatever evil of Mortua was to come, Turgon said. Indeed, we are not some grand army sent to rescue and reclaim the great halls of this place. We had come for the mineral, the ore you have here to relight an old forge. But we did not expect to truly find anyone still alive. The undead rule this place. But have you know that they did not reach the outside world? The dwarf pushed himself up, looking at Turgon, and then to Rorchichor. Then his concerned gaze turned to Silra. It seems the race of men continued, even though, as I understood it, the great city of Vasruhal had fallen, and those of men had died. Tell me, was the sacrifice of so many worth it? Did the race of men become something greater? Silra bowed. I cannot say if we are greater in the eyes of those that watched over the race of men. I can say that I served the goddess Etha and all the gods of the greater north, and now I serve this dwarf here as a friend, a companion. But there's much of my race that is vile. The dwarf seemed to grind his teeth, taking a moment to feel about the robe pocket on his right side. In typical dwarven fashion, he pulled out a small bottle and took a swig. It seems, good dwarf, that some things do not change no matter the year, the hour, or the situation. Turgon laughed. I invite you in. I wish you to come into my refuge. The dwarf said nothing else and turned. Turgon followed just behind. As they entered the passageway, Turgon immediately realized that it made sense why the dwarf was so confused to the time. Here, he had many supplies stored up, countless barrels of food and some with drink, no doubt. There was a large stock of candles, and while he expected from the outside this room to be bigger, it was quite small. The four of them now stood around a small stove, as it was clear to Turgon that Silra was a bit uncomfortable. What's the problem, boy? Ever been this close to a dwarf? The dwarf, whose name they still did not know, was like a much older version of Rorchichor. Well, no, sir, Silra said in a strange, timid tone. Here in this place I have many names and titles. None are of royalty, and I would not want. But among friends as we are at this point, since what you told me means that everyone else is probably dead, I say to call me Balinor. I am a high forger, a guardian and protector of the original place of the dwarves. Truly, our entire race came from this place, and they went upon the world. We are a sacred realm, and while there were thousands of your brothers and sisters here at one time, the decision to extract the powers of the goddess became our downfall. Now, I know nothing of the world as it is, and truly you could be nothing more than a robber seeking to take that which is ours. Dwarf or no dwarf, those that lived outside of this place were not of the caliber of those within it. But I cannot sit here and threaten those who may be my only hope to get out of here. Truly, even the gods, even Throka, he said with a growl in his tone, has forsaken us. Perhaps it is payment for the great sin, or perhaps it is to be my continued curse. I cannot say for sure. So, King, he said, pointing directly at Turgon, do you have some grand hall? How deep are the mines beneath your fortress? I would like to know the status of the king before me. To Turgon this was an awkward question, considering he had no hall or mine. Those that followed him were all but dead at this point. He had done things against the wishes of the greater dwarven kingdoms, and in turn got many, many dwarves killed. Rorchichor interjected. He is a king of the Tycan Mountains. His dominion is vast. In truth, he was a fugitive to Haradar, but he was betrayed by the race of men, and many, many dwarves died. Though his campaign was not sanctioned by any king in Haradar or Micronach or Harkonach, it has been now. In truth, this dwarf, this king before you, took a step that no other dwarf dared take. He risked open war for the holiness of the lost realms of our people. But he has no grand hall or fortress and no mines. He seeks to reclaim that which was lost to the race of men. In truth, many great cities of men had been erected over our old great places. So I bid you do not judge this king based on his possessions, but his intent of heart and mind. Turgon was rather surprised by the Hammersong's words. It was actually more proper for an attendant of the king to speak in such a way than the king himself, but in truth, Turgon didn't really know how he would have answered that question. Balinor just simply stared. He was peering deep into Turgon, and though Turgon had never known of any dwarf to have any form of mental powers or the ability to foresee, he could feel Balinor moving through his mind. Indeed it is as the Holy Guardian says. Balinor then looked at Silra for just a short moment before looking at Rorchichor. Hammersong of Haradar, holy warriors using the temporal weapons of their ancestors. I have many questions, though I don't expect I shall like the answers. Considering what has happened here, I do wonder if perhaps the best path for me is to simply stay here. You seek the ancient ore as it would be to you now? Balinor asked. I do. The deserts of lost sands have become cursed by many djinns seeking to continue the work of dark gods. I was gifted a ruin in the mountains far east of here, yet our forge apparently is a star forge, something of the old world indeed. Balinor closed his eyes and held it for just a few moments before opening again. I know of the place you have. It is indeed old as you believe, but I do think it likely has secrets that you don't know of. But I must tell you that while I can give you what you desire, there is a downside. A downside? Balinor stood up tall and turned, going to a solid wall behind him. He made a motion with his hand on the stone, and suddenly ruins began to appear in a circular pattern moving across the stone. Then a doorway opened, and a bright light poured forth. Both Turgon and Rorchichor were amazed at the glorious display of bright, shiny ores literally filling this strange room. Within the vault, we have placed all the ore that we can have. It was already figured out that it was with this ore that Mortua was able to gain control of most of our city. We knew there was a reaction, so we tried to hide it. This was way before her physical form immolated much of the city. There were many that were to come here, not just me. All around this vault there are secret passages and other places that those like me, and truly those that deserved it far more than me could have been. But it was not just Mortua that betrayed us, but some within our own ranks. I thought at first you three might have been them coming again. So there are others? Rorchichor asked. There are others in a way. The very first that Mortua took control of she did not kill, but instead gave power. This is not too unlike what happened in the realm of man in Vasruhal, when great pillars came across the oceans which brought sickness, and with it came the first necromancers. You've no doubt seen the ones with purple eyes. We defeated one upon entering this place, Turgon said. Yes, I figured there were more of those. To be our problem. It is why I asked if you brought an army, for I truly believe it would take an army to get through them. It seems you've had some level of favor in getting to this place. You can take as much of the ore you can take, but know that these necromancers, these twisted dwarves, they feed on it. They seek it out like a drunkard seeks to barrel. The moment we leave this vault, if indeed we are to leave it together, they will be drawn to it. The passage narrowed so much, Silra-casted Rorchichor was now leading. I released the mine with everything that transpired. Much to Turgon's surprise, Turgon took. This is it. This is what we came for. This is what we need for the forge. But there was before them stood, did know. That is going. Chapter 6. Flight. The task of gathering the Balerite was as simple as putting apples in a bag. The ore itself, though larger than the head of the Hammersong's hammer, felt no heavier than a small stone. Each piece was crystalline, and as Turgon picked each one up, it hummed as he moved it through the air. Strange, so strange, Turgon said. Balinor smiled. Is there truly none any more in the world? Turgon shrugged. I don't know. I know when Silra mentioned the stuff and how this forge we found worked, I had no idea where to go to get some. The dwarf looked over to Silra and then back to Turgon. At the moment, Silra and Rorchichor were several paces away. Balinor leaned into Turgon. This man knew of our realm here, yet no dwarves do. It's a story now. A belief that it exists, but more of a legend than anything else. I can't express how horrible I feel saying that. The old passes away to make room for the new. Tell me, Turgon, You have been to the halls of Haradar? I have. I lived there for some time. It is where all dwarves go to learn about every aspect of our culture, from forging to script, to even that of Throka. And you, he said, peering down at him in concern. Do you stay the path of stone and fire? Do you serve Throka? Turgon didn't immediately answer, and oddly, Balinor didn't seem upset. I thought that about you, Balinor said. Like so many, you have fallen away. But how could you know that here? How do you know of the loss of belief in our brothers and sisters? It happened here. We live in a sacred realm, and yet belief was lost, and madness took its place. This push for power of all kinds, even using the body of the goddess to push everything further and further, to make something even more than it was by impure paths. He paused. It is why I think I must cleanse this place. I've got a priest, Turgon laughed. No, I think not. But once you leave here, you will have another brother beside you. Finish up, he said. Turgon noticed Balinor turned and walked out of the chamber. So much balarite, Silra said, tying the bag and stacking it against the door. You act like it's heavy. It's lighter than a dwarf toddler that had way too much salted pork. Rorchichor laughed. Turgon noticed they now have 6 bags, including his own. And how long will this last? Rorchichor asked. We won't burn through it in our lifetime, Turgon said, or so Silra was muttering to himself earlier. Well, yes, you heard that. I did, but I think that was when you still thought it was going to be like carrying out iron ingots or something. Yes, Silra laughed, holding up a piece of the ore. It's so odd. It makes such a funny sound. Well, the books just don't do it justice at all. I don't get how something that isn't even dense can act as such a fuel source for the Starforge. Because it is not like coal or wood. It is a temporal generating substance, and the vibration gives off heat. It reacts on forces as it reacts to itself, Balinor said. Turgon looked up to see the dwarf, from before not in his simple red robe, but in the most intricate silver armor studded with red jewels that went across his chest. On his belt, a sword that looked almost elven at first glance, but the square hilt pieces fashioned with sapphire and a clear B inscribed on the pommel reinforced that it was not elven and was actually personalized to the dwarf that brandished it. Across his back, a hammer, a massive hammer that even made the Hammersong's weapon look small. Turgon bowed slightly, as did Rorchichor. No bowing to me. I am a mere high smith, not a king. I wouldn't want that. Do you have enough for 10 generations in those bags? He said, pointing at their gathered balarite. We do, thank you, Turgon said. Good. Balinor took out a small golden box and set it in the container which held the balarite. He pressed 2 fingers into a lock of some kind, and the box began to glow. A moment later, it popped open, revealing a set of small crystalline gears. Turgon looked at it and realized there was a jagged black stone in the center of the device. What is that? He asked. Purification. Balarite has no ability to burn, but the energy it releases is truly insane given its lifespan. But if one was to release energy that sought it out to bend and break that which makes it, the resulting energy would be released in a rather insane level. This black stone is radiorite, an even rarer stone. A stone that will destroy the balarite at a level beyond sight. A little discovery from Keva. Keva, Silra said. You mean that place where the Ruses lived? Yes. The Ruses have a way with physical matter that us dwarves can admire. I do wish to see an old friend in time. It has been several years in my time. His voice trailed off, as he realized that there was a chance that the very Ruses he was speaking of was gone. Turgon went to speak, and Balinor just shook his head. I'd rather not know of the Ruses in your time. It is a conversation for after we are out of this place. There was a palpable tension in the air that Turgon didn't like. the sudden understanding that the destruction of the ancient city was near and was both unexpected and saddening. Rorchichor was standing with his back to them. He had 4 of the bags tied together and affixed to his body with the straps that normally held his hammer. Silra had 2 bags. Turgon had 2. To their surprise, Balinor also filled 2 bags. Then, after manipulating something on his radiorite device, he placed it in the center of the balarite and backed away. For the glory of Throka, for those that have fallen, for those that will live. Balinor bowed and then turned to them. Let us depart. They headed out, passing through the small room and back to the outside. Balinor whistled and the 3 golems stood up. We leave, take form 2. Follow us, we head from this realm. Form 2, the golem said in a monotone unison. Suddenly, they were not towering above them, but shrunk to a size just a bit larger than Balinor. Now they'd be able to make their way through the city, or so Turgon assumed. Hope you like walking. It's quite a ways, at least the lift works, Silra said. That will not be necessary, Balinor said. Balinor was leading them not the way they came, but to a small stone temple with a square roof that was just off the road, something that Turgon hadn't seen before. I do not know how far it will take us, but we can get some of the way to the outside. We'll see what still has power. Balinor led them into the stone temple, and it was here there was a large pool of glowing water and a stone pedestal. Turgon watched as Balinor moved his hand over the pedestal. Okay, the 1st and 5th towers are out. Academy main corridor and proving grounds are unpowered. I see 1 power node active in the main smithing tower and... He paused. Looking at the others, I have 1 that takes us further from the main gateway and another that puts us in the center of the Halls of Fathers, directly beneath the Silver Gate. The resting place of fallen dwarves? Rorchichor said. You know? Halls of Fathers was a term to be a place of honor for Hammersong that died in battle. These are literal, not of the spirit world, but of the real world. I suspect the thralls of Mortua to be there in massive numbers. They will already be called to us. Then we meet them head-on, surrounded by the great ones of our race, Turgon said. Balinor nodded. The pool began to swirl, and then the surface became covered in a white fire. Silra leaned over, looking into it. Turgon did the same. Balinor reached into his bag of balarite and smirked. How do you destroy the balarite here? Rorchichor asked. For that, I will do it at the moment we are leaving this realm. I have a device that allows me to manually ignite the fuse, but... He pulled out 2 pieces of balarite. This is a gift for our friends on the other side. He slammed the 2 pieces of balarite together. There was a deafening sound, almost as if the ore was screaming out. They began to flash randomly as Balinor tossed them into the portal. And now we go, he said, bringing his hammer to bear. Turgon and him were the first in. Turgon felt like he was being pulled upwards at a rate that made his entire body hurt for a moment. Then his vision cleared from white to black, and then bright red fire around them. On the other side of the portal, the balarite had exploded, blasting through the thralls that were indeed within the chamber as suspected. All around them, the undead were on fire and flailing about. Others growled at the arrival of fresh living dwarves to feast on. Massive statues stood towering over them as far as he could see in all directions. The Halls of Fathers was indeed a place of magnificence. Great torches were suspended high above, glowing with a deep blue fire. Next, the cave the golems came through the portal, then Rorchichor, and finally Silra. The way out is left! Let us go! Balinor shouted. The dwarves were like a great wedge, driving a path through the undead with hammer and axe strikes. Turgon tightened his grip on his weapon, falling back near Silra. The priest was slower. Using his staff, he lifted up a great orb of white light. Sanctify Necro-Dwarf! The undead in a great circular perimeter all fell at once. "Move to the bridge!" Balinor said. Turgon didn't see the bridge. He just saw more and more undead. Then he saw them, dozens of dwarves with purple eyes. Then, from the ceilings came more undead, crawling like spiders down the great columns in an encircling wave. "Throka, give me strength!" Rorchichor shouted. His hammer alight in crackling energy, he swung his weapon, sending out a resounding screech that echoed so loud it overtook the growls of the undead. He began to spin, faster and faster, taking down more and more with each growing arc. Blasts of fireballs flung down upon them from the necromancers on the outer edges, the stewards of the undead, those that were closest to Mortua, and by the looks of them, not undead at all. Many of them had let down their hoods. Their faces were not much different than Turgon's. "You betray our great city!" Balinor shouted. "Bring your pretty faces to my axe, and I will show you true power!" The necromancers seemed to take that as an invitation, for suddenly the undead stacked upon one another, forming a wall in Turgon's companions' direction of travel. Soon they could not see the distant wall they had been running to. They were backed against a stationary wall of undead. The creatures weren't attacking them anymore, but they were being cornered. The golems struck now. Unable to break through, they turned, taking defensive positions. "Hammersong!" Balinor shouted. "Together!" They both lifted their weapons, cracking into the wall of twisting arms and legs. Their enemies were shredded with each strike, but the undead now had a black goo that was congealing and solidifying the bodies. Turgon joined them, striking over and over. Nothing was working. Silra lifted his staff. "Sanctify, Necro!" "Shadow immolate!" a dwarf shouted. The air around them began to glow. "Dwarves! To me!" Silra said. He cast a ward, growing it in a twisting layer of swirling blue energy, but the ward was small and unstable. "Golems, form around us, shield us!" The golems made a circle, kneeling down and using their bodies as a wall. The air was glowing brighter. "What spell is this?" Silra asked. "I have not seen this." "Come close," Balinor said. The dwarves put Silra at their center. Turgon bound arms with the others. There was a crackling sound, and suddenly the most horrid wave of heat, hotter than even the forges of Haradar, engulfed where they stood. Turgon couldn't breathe. The air was so bright that it was hard to keep his eyes open. The spell resided, and the golems turned and struck the undead that immediately moved in upon them. Their bodies were red-hot, smoke rising off them. "Cook a dwarf in his own home, will you?" Balinor asked. One of the dwarves with purple eyes approached them. "This domain is of our queen, the great Mortua, devourer of the weak and enforcer of the will of Vanku. You shall not leave this place with that which is deemed sacred. Give it to us now." Balinor shrugged. He took hold of the Balarite and then tossed it up in front of him before slamming his axe into it. At first there was just a spark as the head hit the ore, but as it flew directly at the necromancer, it grew in size like a massive fireball and struck with an explosion of energy. Silra lifted his staff. "Sanctify Necro-Dwarf!" This time the spell worked, again dropping dozens of undead in an instant. But Silra staggered. His casting was already more than he was used to. Turgon turned back to the wall and then looked at the golems. Rorchichor jumped forward, slamming his axe down and throwing back yet another wave of enemies. More of the red-eyed dwarves were coming. "The golems, Balinor," Turgon said. "We can use them. They can throw us to the top." Balinor nodded. "Golems, up, get us up this wall." Silra was first to be taken and tossed up over the strange wall of hardened undead bodies. Rorchichor was next. Twisting bolts of energy bounced around them as the necromancers attempted to hit them. Both Turgon and Balinor held position, striking more and more undead. Balinor whistled and pointed. The golems grabbed both of them and tossed them upwards. Turgon nearly missed, but Rorchichor grabbed his arm just as he was about to go over the other side. The wall itself sloped, but it would not have been an easy landing. "That is why you do not toss dwarves," he teased. Now, upon the wall, more bolts of magic flew at them, but from here, Turgon could see the bridge that Balinor had mentioned. There were still many undead, but now their enemy had created a wall that would actually help them more than anything. The golems were still fighting below. "They will work to protect our flank, but we must deal with our enemy the dwarven way," Balinor said. "Yes, lovely," Rorchichor said. They slid down the wall, weapons first into another line of their enemy. "Barumara! Barong!" Balinor suddenly shouted. The many red jewels on his armor began to twist, crackling with red lightning as he lunged forward, sending a wall of fire across the ground, immolating their foes and knocking back others. He burst forward again, hammer swinging in multiple large arcs as he spun around repeatedly. Single-handedly, the dwarf was clearing their path, and as they finally reached a massive arch with two statues of dwarves with spears and massive shields, Balinor took to a knee. Their way was just across the bridge. The wall that the necromancers had built crumbled and fell. Two golems remained, and punching and kicking, they tried to stem the fresh tide of undead. Balinor motioned to use the Balarite. Turgon and Rorchichor both took the oar in hand, tossing it up as Balinor had done before swinging and smacking it directly into their enemy. Two massive explosions sent vibrations through the air, and 3 columns shattered, bringing down part of the ceiling, sending up plumes of smoke. The golems were still coming. Now, undead were emerging directly above them. These were different. They were like smoky beasts, a summoning of some kind. Then, Turgon saw the necromancers walking in a line, their staffs of bone above their heads. They were casting energy directly upwards. Balinor pointed. "Across the bridge, brothers! Go!" Silra ran, Turgon just behind him with Rorchichor following. The bridge was wide, at least 10 dwarves could stand abreast, and there would still be room. As they reached the other side, they saw a stairwell and a door up above them. "Up! Go!" Turgon shouted. Silra didn't need any other command as Turgon was just behind him. He turned, seeing the golems taking stance with Balinor. The High Smith was holding position. "Balinor, come, now!" The dwarf threw more Balarite. Explosions followed, but upon attempting another Balarite attack, it was intercepted by a necromancer's spell, exploding directly over the High Smith. The shadowy summoning suddenly jumped upon Turgon and the others. They were like angry cats, snapping and clawing at their armor. More of an annoyance than anything. Turgon smacked them down, but now the necromancers were nearly upon Balinor. The undead were moving past him. The roof of the Hall of Fathers began to crumble more, large pieces of stones falling down. Balinor dropped his weapon, holding a golden device in his left hand. "Flee!" he shouted. "Flee from this place, dwarves of the New World." "The Balarite! He's going to blow it!" Turgon shouted. "Rorchichor, we must go!" But the Hammersong was not listening to his king. There was but a dwarf alive that needed assistance. The undead were coming up the stairs. "Rorchichor, you—" The dwarf turned and looked at him. "If you must, go. I will not leave him. It is my creed." The Hammersong bowed his head, then jumped, hammer falling with a resounding gong on the floor. Undead were splattered beneath his strike. He made another massive jump, clearing half the bridge, and then sprinting at full force towards Balinor. Balinor took notice, picking up his weapon as the necromancers were met not by a defeated dwarf, but by his hammer. Turgon began making his way down as now Rorchichor was hand-to-hand fighting the necromancers. He punched and then grabbed 2 of them, shoving them into the stone, their heads cracking and splattering. A 3rd and 4th and 5th were upon him, and he grabbed the one by the staff. Ripping it from its wielder, he stabbed the end of it in his eye, sending up a small eruption of blood and pieces of eye. The two remaining were nearly upon him when Balinor brought his sword and hammer to bear, striking both at the same time. Turgon was still cutting down undead as the Hammersong and High Smith joined him. "We must flee now. There will be more," Balinor said. They made it to the stairwell, and then to Silra, who had not been just hiding, but now was holding yet another passage filled with undead. Being that it was narrow, he simply had a ward up to essentially plug the way. Turgon led them the only way there was to go, another short corridor and a door that had been hidden from their first advance. There was a switch and the rock before them rolled out. They were back near the gateway they had entered when they first came to this ancient city, but now with Balerite and the last living occupant, they made for the outside world and twisting sands. The platform was still there. "I will converse with our friend." "What cursed world is this?" "This was never a desert," Balinor said. "There will be more surprises, no doubt, but in this weirdness I just trust the priest," Turgon said. The golems were now with them, but they were crawling with undead. More undead were coming now. They made their way on to the stone platform. Even the two golems that remained had joined them. It seemed to Turgon that through some strange fate, not only had he obtained the ore that he had originally sought, but also gained a new dwarf and two rock golems. As the platform lifted up, rising high above the city and moving back across the vast wasteland of the desert, with the torrential storms moving about and moving into the soon-to-be-destroyed ancient dwelling. They began to see the undead pouring forth. They were moving with haste back to the very edge of the realm, and as they did so, the storm seemed to dissipate, and even from far away, they could still see the city. "Whatever spell and power my students used has been lost. This realm is faltering," Balinor said. "Well, for what it is worth, friend, at least something of it has survived," Rorchichor said. Balinor nodded and looked back at what had been his home for, in truth, thousands of years. But for him, Turgon knew, everything was still so recent. He wondered what the High Smith would think of the world he was about to step into. He knew it would be very difficult. As they came to rest at the end of their journey, the priest, Silra, seemed a bit uncomfortable. "What is it? Is he playing with your hair again?" Rorchichor asked. "No, he says he hopes that we will all return soon. He seems to be fancying you now." Silra laughed, and Rorchichor just shook his head. As they walked a few paces, Turgon looked to Balinor. "This is the edge, the furthest point before we leave this realm and return to our own." Balinor nodded, taking out the golden device he had helped forge, and began looking back across the strangely calm dunes. They could just see the spires of the old city. Turgon went to say something, perhaps profound if he could think of it, but as he went to speak, Balinor lifted up the device and squeezed it twice, making a clicking sound. Balinor sighed. 4, 3, 2, 1. Just after he said 1, a massive fiery explosion shot up directly into the sky where the city had been. Turgon had never seen a flash so bright. After a few moments, suddenly sands were upturned, thrown high into the air, and Balinor motioned, "Let's go. I do not know the exact level of energy that will be enacted upon this place. We do not have long." They left the realm of the ancient dwarves behind them and emerged on the other side to see a bright sunrise in the east. Now they were all alone. Chapter 7. Old Stranger. While the others had their camels, of course, Balinor took to walking simply beside his two golems. But as they went further and further away from the now desolate realm, he eventually rode atop one of them. Something strange happened to Turgon at this point, something he didn't expect. Ahead, the growing brightness of the day, he saw the mountains where his forge and new home was. He remembered the first time he began his conquest, and what he sought, he wished to restore that which was old. He thought about the lives, the countless souls lost in his conquest to retake the ancient holds of his people, and he remembered one of the thoughts he had as he was captured and taken to the city of Warwick, that he thought he had completely failed. But now, between meeting Silra and freeing the goddess, and now having the chance to go upon a flying rock to a city that was older than any other dwarven home in the realms and save one of their own from a purgatory, it was most definitely not a failure. Now, he looked at what was ahead of him, and as they drew closer and closer to the mountain, he could see many figures standing just outside the main ravine that went towards the forge. As they approached, Turgon saw Silra's daughter sitting on a rock just outside. As they drew closer, Turgon noticed her obvious surprise at the two rock golems that were walking with them. But more to his surprise was a sudden emergence of several dwarves. It was in emerging from his new home he saw the two Hammersong he had sent to seek out those that might have survived the horrendous battle that spurred all of this into motion. But as the Hammersong saw him and went to speak, looks crossed over to Balinor. They all dismounted, and Balinor looked to Turgon and Rorchichor, and then to the two Hammersong. "I can tell by the weapons on your back that you are like your companion here, Rorchichor, Hammersongs of Haradar, if I understand correctly." Both of the Hammersong nodded. Rorchichor stepped between Balinor and his brethren and introduced them. "This is Balinor, High Smith of the ancient city. The stories, brothers, the stories we always heard were always true." "But he must be thousands of years old. How is this possible?" Silra raised his finger. "I can explain it, but first, a good drink and some food." Turgon made a point to take a short nap and to find a good bowl of stew. All of the Balarite that they had gathered was brought to the forge room. "It is amazing to see it," Balinor said. "It is strange that it looks so aged, but I remember it as if it was only a few months ago where I did this. I lit it back then, and I expected that supply of ore to last forever. I do wonder where it went. Even with the passage of time as it is, there should still be some here. Do dwarves now not care about the world of before?" Turgon took a deep swallow of his drink. "There was a war several hundred years ago. Orcs were all over these mountains. I suspect during those wars many of our people were killed. It was simply lost or plundered. Or perhaps lost in an underground lake. I know during those times they used water to flood out a lot of the orc birthing places." Balinor sighed. "Well, we might as well get this lit again." The Star Forge was alight, and Balinor began basic work to fine-tune mechanisms as other dwarves of Turgon's once grand army continued to slowly pour into the old forge. Now Turgon went about establishing guards and patrols in the distant hills. They had to be on the watch for their enemy. The kingdoms of men would no doubt seek out Turgon, as it was no secret that he escaped. As the moon began to rise over the desert, and the distant dunes swirled with the winds of the storm coming up from across the ocean, a single camel appeared in the darkness. Though there was no sign that there was anything to be worried of or any banners identifying this person to be someone of the race of men or a random scout, the person was coming directly for Turgon. As the camel drew closer, the person atop it dismounted. "Turgon, seems you did embrace what I advised." "Oh?" Turgon said, his hand already moving to a small axe at his belt. "Not sure what you're referring to. I don't know you, and I know you don't know me." "You are wearing more clothes than the last time I saw you, and you seem to have upgraded from the small axe I found. Rather impressive for such a short amount of time." What trick is this? Turgon wondered who this person was. Now, more than even before, he was suspicious of everyone. "Remember, if it wasn't for me, you would have never left that dungeon in that city. You seemed to follow the clues, made your way out to the beach, though I'm rather impressed by what I understand happened in the past few days here." "Here? What do you think you know?" "I know that a dwarf helped free a random goddess of some kind, and that 2 Hammersong went about the mass graves of your people in the valley, and that a stranger there helped direct them to where he knew where survivors were. Then it was a matter of simply following them and finding this place. Though you weren't here when I came at first, but there was something I had to check on. I'm a busy guy, after all. The man was strange to look at. It was not an elf or a dwarf. He looked of the race of men, but he did not carry himself in such a way. While he looked as someone would be traveling through the desert, he had a tunic and fine gauntlets with inscriptions of silver upon them. It was not elvish script either. "Who are you?" "I am a Rusis, a traveler from afar. I have reason to believe that the goddess of necromancy has possessed some of your people." "That's not hard to believe, but I'm fairly sure I dealt with that problem just yesterday. So, unless you have other news, I can simply welcome you for a drink and thank you for assisting me." "I do not mean out in the desert where the hidden realm of the ancient dwarves is, though I did spend time there back for the coming of the city destroyer, Ieklo. No, not there. Closer, much closer. I do believe fate has brought us upon one another. I too heard the goddess speak in my dreams. I do believe, Turgon, that there is much you and I must speak of. Get the next story in this series here. Wit was now mid-afternoon. It was nearly nightfall. At TTPS, Getbook, at Necrohunter. Necromancer Hunters. Book 3 of Fallen Dwarf. Written by J.T. Williams. Copyright 2022. The past holds no bearing on the trajectory of the future, and that future is unknown. Embrace the present for all it is. Strike away the old. Chapter 1. The Ruses. Turgon was getting used to the sound of the Starforge at work. It had been 2 days since the events where they met Balinor and secured the ore they needed for the ancient dwarven forge to come to life. In that time, Turgon had learned quite a bit that he did not know in regards to the forge. That said, he knew basically nothing at all to start with. Having a dwarf that was familiar with such a device was going to save them a significant amount of time. Through at least one conversation that Turgon had had with Balinor, it began to become clear to him that wherever his path was taking him now, it was the correct path. But the oddity of things now, with so many of his old kin wandering in, was the one stranger that had appeared the night after they got back. This Rusis, this magic user who had somehow been there to help him after he was captured and then go on to help his kinsmen. While Turgon knew that the only way someone would know what he went through back in Vwerik was if the man was telling the truth when he had gone on to make sure to check the Rusis' story against those he claimed to actually helped. While at first they had all thought that the ruins that he had been blessed to take by a certain priestess were rather small and incomplete, once again, Balinor had shown them what they didn't know. This is no mere workplace or simple forge, and though it quite wasn't a grand dwarven hall, it had a rather large cooking area and plenty of rooms to sleep in. According to Balinor, this had been a garrison for dwarven expeditionary forces that were moving into the desert. While the old sacred realm was known of, its location was not known, and there were many, many openings in the desert that went down, and according to Balinor had been quite valuable to dwarves in old times. "Do you like staring off into the distance often?" Rorchichor asked. "No, but I find it helps me clear my thoughts." Turgon was sitting on a balcony of sorts that he had found by chance when pushing aside a few barrels in a downstairs storage area. The stairwell led up to a twisting tower, then came to a landing, and opened up with a magnificent view of the deserts looking out east. It didn't take long for Turgon to decide to set up a barrel or two and to secure himself his own personal supply of ale. "What of Silra?" Turgon asked. "He went with his daughter to some oasis that's hidden away in the mountains east of here. Apparently, there's something of use there to these priestly types. Garivia was about looking for you earlier." Turgon shook his head and sighed. "Of course she is. I think I liked her more when she was just a gypsy. She's blessed me twice since we got back, and she's probably looking to do it for a third time." Rorchichor smirked. "If she'd like to bless me, she'd need to drop the holy axe and go a little bit more unholy. That's about the only blessing I'll take from her." "Come now, you know she's a priestess. She wouldn't do things like that." Have you met our priest? They both laughed at the insanity of it all. I was watching Balinor earlier, Rorchichor said. Oh, Turgon said, slurping his ale. Yes, every time I think that that forge is ready and about set up, he touches some other stone or manipulates some instrument on its side, and something else changes. Apparently, it can actually create its own ore to some degree for use when smelting. He explained it to me, but I really didn't understand. I also don't understand why it's called a star forge, as in, he pointed up to the sky, star. He did explain it to me to some level. It had something to do with the ore that we retrieved. Apparently, that ore is said to come from the stars. I mean, it doesn't surprise me with dwarves to have such a simple name. A forge that uses star material. Yes, but stars are lights in the night sky, but they're by Throka so as to confuse the elves so we can attack them at night. Do you actually believe what you just said? That our god Throka placed sparkly lights up in the sky to distract the elves? It seems to work, doesn't it? Every time you see elves walking around their woods, staring up at the sky and the stars and the moon. Meanwhile, they could be drinking their wine. I don't really care for most foreign stuff, but the wine's not bad. Careful, Hammersong. I'm going to think you have a crush on the elves. Just that one I met, the blonde one. Though she wasn't an elf, she was just hanging out with them. I wonder what that means. Turgon stood tapping Rorchichor on the shoulder. Means you're overthinking everything. Always thought Hammersong were more set in their ways and not easily confused by anything. That is true in most regards, but I'm telling you, you didn't see her. She was something. No doubt you're still talking about her. I can't actually remember the last woman I was with. Oh? Rorchichor said, raising a brow. That long ago? No, just about 3 weeks ago. It just wasn't that memorable. The two of them laughed and descended back down into the dwarven hall, as they were calling it now. Sure, it wasn't technically a hall as had been pointed out by other dwarves in their company, but they were doing their best to make it as similar as they could. One of their recent arrivals, Gurki, a dwarf of lower rank, caught sight of Turgon and Rorchichor descending from what had been jokingly now called Turgon's hideaway. This dwarf wasted no time in going directly to Turgon. My king, since you put me in charge of gathering items to make this place a bit more lively, I came across the oddest of things. Well, since it's been less than a single day that I decreed for you, I don't expect miracles just to sprout out. But, the dwarf said, bowing deeply and flipping his hands multiple times in circles, you will not believe what I actually found. Turgon followed Gurki into what they had considered the main hall, where many stone tables were uncovered and put to good use, holding the random supplies they were able to get east of their current position in the mountains. But it was here that the oddest of findings was revealed. A skull. See? I found it. I found myself, and I thought this would be great to put on your throne. Rorchichor had followed Turgon more out of an odd curiosity. Turgon looked back at him and back to the skull. Well, I guess my next comment should be yes, that is an excellent find. However, I don't have a throne. I don't suspect I will have a throne in this place. Gurki's eyes widened, and he began to smile quite crazily. And that leads me to my next thing I found, a nice wood chair. The dwarf jogged away and returned with the simplest of wooden chairs that he seemed to have begun to work on himself, taking what was a very basic wooden seat and carving different lines and figures of dragons. Are you telling me that you are making a throne? The dwarf clapped right in front of his face. Yes! Rorchichor sighed, shifting his weight between his feet and tapping his boot. Did you not say that you had a massive army of warriors? And? Turgon asked. I don't know. It seems that good Gurki here is more artisan, cares a bit more for decorating than splitting skulls. Turgon was about to say something when Gurki revealed a hidden dagger he had tucked into his tunic, With a quick sleight of hand, he threw the weapon, striking an unsuspecting melon stacked on the table. "I'll have you know, Hammersong or not, that just because the good king has put me in charge of decorating our rather homely abode as it is, it doesn't mean that I am just as content in splitting up the skulls of pretty little elves. Now, if you're going to be tapping your boots in the Great Hall, I'm going to have to ask that you make sure they're not too muddy. I was talking to good Garivia, and she says that she has friends coming from afar. Apparently, they sell rugs. I'm thinking it's nice rugs." "Turgon," a voice said behind them. Turgon turned to find the gypsy-turned-priestess Garivia just behind him. He bowed slightly as she did in turn. "I'd like to walk with you, if that is okay. In private," she said, nodding to Rorchichor. "Of course," Rorchichor said. "I need to go check and see how the patrol's been going, since we're now trying to get a decent operation going on here." Turgon smiled to Garivia, and she smirked back. As they began the walk, they exited the dwarven hold and began outside. From the destruction that had happened before, many of the structures were being repaired, or in some cases completely rebuilt. Now, standing high above it, Garivia suddenly laughed. Turgon looked over at her a bit confused, and she shook her head. "What?" he asked. "Just you. You thought I was going to bless you again, didn't you?" "What, you following me and listening to my conversations?" "Oh, then you did. Well, you've done it most of the time. I mean, you've done it before. But you didn't seem that much of the religious type before, and now, after everything, I think you kind of changed. I really don't know." Garivia suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. He went to say something, and she placed her 2 fingers over his lips. "Some things about me don't change. I may have a bit more power and the ability to purify demons, but deep down I'm still the same person I was. A person that hopes to get to know you a bit more." She looked away, and he crossed his arms, not entirely sure how he felt about what had just happened. They both just stared outward. "With Silra taking his girl out east to the oasis, I figured I should tell you a bit of what has went on while you all were gone. I will say that I'm still amazed at Balinor. I've heard the others talking. They all think it's some sign of an apocalypse." Turgon shrugged. "It was insane to find someone like Balinor as we did, but I hardly feel it is an omen of any kind." "I've learned something strange of the Djinn of the Deserts, something I think may be tied to our Rusi's friend. I did talk to him before, but he seems very guarded. Yet he felt good enough to tell me how he helped you. He also told me that he had taken a trigate from the Kava Mountains to a location he would not reveal somewhere near the Crescent Lake." "Well, that's Eastern Taria. Quite a ways for him to go to just happen to be in the right place to help me and have knowledge of me. Well, you were waging a war against the race of men." "Okay, that's a fair point. But what do you think of him?" "He seems to be on our side. He is not impure or evil, but I question his actual motivation. Ruses are wary of most people by nature. It's even rarer for them to reveal themselves as being Ruses, since they can just as easily pass as a normal person of the race of men." "Well, with the exception of Silra, who just happened to be the one person I ended up talking to, this Rusis probably knew it better to reveal himself as the Ruses versus remaining an unknown toward a dwarf who made war against the race of men. But still, he claimed there were discussions that he and I should have yet. Instead, I've simply found him speaking with Balinor in private. I've seen him multiple times talking to other dwarves about nothing in particular, almost like he's waiting." "I agree, because that's the point of why I wanted to talk to you. The Djinn have seemingly created a cult following in some of the villages to the east. They have erected giant statues made of timber and even make offerings and prayers directed to the Djinn." Turgon looked at her with confusion. "I had thought the Djinn were strictly desert entities. Why would they come so far to the east?" "It seems there is more than just Djinn being worshipped to the east. This region, stretching from the deserts of Lost Sands all the way nearly to Thenar, has always been a bit more wild and unfollowing of tradition than it would care to admit. While this general area did see the rise and fall of the orc thousands of years ago, and the elves of the Riverlands to the north rarely come this way. In such, the archons of their race will not purify this region. In turn, since most that live here are not of any particular allegiance to the gods, I find it distressing to tell you that it seems that necromancy is also acceptable here. It was something I'd heard of before, but now, after hearing what had happened with Balinor in the sacred realm there, I do wonder if it is related at all. This news was distressing to Turgon, for he already had to deal with the fact that he and his kin would be hunted by the race of men. Then, of course, the Jinn and the evils of the deserts were an issue, but now learning that these evils had moved east, and perhaps had merged with the ancient evils of Mortua, he wondered of his next move. As I understand it, we're supposed to purify this region of Jinn. We have you, we have Silra, and eventually, I guess, Salinra. But I hardly see that 3 people will be able to do enough if it's getting as widespread as you say. How did this not come up before? How is this all being revealed now? I don't know, but I think what you're doing here with the dwarves is a good first step. If I may, perhaps I can teach a few others, some of your kin, though I'm honest I'm not particularly skillful as a priestess. Since the happenings of a few days ago, the knowledge is slowly being revealed in my mind. I've been drawn to meditation and prayer, and in doing so it is like blocks slowly unlocking in my consciousness. I feel I can teach others, and I want to. But I wanted to ask your permission. I had mentioned this to some degree to Rorchichor, and he seemed to curse and say something about Throka and drinking ale, so I figured I would come directly to you. Turgon smirked. Rorchichor and his other Hammersong king are about as dwarfish as you can get. Though they don't care for most gods or goddesses, Throka is a patron god of the dwarves. I wouldn't expect him or his kin to be keen on changing or altering beliefs. That said, a dwarf can be as good as they want with an axe or a mace, but they're fighting something that requires holy energies to quell. Outside of what perhaps a Starforge can make for us as far as weapons, dwarves have the ability to purge evil spirits, and when that is our principal enemy, it seems like a good idea. I think you should do it. If you have any issues with Rorchichor or the other Hammersong, you can speak with me, but I will speak to Rorchichor in private to ensure he knows this is within my will. To make sense of everything as it happened so far. In truth, there was no making sense of any of this. He had it in his mind to go lay down. Sometimes the best thing you can do is take a moment for yourself. He bid Garivia farewell and retreated deep down into the 2 newly revealed corridors, making a point to avoid Gorky, who seemed to be in a conversation, but looked up as he passed, and also anyone else that might distract him. As he walked down the long hall that led to where the garrison slept, he took a side passage that led to his own room in a place of privacy. But as he looked down the hall, he noticed that oddly his door was ajar. But there was no way any intruder could have gotten past the guards and patrols. He still held his axe in hand as he approached the door. Upon reaching it, he pushed it all the way open with his weapon and looked in to see none other than the strange Ruses standing with his arms crossed and staring towards him. "Did you seriously invade my room without permission?" The Ruses smirked. "You really didn't have any issues with talking to me before. You know, when you were captured. Also, the name is Guri." "Yes, I figured that's what you were referencing, but the entire time I've been back with Balinor and the others, I've seen you talk to literally everybody else except me. What is it? What grand plan does the Ruses have? I understand you have access to Trigates?" Guri laughed. "Well, I do. As do most Ruses, seeing that we're who built them and used them. What is your point? What do you want from me?" Turgon was starting to have an issue with the audacity of the person before him. First, he comes to what Turgon had seen as his own safe area, and now he finds him in his actual room, almost annoyed that Turgon is in his room and in private. "Listen, I'm going to give you about 10 seconds to explain yourself with no secrets before I call every dwarf in this whole place and have you dragged out. I will not be disrespected." "Oh," Guri lifted his hands up almost like in surrender. "Have you dealt with many ruses? Our indiscriminate uses of fireballs would make a bunch of plump dwarves barreling down the corridor an easy barbecue, as you dwarves like to do. But no, I am not here to hurt you or any of your kin. I was following someone who is of your kin but not of your allegiance, nor, as I can figure it out, any allegiance to any of the dwarves of this region. Do you know much of my homeland, good king? Do you know of the Cava Mountains and our cities?" "I know it was the home to your people. I know that the Dwemhar attacked your cities multiple times and destroyed some of them. I will be honest that your lore and your histories, beyond a few accolades of some of your greatest warriors, are not stories I know. The dead haunt those regions. There are some isolated pockets of those like you and I, warriors just trying to make their way and do what they feel is right. But many followers of less than pleasant goddesses and lesser gods, some purely created to control powers of odd origins, make their way to the shores of my once homeland. Normally, I reserve my energies to protecting other Rusies. But as it is, I kept seeing a particular dwarf over and over and over. I decided one day to follow this dwarf, and I realized that this dwarf was taking the bones of my people from a crypt that even I was actually not knowledgeable of. It was a crypt that was in a very narrow valley. The more I investigated, the quicker I realized that this entire crypt was a single family. Then I started understanding something." Guri stroked his chin and began going through some of the items in Turgon's room. Though none of it was exactly private or otherwise his own personal belongings, it was clear to Turgon that the Rusies was disturbed. "Okay. What did you find?" "I found that my people seem to have had a small secret. I know as a dwarf, you have a certain appreciation of natural materials. That's why we've always got along when it came to technology. My people are always based in the elements, what we create, what we destroy. But it seemed that this particular family was one of the oldest families. That amount of information isn't worthy of much, but do you know the events of the Sunken Lands? The one time where the Dark Goddess was able to nearly win? She even managed to bring along the Itsu, and that alone for a god of no particular alignment, and service of Vanku is an odd thing. I do know of the Sunken Lands and the events there. I'm very well aware of that, especially after my time with Balinor. Well, the survivors, a very small group that was able to survive and reach what is now the shores not too far from Narasond as a great evil pursued them through. Of course, it was the High Elves and Dwemhar who responded first, and while I will tell you that I saw no dwarf draw axe on that day, or more so ever heard of a dwarf drawing axe that day, the Ruses did come. While there were many different families present there, it seems that one family seemed to admire the power that they had to fight. This family then, in secret, began practicing the art of necromancy, and one particular individual, the strange woman as I now see it, she killed her entire family and buried them in that valley. Then she used all of her will to try to figure out how to best be what she had admired that day at the battle. Before the falls of the cities, she had been hunted. I don't get exactly why all of this has come about as it has, but it seemed that somehow this dwarf had knowledge of this and had begun harvesting those bones. It took much searching, but I was able to find in a repository of one of our ruined cities the number of family members that were there. And then I went to the tomb, and I found particular boxes for each family member. Though many of the bones, of course, have been taken by this dwarf I tell you of, I seem to have found an extra skeleton. And this extra skeleton is this Rusis, this one that was cursed or was wishing to just be a better necromancer. Yes, and what I have determined is this dwarf that I've been hunting has been creating a following east of here. Now, that is where your story comes in. When I heard of a random dwarf who had gathered an army and was seeking to destroy the race of men. Do you see how these two songs are similar? how they seemed almost in unison. The goddess Mortua seeking to destroy the race of men and turn them into her personal followers, and now I have a story about a dwarf who has done the same. It has been 2 years since I saw that dwarf, and now that I see you, I know you're not him. But that, my friend, is why I'm here, is why I saved you. The Rusies do not have the allies that the dwarves have. Our numbers are far too small. As I understand it from talking to Garivia, you are purifying the desert and the regions around the Jinn. Now, while the Jinn are not affiliated with Mortua, as I'm sure she has told you, now there seems to be a common sense of camaraderie between the two followings. I want to collaborate with you, good king. Together, we can unravel what is going on and help each other out. What do you say? Well, Turgon was trying. I know they were destroyed, but perhaps I should not lead with that. Chapter 2. Dwarven Trespasser. Turgon stared at Guri. It was a long story. It actually didn't make that much sense hearing it at first. Now there was something telling Turgon that though he didn't trust Guri at all, perhaps there was more to this. I get it, he said, moving into the room and making a point to put himself between the Rusies and his bed. Your story, though, is peculiar. I know Rusis can live a long time, but you do not look that old at all. There are not even grays in your hair. Yet, you were in the ruins of your people's cities. You evidently have been watching out for other Rusies, but yet also the ruins. I know that the only rumors I've heard of the Rusis' empire was that they had a rather large accident in one of their cities. Tree gates are rare, and it's even rarer that someone would have knowledge of them. Yet there are dwarven doors in places that you seek for, that others have knowledge of that you do not. In some ways, you and I are very similar. I also understand that is not something you care to admit. Turgon did not nod or shake his head. He simply stared. The Rusis smirked, throwing his hood back over his head. I'll give you time to think about this. Didn't you wonder how I knew you were captured? Sure, I might have been able to warn you before the attack, but what would that have done? You would have simply put yourself at greater risk. Your army was already on the brink. I'd also like to point out that the race of men as you see it is not exactly correct. While there were some that came from the sunken lands with their hearts turned towards darkness, many more were not like that. If I may, King, you felt it proper to enter my room without me here, so I assume you are going to say whatever you wish. That is true, but I think you must relook at your potential allies and enemies. When we focus too much on the little, we frequently lose sight of the greater meaning of everything. This is why I've come to you, why I helped you, and why I think a greater evil is upon us. I did not want to be in a situation where more races get drawn into yet a bigger war, but I believe if we can cut off the head of this monster, the leader of these growing cults, we may be able to quell many issues that have arrived before other kings. Turgon could tell this was a moment where he could very easily nod and push the Rusis to leave. Guri was clearly ready and assuming that was coming. Also, it would just be a single word, and he could bound this Rusis and have him locked away. He wouldn't do that. That was not a thought he could even entertain. He looked at the small stove in his room and the kettle that he had found but not used yet. He knew he even brought a small store of tea. I've gained a bit of patience over the past weeks. Perhaps we can just talk more now. You can tell me honestly what you wish to do and how I play into that. And you will also drink tea. Guri re-lowered his hood and nodded before bowing deeply. Thank you, good king. As the Ruses stood off to the side, Turgon arranged a few small timbers in the stove and fumbled about looking for a stick of flint. It was then the Rusis laughed and motioned for him to move. Turgon then realized the hilarity of him trying to find flint while standing directly next to a Rusis. Guri, however, had not missed this. With a simple flick of his finger and a twist of his wrist, a small flash of fire struck the dry timbers and the stove came to life. Turgon set the kettle to the stove and added in a bit of the random tea that smelled like a mix of jasmine and something a bit more coarse and dark. It definitely was a dark tea, and he wondered if it even tasted any good. Finding 2 makeshift mugs, he soon strained out the tea and gave it to his new acquaintance. "Thank you," Guri said. For a few moments they simply drank the tea and wandered about looking at the random assortment of items in the room. It was odd to be sharing his space with someone who had basically trespassed before in such a calm manner. But as they spent these few moments in silence, Turgon realized the Rooses had on the strangest of bracelets. While his gauntlets were one thing, this bracelet was a strange amber color, and though it had no other adornments or inscriptions, it did seem out of place. "What is that on your wrist?" Turgon asked. "I do think if I told you what this actually was, you wouldn't believe me. It's actually quite worthless as it is now given the state of the old cities, but at one time this device was used to allow Rooses to fly." Turgon nearly choked on his tea and wiped his mouth. "A Roosis fly? I mean, you already can control fire, lightning, ice, and who knows what else, but you could fly." "It's actually from the near end of our civilization as it was. I was surprised to even find the device, but without the rest of the system, it actually makes no sense. It basically just reminds me of my people and where we got to." "So, it was part of something else?" Turgon asked. Guri nodded. "It was. We got to a point in our war with the Dwemhar that our anti-Akan weapons were only so effective. We shot down so many of their ships, I believed we stoked their anger a bit more. It was then they created Iaclo, that which would come to haunt every living Roosis at that time. One of the great masters, Rungar, led the Golden Templars directly into the core of the city. But the point of me bringing that up is that the city never landed. Through a mix of dwarven ingenuity and our science, we created suits that we could wear like armor. Powered internally by our own magics, Roosis could ascend through the sky and even if necessary fight from within the suits. I always hoped in my journeying that I would come across one, perhaps something that was discarded, but I will never have. I will say that at much higher levels than myself, Roosis have been known to levitate for a time. It was never anything I learned, but it's always fun to believe that you can continue to grow, even if most consider you too powerful to start with." Turgon nodded along. "The ability to throw fire from your hands is quite a powerful thing, but it does tire you." "As does smashing things with an axe or hammer," he said. Turgon had finished his tea. It was nice having some form of small talk with this Roosis, and in fact he did not know the story he had been told. "So, flying Roosis, you keep something of your people to remind yourself where you were, what you come from, what your people come from. Your heritage and that of your people is extremely important to you, and I can understand that. When I started my ill-fated war, not only did I do so to search out the places where dwarves were not necessarily welcome, but I was prepared to raise entire cities of men just to have what I felt was mine. In fairness, I guess in some form I was not the best person. But I've actually been able to go to one of the ancient cities of my people and in fact bring back a dwarf that was alive during the sinking of the southern lands. And in some ways, I believe we can see and understand each other. There is a bit more to my story of that dwarf. It is more important to bring it up now, and when we do hopefully cross paths with it. I do believe you called it a he before now, but you're saying it. But go on. That's just it. I've seen this dwarf and swore it was a male, but then I see it other times and it looks completely different, yet was still wearing the exact same garb, the same stride and everything. At first I thought maybe it was two different dwarves simply working together, but then I realized that in all the rummaging through my people's lands, not only was this dwarf desecrating my people's resting places, but had stolen a set of gauntlets. No two Roosis gauntlets are the same. What I thought was two dwarves was indeed just one. At this point, the Roosis lifted up his own gauntlets. He flipped them front and back, and then slid each of them off, handing them to Turgon. Turgon took them to hand and realized how great the craftsmanship of the leather actually was. There was some type of jewel laid into the area right above the hand, and the writings were not a script he knew. These are remarkable, Gory. I assume you mean to tell me these are more than simple gauntlets. They are. All Rusies, when they reach the age where they are allowed to practice magic independently, particularly offensive magic, are given gauntlets such as these. Now, these were not given to me. I took them from my family's vault in one of the cities. But our dwarven friend also has a pair. You are a dwarf, you know, of good craftsmanship, and what just by glancing, you can tell if something is elven or dwarven or something made by the race of men, correct? Turgon nodded and immediately understood the importance of this. This is more than just that dwarf, and more than the evil that he or she brings about. You're worried of this getting blamed on your people. That somehow this dwarf with these gauntlets will cause belief to be that the dwarves and the Rusies work together and are creating this evil, perhaps even after my failed campaign. That somehow we are all working together for ill will towards the race of men. Guri gave a half-hearted smile and slowly nodded. I hate it. My people are already enslaved by many. Not dwarves or elves, mind you, but they are kept by the rich of many empires across the land, both those that are obvious by status and those that are quite a bit more hidden. I tell you, Turgon, as a dwarf king amassing the power that you wish to amass to rebuild the dwarven kingdoms of the greater Taria region, you should know that it is not so simple as knowing which king is where and what they prefer and do not like. There is an undercurrent, a shadowy entity that is not of the gods or goddesses, but is of the race of men. It is they you must actually seek out. It is they I am seeking out. The race of men was created to simply be a pure existence. They weren't given magic like the Rusies. They were not given advanced psionic potential like the Dwemhar. They were not given the ability to grow things and create vast forest with a simple movement of hand and chanting like the elves, nor the like dwarves, and made to create some of the greatest structures and weapons in existence. No, their lives were to be simpler. We, as the other races, were to teach them of science, of metalworking, of taking care of the trees, and all life as it was then and as it is now. But when death crept into the lives of men and destroyed that sanctity, I do believe demons of some form were bred into the very tissues of the race. But that does not mean that all of them are evil, but simply there are some that are playing a much longer game than even you or I. They're waiting, making plans, and at some point I believe that they will wish to exterminate all of us of magic. Turgon was finding this particular bit hard to imagine. That was such a grand claim or in some form accusation, but had he been told this a mere few weeks ago, he would have just agreed with it by default. To mark the race of men as evil is to further his claim. But this was not about the kingdoms or the cities or the ruins of his own people. This was about something else. I do understand how this is difficult to even believe. We've just met, and I've already given you several tales that are quite unbelievable, Guri said. Turgon bit his tongue and stared at the Ruses, trying to form the words to say. At last he realized that the greater evil was one thing, but the focus needed to be on the here and now and the problem which the Ruses had originally brought up. It isn't that it's too unbelievable for me to think of. It's just beyond our concern at this very moment. Our focus must be on this dwarf and whatever it is he or she or it is doing. I was given this place, he said, referencing the room and, of course, much more, to in turn purge the deserts of the Jinn. Now that the Jinn are moving further east and encroaching upon other lands. This is particularly troubling to me that now you deliver the news you do. My friend Silra, he's already had some experience purging demonic forms and darkness. Then of course we have Balinor, who you would probably be able to get some rather interesting information from him if you have time to speak with him. Then there is Rorchichor and the other two Hammersongs. Then Silra's daughter, who is still learning. And Garivia. Garivia has already brought up to me that she would be willing to train other dwarves to purge darkness. I would say that's called lightmancy, but I'm not too familiar with the study. My point is that we have those willing, but at the same time we must ensure we take the correct course of action. Do you have some direction or some idea where we should go to seek out this person? If I'm going to present this information to the others, they're going to need a bit more than wild stories. Guri cleared his throat and reached into his robes. Turgon wasn't sure what he could be possibly grabbing out, but as he did so, he revealed a small, flat crystalline stone. What is that? It is the evidence that I believe is needed to ensure that all parties will be willing to embark upon this. We must wait for moonfall, and then in the light of the moon it will become very clear. Also, this will be my gift to you. Payment for allowing my trespassing and odd behavior, and for listening to my stories. In the end, I hope we both can help each other as it were, and as it is now. Guri gave Turgon the strange, flat crystal. And will you join us tonight as I get the ones I mentioned together when we place this in the moonlight? I will. Though I do believe for the rest of today, unless you have some need of me within this place, I wish to speak with Balinor about more of the past. Then I will see you later tonight, and do yourself a favor and find somewhere proper to sleep. If I find you my room again, I'm going to throw you out. Guri laughed. Of course. Thank you for having a conversation with me, King. The Rooses stood and reclaimed his gauntlets before departing. His head and simply sat back on his bed. The vast amount of information just dropped on him by the one person who actually helped him escape captivity and do everything else he had done was overwhelming. He had no idea where the sun was in the sky and what anyone else was doing, but he did feel that the absolute best thing to do at this moment was to go to sleep. The sound of the wind blowing and bells, then water trickling somewhere. He opened his eyes, yet he did not see anything. Then he could see a single bright star appearing at first at the furthest point, where he could barely see it in the blackness, and it was slowly coming closer and closer. Then he began to see that it was no star at all, but instead was a multi-pronged symbol of some form. It had 10 points, and in each tip, with a point, there was another glowing star. It came nearly all the way upon him, burning before him with a light so great it was incomparable. It was then he could hear a voice speaking. The great calamity will come, but your actions will determine the fate of many. You sought war. You received war. You sought understanding and received understanding. Go and awake. Seek out the one I entrusted with my power and tell her of what you have seen. She will understand. Sprung open, and he sat straight up. He felt remarkably rested, and also felt that he had only been sleeping for a small amount of time, but the fire in the stove was completely darkened and cold. He threw his feet over the side of the bed and stood up, going to his door with almost a panicked haste. He didn't know why. It was not like anything had happened, but his heart was beating hard within his chest. As he emerged into the long corridor to the main hall, he knew that most seemed to have laid down for the night. There was a handful of people, including Rorchichor, Silra, and Balinor. "Good king," Rorchichor said. "You look as if you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" Silra looked over in concern. "What is it?" Silra asked. "Have you seen the priestess Garivia? I need to speak with her." At that point, Guri stepped out from around one of the columns. "I believe she went with Silra's daughter into a newly opened section of your ever-growing halls." "Ever-growing halls?" he asked. Balinor laughed. "Well, with the Forge alight, I have been able to explore a bit more and found several conduits to open up additional rooms and chambers within this place. It is quite amazing considering the last time I was here, it was simply a one-room place. But it isn't that I have created anything but simply unlocked what was lost. The dwarves that sealed this place made sure that no one except another dwarf would be able to access these secrets." "Don't forget about the Balarite," Silra said. "Definitely needed that Balarite." "Well, which way is it?" "Back out to where the main entryway is, off to the side of the corridor with a red door. That way, Silra said. Turgon immediately headed there and thought about it, knowing that it was just a bare wall before, and most definitely was not a red door. As he made his way towards this place, he passed several roving patrols of dwarves that nodded and bowed deeply at him as he passed. He gave a quick wave and a slight nod as he hastened his pace to see this new place. He couldn't imagine what could possibly have appeared here or more, so been revealed here that would be of such interest to the priestess. But as he came to the place he was directed to, seeing the red door, he knew he was about to know. "Do I even have a dungeon? Or a jail? No, I dare say I wonder if what I'll get is actually the truth. Not like you gave me much of a choice in this conversation." Turgon rubbed Turgon could hear Turgon's eyes. Chapter 3. The Red Door. Turgon opened the red door. At first, he thought he had wandered into a completely different place than the dwarven home he was in. Pulling open the door, he slipped into a long corridor of sheen floors and polished limestone columns. Ahead, he could see the distinct sparkling of a pool. He proceeded in, quietly and carefully, pulling the door closed behind him. There was an odd feeling in the air, like the comfort of a small child being held by its mother. He felt strangely at peace as he drew closer to the calm pool, and he could hear the soft chants of the priestess. The room was rather dark, but there were several candles placed randomly on the floor going around. But Turgon now discovered it was indeed a massive shallow pool with a column directly in its center and a large crystal atop it. As he came to the water's edge, he looked over the water to see both Garivia and Silra sitting cross-legged on the other side. Their chanting was soft and rhythmic, their voices echoing across the water and bouncing off the sheer walls that surrounded them. The ceiling of this place was like a great dome, and while it was still dark, the twinkling of the candlelight reflected off the ceiling, giving the appearance of stars above them. He bowed his head slightly and walked around the pool, coming beside Garivia, who looked up at him with a smile. "It seems the desert has many secrets for dwarves and priestesses alike," Garivia said. She stood, as did Silra. The young daughter of Silra bowed slightly to him. "It has been revealed to me that we shall depart soon." "Revealed? You have seen this in a vision?" Silra nodded. "I already told my father about it." "Her gifts of foresight have been growing," Garivia said. "She even told me of a place that would be revealed in these very halls, just before the Ancient One was able to unlock this place. I believe what we all thought was just a simple ruin and a broken forge is indeed going to become much, much more important. But I do believe you seek me for something else." "The Rorchichor. He seems to be the key to all of this." "You do not trust him?" Turgon nodded. "It's all a bit convenient in some form. And then his story of his homeland and some dwarf stealing the bones of a dead family. It's a bit much." Turgon proceeded to tell the story to both Garivia and Silra, as the Rorchichor had told him. Necromancy is a dark art, but it is an art nonetheless. To simply discredit the goddess of Mortua for her actions, and in turn any that follow the ways of necromancy, I do believe is folly. For it is not for us of the living realm to dictate that a god or goddess is evil or good. For even those that are good say, such as Aetha, as the young one here has been taught by her father, does not mean that Aetha was not without blame in the past. I recall a tale that happened upon the island of Ieklo, where the goddess turned the entire northern region of the island into a barren wasteland, as she attempted to kill the one known as the Scourge Siren. While the Scourge Siren was practicing blood magic and killing infants, the same practices and even more barbaric ones happen on a daily basis in the eastern Shadowlands. Yet Aetha does not rain down fire upon them. Turgon shrugged. "I know what I saw in the ancient city, and I know the stories of Mortua and the destruction of the race of men. I also know that if there is any dwarf or group of dwarves doing as the Rorchichor claimed, it is a risk for all of my kind, and no doubt yours too for being here." Garivia smiled. "It is good you see it this way, King. I do believe that several weeks ago you would have ignored such mutterings. Truly, as was told to me by the goddess of the sands, you were not to come here had your campaign against the race of men gone well. Now, it seems all of our lives are having meaning, be it mine having been a gypsy in the random western deserts to Silra, and to you in the direction your lives are going. Even the ruses and everything he has brought forth, I do believe we should go to the east into the valley between the great ranges of mountains. Though I do not need to have the gift of foresight that Silra does to know that your fellow dwarves may have an issue with this." Turgon thought of Rorchichor, but he knew that the Hammersong would do as the king wanted. Still, he thought of Rorchichor as more than simply a Hammersong, and did indeed, even with their short time together, consider him a friend. "And what is it that he gave you? What you told me about?" Turgon pulled out the flat, strange crystal and handed it Garivia. "A moon disk?" she said. "A moon disk. What is this?" She placed the disk in the center of her palm and lifted it up, catching a live nearby candle. For a small moment, Turgon could see something appear on the disk, but it was very faint. "It'll produce an image, something almost like a painting, yet it is a strange form of memory collection. It's old technology, something that I know of no modern race can create. We will need moonlight, so I guess that makes sense how he would like for us all to view this." She handed it back to him. For a few moments he stood glancing at her, then back to the water. His dream was still on his mind. "More to say of everything? You wonder of something?" she asked. "Are there any symbols within any religious text, or otherwise of a 10-pointed star with each point glistening like fire?" Garivia looked at Silra and then turned from both of them. Turgon followed the priestess as she went to a small room that he had not even noticed before. Here he saw, by the light of dozens of candles, there were many books. "The truth is, I've only been able to look through some of these volumes. It took us a long time to find a good supply of candles, but it is odd that you bring up what you do. I wonder of what you tell me about, if it came to you just as I had happened to come across this." She revealed a large black leather book. She flipped the cover to him, and he saw the exact symbol as he had seen before. "What is that?" She flipped open the front cover and then closed it. "It's been a demonic symbol. It's a symbol of something called necrodao, a darker form of necromancy twisted with blood magic. You have never seen this symbol before?" Turgon shook his head. "Never. Not in all the histories of dwarven people or anything else. It is completely bizarre to me. What I said before of mortua and necromancy, it does not apply here. I've only ever seen this symbol when I found this book. Then you tell me the story of the dwarf that is practicing necromancy. It makes me wonder if he is not related, or she is not related to a sect of dwarves that inhabits the Shadowlands." "Dwarves in the Shadowlands. I know of one deep city there, but no others." "That is the purest dwarven city, one it would not ever allow the use of necrodao. But there is another set of dwarves. They live in a haunted pass and use both dead and automaton constructs to guard their place. They are said to be of the foulest type that not even the Shadow Elves will purge them from the mountains. I left the Shadowlands when I was very young. It's a bloody, tumultuous place. Blood magic is an ancient art, but it is pure in its original form. No different, of course, than shadow magic. Except for the blood requires a little blood of either yourself or the victim to be cast, while shadow magic does not. But I doubt the emperor of those lands would ever come this way to hear of some random dwarf. I've heard little of the emperor of the Shadowlands, other than they say he could take down a dragon single-handedly. Yes, the current Emperor Ivern, a stalwart shadow elf that, as I understand it, is indeed as skilled with a blade as you say. But no, this is not the dealing of shadow elves. I will see what I can learn of necrodao before tonight. I will be honest, I've been going over lightmancy spells and wards with Silra here. But it may be necessary for us to take additional precaution. I'll also speak to Rorchichor and in turn Balinor to see if the forge is at the capacity to be able to enchant. If we are dealing with a necromancer using necrodao, not only will we have the undead to face, but you also have a significantly powerful entity, which may require more than just good dwarven smithing to destroy. Silra suddenly looked up and back towards the doorway. I sense strangers, those that wish an audience with the king. That's strange, Turgon said. Silra laughed. Strange but true. I sense malt beer and salted pork. Dwarves. Both Garivia and Silra farewell. They would meet again later tonight to view the strange moon disk given to him by the Rooses. As he exited the red doors, he came to an entryway to see many dwarves before him. Rorchichor was already in discussions with 3 of them. Good king, Rorchichor said, it appears our favorite ruler of Haradar has become increasingly interested in your fate. One of the new dwarves that had arrived was taller than Rorchichor, with a thick black beard and long, scraggly black hair. His armor was silver and decorated with symbols of a large snake, with him and others like him each with similar symbols of serpents. King Turgon, we are Hammersong from Haradar. While we've already learned the fate of Rorchichor's brother, we do come with news of the king. Is there some throne room you would like to speak in? Turgon laughed, motioning for them just simply to go to the hall. No throne here, Hammersong, but I am sure you and your fellow dwarves are thirsty. Let us go have a drink. The assembly of dwarves, numbering about a dozen, with his quick glancing to the hall, and signaled for more tankards to be brought up. The dwarves served themselves, filling their mugs and grabbing some of the stores of food that were around the table. I'll be honest, you do not look of the direct line of Haradar Hammersong. I do not believe I have seen armor decorated in such a way. We are a more specialized group. While Hammersong vary in importance within our own ranks, few know that. Our arrival here is twofold. 1, I am to send an owl back to Haradar with the state of your dwarven home and your conquest. We came across the Valley of Destruction, and I am sad to tell you the bodies of our kin are being desecrated by carrion fowl. They have not been given even the simplest of burials, as one might expect from one warrior to another. Their bodies have been picked clean of armor and valuables. I am glad to see you in good health, as I'm happy to see this place. But it is another concern that has brought me here. I'm hunting a clan. Rorchichor lifted his mug up to the Hammersong. My king, I must tell you that these dwarves are not simple guardians, nor are they battle dwarves ready to go in and fight 300 enemies to 1. These are the snakes. These are the dwarves in answer to particularly nefarious problem. Turgon glanced over to the dwarves, quickly realizing that while they had hammers, they were not even close to the size of Rorchichor's hammer. Many of them had slender blades and chains and hooks, strange armaments for any dwarf. You are assassins? Turgon asked. The dwarf nodded. I am Woodors. That is the name you will know me by. Our names are not known by any outside of our own personal circle. I hope in knowing who we are and what we do, you realize that the king in Haradar does not seek any trouble, nor does he come after you or any dwarf that follows you, even though your kinship was decreed on your own. It seems that it was a secret that this place existed. For I know that Rorchichor and I did not know that there was possibly a Starforge even in existence. Both the long line of kings in Haradar, such secrets seem to be kept with the royalty. If it has come to you to come into ownership of such a place, then Haradar stands with you. But there is a clan somewhere in these mountains that Haradar feels may be attempting to revive the great orc hordes. The orc? Rorchichor asked. What clan would ever attempt to revive such a vile creature? You say clan, so you mean it's a shadow elf? We don't know. We just know of a clan and some strange cult. To Turgon, the pure irony of what was just said on the back of his conversation with the priestess and the Ruses and everything that had transpired just lined up far too easy in his own mind. Turgon recounted the tale as the Ruses had told him, and it seemed that Bill understood. "Many more dwarves in this place, and I will start feeling unwelcome," a voice randomly said. Turgon turned to see the Ruses. Before he could say anything, Bill embraced the Ruses. "It has been a very long time, my friend." "You know one another?" Turgon asked. "A chance meeting a few times before. If this Rusus has come to you with any information that you've told me, I assure you he can be trusted. It seems we are all coming together to prevent something worse than any of us could imagine. If the orc are somehow brought back to life, it will not be any evil between dwarves and elves and men that will be of concern." Turgon retreated to his hideaway and was staring across the desert. He could feel the pressure of something building as now assassin dwarves from Haradar, a Rusus from the Old World, an ancient dwarf, and both the powers of a goddess of the desert were all housed within the place, holding the last remaining Starforge in existence, as far as he knew. While he had taken his spot of solitude, it was not long at all before Rorchichor came lumbering up the stairwell and sat down beside him with his own tankard. "You believe all this folly? Dead dwarves, orc? You present that question like you do not." "I do. It was so simpler when I was just trying to find you. Even our little foray into Strag Peak was a bit odd, but I thought that was going to be the end. Then we kick back with our drinks every night and spend the day hunting down random djinn as we slowly purify the deserts. The closest I could come to a working retirement seemed like I had come to a good spot. I used to wonder of my kin and their arrival here, but the snakes of Haradar mean that the Dwarven Empire engaged in this. To be honest, I more expected the snakes to be coming after me. If the snakes were coming for you, we would never know of their existence. I do believe at some time you will have to have a conversation with the King of Haradar, and one you probably don't want to have." Turgon slurped his ale and sighed. "A conversation I do not care to have indeed." The sun had gone down. Rorchichor had long left Turgon, and Turgon had many moments of drifting off to sleep as he watched the sand caught by the strong blow of the wind kicked up on top of the dunes as the moon now was beginning to rise. It is odd to him and all of what had been transpiring that he had not had quite an appetite for some time. He could smell that they had cooked up something in the great hall, and he assumed that once he had given those down there time to eat and disperse, he would seek out the others, and they would look at the strange moon disk that he was now flipping between his fingers. The moon was now high above. Turgon went out and sought Silra, Rorchichor, Balinor, and the others. While the snakes of Haradar were not all present, their leader was. There was a spot directly to the right of the gates of the Dwarven Hold. There were several circular stones, some form of garden at one time or so, it seemed Garivia believed. While the Ruses was there, he was off to the side. Turgon handed the strange crystal disc to Garivia. "Is there any spell or something else you have to do with it?" Turgon asked. "No. Once it has absorbed enough lunar energy, it will simply show us what secret it holds." Turgon realized that Rorchichor and the Haradar snake were sitting off to the side, not too concerned about whatever it was this disc was. Silra, however, was almost right on top of Turgon. His daughter was yawning, but seemed attentive to what was going on. As the priestess set the silver crystalline disc on the stone, it immediately began to glow in the moonlight. "How does this work?" Turgon asked. "It must be some type of transference between the moon's energy and whatever incantation or spell is placed here." At this point, the Ruses joined them. Crystals contain memory. That is what this is. When it has been engaged enough by the lunar light, the memory will be released in a way that we will all be able to see. This is something I've held on to for some time after coming across it in a game of chance, almost. I was actually on the island of Seir in the middle of the Vindus Sea for a completely unrelated purpose. You can actually find many ruins beneath the now towering city there, but this was indeed a chance happening. I've had no use for such a thing, but being as where I am, and that of all things you have a star forge, this may be something needed at some point in the future. At the mention of need in the future and reference to the star forge, Balinor seemed to perk up. Whatever it was that had been brought to them by the Rusis would no doubt have some effect on everything going forward. That was one thing that Turgon had already assumed. The crystal began to glow brighter, and there were several sparks and a sudden explosion of light, and an image appeared. It looked almost like a spider, but instead of the face of a spider, it seemed to have a strange angular head and two almost claw-like appendages. Balinor stood up from where he was sitting and went over to the disc, looking down. "Rusis, where did you find this?" "The island of Seir, in a vault. It was the only object within it, and the vault was of the race of the Dwemhar," Balinor said. The Rusis nodded. "This is something of the Dwemhar?" Turgon asked. Several different ruins began to fly up directly next to the image of the strange walking construct. Balinor leaned in and began to read them. "I remember when this was being discussed. Something like this to defend holy places and entire cities if need be. I had known the Dwemhar had Akan flying vessels, though I've never actually seen one. This is something else here. This is more akin to my golems, but not made out of an incantation spell, but of exactly what dwarves love. It was what they would call a machine." "So we have a picture of a machine. What good is this to us, Master Smith?" "I assume it's just like a nice picture," Silra said. "No," Balinor said. "If I can find the materials needed, this would allow me to construct it. It is insane to me to have come across such a thing. It is odd that fate has decreed to us such a gift." "Perhaps, my king," the Rusis began, "we'll take this as my form of tribute. While the dwarves had star forges, the Dwemhar, as we understand it, had a completely different level of manufacturing. The thing about dwarves is that they are always industrious and can always find a path to ingenuity, even if it seems impossible. Now, most of us are here that need to be here. King Turgon, has it been decided if we will go east?" It was an odd feeling for Turgon. Because of everyone here, most were here of their own volition to some degree. It was not like he organized this particular group of individuals to all work together, but while no one else spoke, even the Hammersong, the assassins, simply waited for the king to answer. "As I understand it, there are many strands that have brought us all together. I hear stories of necromancy and necrodow. I also hear of a clan that is seeking to revive the orc that once haunted these regions and sparked a war between elves and dwarves against them for years. Now, Faith has delivered us a weapon that could potentially be made in this very forge. The race of men will no doubt come for us at some point. Some of you may return home to distant kingdoms," Turgon said, referencing the snake Hammersongs. "Others will call this place home their entire lives," he said, motioning to the priestess Garivia. "I have no home. I had a belief, a desire, a want to unite my people for something greater than simply the old ways. And in that, I got thousands of my kin killed and ultimately failed, but in turn learned of an ancient city and saved one of the last dwarves that inhabited that place." Balinor bowed to the king. "And I'm here to serve you, my king. There is no other home for me but the home between these mountains." "Thank you, Balinor." Turgon reached down and grabbed the disc on the ground and handed it to the high smith. "Do what you can and let me know what you need. Eventually, my enemy will come for me, and my enemy is all of our enemy. If this can help defend us, it will be most important to see to its construction." "I will take it," he said, taking the crystal disc. "I will begin work immediately. I have heard of this journey to the east that is spoke of, but truly, I must stay here with the Starforge and assure that it keeps working as it must. It requires constant manipulation, but know I serve you, King. By doing so, I will continue to unlock whatever secrets I can find of this old dwarven home. I bid you all good night." As the high smith departed, the hammer song of the snakes, actually had not seemingly met Balinor yet. "I do not mean to interrupt you, my king. He is a high-smith, but not of any high-smith I know of Haradar. He is an ancient dwarf, locked away in the city in the hidden realm west of here. Continuous new mysteries," the Hammersong said. "But now I do believe," he said, turning to the Russes, "that our path does take us into the valley to the east. I say we plan to leave at first light tomorrow. We will travel and try to find these villages." "I already know of some," Rorchichor said. "My dwarven friend who has the brewery is not too far from one. I do believe we should head towards him. He's supposed to have a reserved bottle of ale for me anyway. Might as well pick it up on the way." "I too have knowledge," the Russes said. "I know of something, an old temple where these cultists may be gathering. It's at a center point between several of the small villages. I suspect we won't have to search too hard to find what we are looking for. The problem will be figuring out what to do once we find them." Ti Turgon bid he ledini. Oh! Chapter 4. Gathering Clouds. It had been several hours since the meeting with everyone else, and Turgon had been sitting in his room staring at the wall. He was confounded by the sheer number of events that had come about to put him in this position. On one hand, it all made sense. But he had never been one to put much stock into fate. To truly believe that so many threads could be forming together in an oh-so-perfect way seemed almost immature. Still, his entire mindset from months ago had changed. Where before he only saw one or two paths to that which he wanted, now he saw a complete new ideal ending. But ending was the wrong word, because really it was the beginning. He sought to unify his people and reclaim that which was lost, but now not only had he begun to unify his people, even somehow making amends with the High King of Haradar, but now he was in an otherwise lost ruin that was slowly revealing all its secrets. He slurped his ale and set it back down, leaning back in his bed and attempting to shut his eyes for at least a few moments. But it was then he heard a random horn call, something he did not expect. He was to his feet quickly, claiming his axe and making his way out towards the main hall. "They're on the border! They're near the front gate!" The roving patrol saw something. He didn't see Silra or Rorchichor, but one of the nearest dwarves came to him and bowed. The sad thing was, he had no idea what this dwarf's name was. That said, there had been many new faces, and dealing with the assigning of guard duty is not something the king was in charge of. "My king, we've reports of shadows moving into the lower reaches of the main road." "Go wake Rorchichor if he isn't already awake. I will go to the main gate." The guard hurried away, and Turgon wondered what insanity might be upon them. Much to his surprise, the Russus was now jogging beside him. "What is it?" the Russus asked. "Shadows or something." They had reached a doorway now where a line of dwarves had formed up with their weapons out. "Report!" Turgon demanded. One of the dwarves, not in the actual line but off to the side, bowed to him. "We've dispatched a small group to go investigate, but they've already said that the shadows are moving high on unwalkable areas. We don't think it's—" The guard paused. "Go on," Turgon said. "We don't think it's something of flesh and blood. There are many of them, and they move erratically." Turgon and the Russes looked at one another. "I will stay here with them. Go seek the priestess or Silra." Turgon nodded, turning away from the door and seeing now that Rorchichor was coming up. "Might be something dark, might be Jinn. I'm going to go find Silra." Rorchichor nodded, now taking command of the gateway. Turgon was rather surprised of where he actually found Silra. No, it wasn't because Silra was already awake and attending to things having heard the alarms. No, not at all. As he went into the main hall, he realized that Silra had fallen asleep with at least 2 female individuals that Turgon had never seen. The oh-so-godly priest was at least partially wearing clothing, but neither of his 2 female companions were. It seemed, after everything was discussed and planned last night, that the priest had the idea that he just spends his time partying in the Great Hall. Turgon wondered how many others had seen him at this point, but he knew one thing was for certain: Silra would not be sleeping for long. "Priest! This is God! I have seen what you have done! I am Kel, and I am here to destroy you!" The priest jumped awake, nearly falling over one of the two women, and just catching himself before he hit the ground. He scurried to stand up, covering himself and looking directly at Turgon for a moment with a shocked glare. "Come on, there seem to be things out and about. Put your clothes on." As the two women were now awake and confused at the ordeal, Turgon turned and headed back out to the gateway. As he returned, there were flashes of light directly outside the doors. Rorchichor was standing with his arms crossed as now both Garivia and Silra were casting different golden lights high above them and into the rocks. "So what is it? Is it a threat?" Turgon asked Rorchichor. "Apparently they are simple shadowlings sent out by the Jinn to scout. Not a direct threat per se, but a sign of one to perhaps be on the horizon." Now Silra had joined them, and after a quick conversation between the priestess and the priest, Silra began casting as they were. "Going to send the extra guards back to sleep, but I'll stick around just in case," Rorchichor said. At this point, several of the snakes had come, but after Turgon waved them off, they departed. Silra and his daughter continued working their way towards the outside of the pass, but Garivia did not. She wiped her brow as it seemed she was actually sweating and looked towards Turgon. "It seems they have found us. I suspect we shall see more of these." "So, these themselves are not a threat?" Turgon asked. "No," she shook her head. "Not so much of a threat, but a nuisance. Some of them could even be channeling directly back to their masters, but with so many of them I saw just in a short amount of time, I suspect I will need to set several lightmancy wards. It will shred any more of the creatures that come, but we should be particularly on guard for Jinn. While they can be felled with a good axe, that is an ideal. With your permission, King, I will also set up some staff fire. Simple wooden staffs that I can arrange at different locations that would act as an almost automated spellcaster for a short amount of time. An extra layer of protection and potential assistance to the defenders while we are gone." Turgon nodded. "That seems ideal. After that, try to get a bit more sleep. We still have a few more hours before sunrise." Turgon did go back to sleep, but it was only for about half the amount of time he could have had. Now he took time alone to go to his not-so-secret place to get away from everyone else. The moon was still in view above the dunes, but he knew, and not too long from now, the sky would change and the sun would begin to rise. While he obviously could have an ale, he opted for some type of strange red tea he had found on the table. Figured it best not to do anything to otherwise cloud his mind. As he sat looking out across the dunes, he suddenly realized that he was not alone. "It is good that you're not wanted dead," Udor said. Turgon looked over to his left and to the corner. He had not seen the dwarf in the shadows. "Give it time, I'm sure someone will." Udors laughed. "Aye." Chapter 5 of Dwarven Ale and Trouble. Turgon had not slept very well after the events that had transpired in the middle of the night. In fact, when he did awake to prepare for the journey of today, he woke up in a cold sweat with the sensation that someone was in the room with him. His eyes, having sprung open, were still clearing as he rubbed his head with only the dwindling light of a single candle that was about to extinguish. He rubbed his head, standing up and gathering his belongings. It had been so many years since he went out on a journey like this. During that time, he had his first thoughts of conquest and retaking that of his people. Back then, he had very simple jobs, mostly about locksmithing, but traveling about to do so, even offering to sometimes make makeshift forges in places that did not have one. He truly had come from simple beginnings, and though he smiled thinking back to those indeed simpler times, now he felt he had a much greater purpose, even though he was still trying to figure out exactly what that was. He proceeded to the Star Forge, though no one at this hour was there. The entire structure was humming as the Balarite deep within its core kept the entire thing emanating a warmness that was strangely comforting to Turgon. It was so strange that the longer Balinor worked and tweaked the careful mechanics that made up the forge, the entire outside of the structure had multiple lines and strange symbols that Turgon did not understand. No answer to his question. Some may say it was just happening because it was meant to be, but it was some bit of fate. Turgon didn't know, and truthfully, he didn't need to know. He turned from the forge, making his way to the main doors. He could already see several others standing there along with more guards. Rorchichor was actually going over something with several of them. As he approached, Silra looked at him with an embarrassed glare. "So, about last night. Well, apparently you are a very bad priest. That much is sure. But at the very least, can you not do it on the table? We're trying to be decent dwarves around here and halfway decent priests." Silra laughed. "Well, we didn't actually do anything on the table that just happened to be what we fell asleep on." Turgon chuckled. "Very well. Have you not found yourself a bed in this place? I'm sure that would give you a bit more privacy." "To tell you the truth, I'm not entirely sure how I ended up on the table, but I can say the dwarven ale that Rorchichor was able to get forces play a fine thing." Turgon nodded. "Well, it seems we are going to be going to the source of that ale." They passed through the doorway, and on the horizon Rorchichor could see the sun just peeping over. The reds and the oranges were blending with the purples of the sunrise, and Turgon took a deep breath. "I do love the mornings when I'm awake for them," Silra said. "It's weird. It's been quite a long time since I've seen an actual sunrise before I started spending time with you." Turgon sighed. "Spending time with me? Is that what you call what has transpired so far?" "Okay, fine. Nearly getting killed multiple times, being knocked out, entering an ancient city, and again nearly getting killed. I think it better to just say before you started getting killed or nearly getting killed daily with me." "No more killing or nearly being killed," Silra said from behind. "I swear, Father, did neither of you ever go to any type of academy?" "No, I wasn't so lucky, I guess you could say," Turgon said. "And you might just say I'm an idiot, that's fine. You'd probably say that anyway," Silra said. Silra grinned. "I've already heard a rather interesting story in that you were found on the table in the middle of the night." "Who told you that?" "It's just going around. You really should get a room." Turgon had had very few interactions with Silra as it was now. It was amusing to see the priest getting berated by his own child. "So, King Turgon, you did not go to some academy? I hear Haradar has quite a library." "That is true. They also have a hall of great statues of many heroes and heroines of multiple races. Though dwarves are known to be rather centric to our own race, we do not take heroic deeds lightly no matter who you are. But no, I never attended the academy. To some degree, the academy isn't quite what it was at one time. Besides, when I was a much younger dwarf, my family moved quite a bit. I feel like I've made it out okay, though." Silra shrugged. "I don't know. I feel like your life has been rather interesting. I think it's going to be more interesting going forward." About that time, Garivia emerged. She looked quite a bit different than the first time they had met her back in the inn. Instead of many bright colors and the flowing garb of a gypsy, she was wearing a much more neutral-colored robe and wielded a silver staff. Turgon had never even seen this staff before. She also had another staff, much simpler and made of wood, but with a single golden stone at the top of it. "Forgetting one's staff is not the greatest path of being a better priestess," she said, pushing the staff to Silra. "My apologies," she said as she bowed. "Turgon, we have gone about and set many more wards all across the halls. If such creatures come as did this morning, not only will they be stopped, but if they proceed deep enough or around enough of my wards, they will set off my ensnare traps, which will then bind into the mind of whoever created them." Seems like you should have those on the outside perimeter, Silra said. No, because then we will just catch the ones that aren't that smart being summoned from Jinn, who are not quite as powerful. It would take a very powerful Jinn to be able to get deep into our sanctum. That's the one I want to catch. If I can catch one of the creatures alive, then I can trace it back to where it was summoned and where the one that summoned the Jinn is hiding. Now, the snakes emerged. They too had seemingly not slept since this morning. King Turgon, we have done extensive scouting before the sun had yet come up. We have laid traps in the upper reaches of the mountains. Not so much for spirits such as the priestess here has done, but for others. I will say that we came across 3 riders making their way north of the gully just beyond these dwarven halls. 3 riders? Yes, they appear to be elven. They do not seem to be searching for anything, and I assume they're just making their way through. Still, precaution is necessary. Now Rorchichor had joined, and Hammersong was glancing around at the company as it was assembled. Where are the camels? No camels, Garivia said. No camels, the horses? Yes, Silra said. The camels were needed apparently. The horses, well, your guards are using them to patrol further out. Do you not remember that, Hammersong? Rorchichor shook his head and rubbed his brow. I really should have went back to sleep. So, walking it is, Turgon said. All the best stories involve a group of companions walking, Silra said. I'll have to get you some of those stories, dear king. You need something to do when you're ruling from your throne here. Priestesses, and now at the very end the Rusis Guri, were ready to depart. It is good to see everyone this fine morning, Guri said. I'm starting to feel like I'm the only one that went to sleep, Turgon said. Well, maybe if you sleep more you'll be a little prettier, Rorchichor said. Look at this beard, he said, stroking it with his fingers. You can't get much prettier than this dwarf. Though the others didn't get it, the snakes sure did. Dwarves are all about beards and comparing their sizes. As it was, Turgon had always preferred to keep his a bit shorter, but the Hammersong with him absolutely did not have a short beard. The snakes, too, had beards, but they were braided and fastened with jewelry. All but one of them, and this one Turgon had not actually spoken to. He likely had an interesting story, considering he was missing an eye and had shaved his face to be smooth and bare, and his head only had a single ponytail down the back, but the rest was sheer. That said, this dwarf also did not carry an axe or sword, but instead had 2 spiked whips. Odd weaponry for anyone, but especially a dwarf. That said, the snakes were not dwarves you either questioned or made fun of. The fact that the company as it was had seen them for as long as they already have was a rarity unlike any other rarity. Rorchichor and Guri began to lead the company away from the dwarven halls. They proceeded down the pathway that led to the old village. Here many more travelers had set up, and it seemed that the end was nearing some form of reconstruction. In fact, Turgon had not spent any time here since their initial visit and the fires and destruction that followed. But now, there were new foundations for additional structures, and it seemed as if their small community was growing larger. Now they took a road that would take them further south along the edge of the mountains. Rorchichor then fell back to where Turgon was to explain their plan. It will take a few hours of following this road, but then there is a mountain pass that turns us east. The good side is that we'll be leaving the desert for a much more green region. Might even remind you of better times, as it were. Really can't say times are not better now, my friend. Indeed, my king. Once we head to the eastern pass, we'll merge in the woods and there will be a stream. We'll cross the stream and follow an ever-growing river as it flows directly in a southeastern trek. At the end of that, we will find my friend in the brewery. From there, we will take a northern road that will take us near the Ankh-Dur Mountains. It is here where one of the first villages is. We can start trying to sort out where it is we are to go. I already talked to Guri, and though he does have some information, this is going to be something we figure out as we go. Very good. Have you told the snakes? The reason Turgon had asked such questions was because it seemed the snakes were already departing from the path, though their leader was still there. "What is this?" Rorchichor asked. "We are too bunched up. My dwarves will go into the cliffs above to take the path a bit slower, but make sure that we are not followed and that no one is watching. We cannot be too careful. We are not the only killers that are stalking the mountains so as of now." "You mean like golems or random rangers?" Silra asked. "No, opportunists. Not to mention there is a bounty on the good king here." "How much?" Silra asked. "You don't ask that kind of question," Silra said. "No, I'm actually curious. How much?" Turgon asked. 25,000 gold pieces if you're brought in alive, 8,000 if you're dead." "Probably not worth the trouble," Silra said. Turgon burst out laughing. "You talk like a sellsword, and a high-level one. You asked me, so I'll ask you, did you go to some academy?" "She did when I did, though she went to one that was a bit further north than I care to go. It was a place of safety, as after some unfortunate events her safety was extremely important. Apparently, one of my friends, who is a wizard in the Far East, recommended an island in the glacial seas. A wind temple, actually. Followers of Dimn. Have you ever heard of the island of Swea?" "I do not believe I've heard of such a place." "It was quite an odd place." "Odd?" Turgon asked. "It's a desolate island with a bunch of monks. What's not odd about that?" Turgon laughed. "Still must be from the stories that you read that you hear and know so much about random jabs at wanted kings and such." "Yes, it's all quite fun, actually." So far had been otherwise uneventful. They found a stream just as Rorchichor had told him about, and now they were alongside a shallow river. This region reminded him more of the Tychen Mountains. It was a strange comfort for Turgon to remember when he was a much younger dwarf, first learning a bit about woodworking. There was an old mill sitting on a river almost exactly like this. That mill, of course, was no longer there, much like most things of his childhood, but hearing the water moving over the rocks gave him a sense of calmness. It was nice to be away from the desert, as it were though he could still turn around, look behind him, and see rolling dunes. The deeper they went into the mountains, the more he was feeling at home. They soon came to a short stone bridge and went over the river and to another well-worn path. "Now we are where I like to be. I've purposely come this way on our official Hammersong duties just to come here," Rorchichor said. Turgon could now smell the scent of burning pine. Though they could not see the smoke just yet, they were entering a dell of sorts. This was the domain of the dwarven brewer, a friend of Turgon's Hammersong, and a strange fellow from what Turgon had heard of him. Following the stone pathway as it went up the hill and came over another smaller hill that looked down into a place that Turgon could only describe as a stone hovel dug into the side of the mountain. In typical dwarven fashion, it seemed most of this brewery of sorts was underground. Rorchichor was now leading the group directly, hurrying ahead and going to a large circular ring of stone. It appeared to be some type of fire pit. "Hey, what kind of messed up day is this to where the fire is not even going? What kind of trick is this?" It was clear to Turgon that Rorchichor was joking, spinning about trying to find this apparently elusive dwarf. "This is odd. He isn't here," Rorchichor said. The company began to disperse, separating themselves from each other and searching for signs of this dwarf. "I sense no presence of evil," Garivia said. "Still, be on guard," Silra said. As the priest and priestesses spread out, so did the snakes, as many of the other snakes that had dispersed out had returned to the group. "Strange for the dwarf to be missing," Silra said. Turgon nodded. "I do not see signs of a struggle, though." "With everything I worry of," the Rooses said, "it does not surprise me that we are missing someone in these mountains. Perhaps we should have left sooner." It was in that strange moment that there was a whistling in the wind, and Turgon jumped as an arrow struck a tree just near his head. The entire group of companions jumped to action, the priestess and Silra summoning wards, the snakes immediately charging directly forward apparently, to engage whatever enemy was upon them. Both Rorchichor and Turgon had their weapons at the ready, and the Rooses stepped in front of Turgon, summoning flame within his hands. It was a mere few moments and the snakes shouted out, "We have him!" Turgon was amazed at how quickly the snakes moved, and even more amazed that they had found whoever it was that released an arrow towards him. As Turgon and Rorchichor ran to where the snakes were holding their attacker, Rorchichor immediately lifted his hands. "Do not harm him! That is our dwarf!" Turgon realized that this dwarf was no normal dwarf as one would say. This dwarf had a bow and seemed closer to the rangers of Taria in the Riverland regions and the race of men than dwarf. "Nice to get a visit with my good friend Rorchichor. Do hope the ale has been good." "But," the dwarf said, hastily scanning the snakes that held him, "you could just ask for more. Are these the snakes? Do they actually exist?" Woodors pressed his sword into the dwarf's neck and pushed it down and pierced the skin. "You dare attack the king?" Hold of the blade with his gloved hand, pushing it off his neck. "If maybe you don't start trying to cut me up, I'll explain." There was a note on the said arrow. If I wanted to put that arrow into his skull, I could have, and no amount of snakes or Hammersongs would stop me. At that point, Rorchichor looked at Turgon, who then motioned for the snakes to release the dwarf. The dwarf rubbed his throat, and soon thereafter, the priestess came and cast a simple healing spell to stop the bleeding. "Thank you, but as I was saying, I put a note. One of you knows me." He looked to Rorchichor. "Good friend, do you see this?" "Oh, I see it, Dablinor. Mistakes happen," the Hammersong said. "Yes, well, mistakes. There's been many things skulking about the woods, and last night I awoke to a blackish creature with no apparent arms or legs hovering directly over the fire pit. I took one of the secret entrances, and I departed from my happy little brewery and hid in a cave not too far away. I've been keeping watch, trying to see if any of those cult members from the village down the way were maybe skulking about too. Then I saw y'all. Anyway, since you seem to have an assembly of quite a group of companions, perhaps it is safe now to have that fire and maybe share some ale." "That will be good. My apologies for lashing out as we did," Turgon said. "But we have actually come seeking knowledge about activities in these mountains, and of course I would love to have a bit of ale." That Turgon had had from the arrow with the unbeknownst to him note attached, to it to the sudden explosion of Woodors and the other snakes moving so rapidly, you would have thought they were elves, and now turned to one of those strange scenes where it seemed they were all just about to relax at the tavern. Woodors, however, was not about relaxing as easy as Silra or even Guri was. While Woodors himself was sitting just nearby, the other snakes were in the surrounding hills keeping watch. Rorchichor had offered to join the watch, however Woodors said that wasn't necessary. Still, the Hammersong was also not partaking in any drinking. Even though he was personally friends with Dablinor, it just wasn't the time. Dablinor's entire operation was rather odd, considering it was just a lone dwarf. Now, the great fire pit was burning brightly, and seeing that there was something about this fire which somehow powered the other structures, though there was no obvious system in place that Turgon could see. Each of the small stone huts were now glowing from within with no torchlight, but yet something else. Against the mountainside, the actual distillery, as it were, was blended into a cavernous series of rooms of which only the first few could Turgon actually see. Soon, however, Dablinor invited Turgon directly into his home. "I tell you," Dablinor said, "if I had known there'd been guests on my doorstep, and not things just trying to kill me, I would have made a bigger show. Perhaps hunted a boar or something. I find myself not eating that much as of late, and I have been living on a bit of cured meat and some cheese." "And of course ale," Turgon said. Dablinor chuckled. "Of course, that is a given." Entering the dwarf's abode, he passed through a porch of sorts, simply made of stone, and into the first room that he could see from his spot at the fire pit. Here, There was a small wooden door that led into a comfortably warm room with several bookcases, a small workshop, and apparently Dablanor's bed. All these structures and clear signs of more hidden beneath, and you have a tiny room? The most important thing to me is the art of ale-making and even some finer distilled spirits. I have no need for some vast expanse or some great dwarven hold. It truly is the simpler things, though I much prefer simpler times. Dablanor seemed to be stalling. They had come into this place for no determined reason. Turgon realized that Dablanor looked incredibly nervous, more nervous than when his fellow companions were threatening him. "What is it?" "It's just everything. You came here at an odd time. Aside from the threats on my life, I've been thinking of packing what little I need and leaving, closing things down. I used to only have to worry of maybe a random vampire or a pack of wolves coming about and trying to drag me off while I pass out by the fire pit. Now, however, it's something else. Now I have Hammersongs and dwarven assassins. I have priests and priestesses, and even a dwarf king in my little homestead. I originally built this place for simplicity and to get away from it all, but it seems it has all found me. You know, when Rorchichor first contacted me, I thought perhaps he'd come stay. He and his brethren have used my spot as an inn of sorts many times. It's always good having a bit of company, but when they leave, I'm happy too. But finding out that you had taken over the old dwarven ruins and that there was bigger trouble and problem closing in around, I just really didn't know what to think. I'm a bit nervous, I know. I normally don't have a problem like this, but all of these changes are a bit much." Turgon realized that even though they were not talking about any of the subjects that they intended to, it seemed this dwarf was already in a spot. He wasn't too sure what to say at this exact moment, so he figured the best would be to offer what he could offer. "I know about not expecting things to happen as they do. I'd no intent to be in this exact position that I am in now, but I am. Now, I'm not even exactly sure if I'm doing what I need to be. I've always done things in some ways like you, my way. If those around me didn't like it, then they could leave. But now I'm in a spot where I don't actually know all the things I should know. I have to rely on magic and priests, and now even as you pointed out, dwarven assassins that are not here to kill me, but are indeed here to kill someone. I understand being anxious. I'll tell you ahead of time that you will be questioned about the nearby villages and anything and everything you've seen. But if indeed you do not feel safe, there is a dwarven hold not too far away. You'd be welcome to come and set up anything you need to set up. I'm sure once this is all over, Rorchichor would be more than happy to assist you in ale production. While my little experiment in dwarven ruling has been odd, and at odds in general with the High King of Haradar, it seems my placement in this world is more acceptable than I at first believed ever could be. You'd be safe in my home, and I would welcome you as a friend and as your king to come there. But we will need your help first." At this point, Turgon realized that Dablanor was moving his hands about his pocket, eventually fumbling out a small cloth bag. The dwarf proceeded to pull some type of ground herb out of the bag and stick it in his mouth. Dablanor then took several deep breaths. "I'm glad you understand, Turgon. That is why I needed this conversation with you ahead of time. I didn't want you to think that I was hiding something or trying to avoid a question. I do know what is needed, and I can't say right now if I should even go to your dwarven hold, but I do not feel safe here. Perhaps if I can help you now, I'll have no need to leave. Yes, I would like that." Turgon grabbed his fellow dwarf by the shoulder and nodded. "Then calm yourself and return outside, and don't let wooders make you nervous." Dablanor nodded and then pointed over to a crate. "Seems like it might be a good night to try these. Help me carry them? I actually pulled my back a few days ago." Turgon went over and grabbed the crate that contained 6 large bottles of some type of dark brew. There was no type of label or other distinguishable marking. It was odd to be sure. Returning back outside to the still roaring fire, as darkness began to creep over the vast hills and trees around them, he noticed that Silra had already taken to setting up sleeping places all around them. Turgon glanced up the tree high above and noticed a white owl staring down, beginning its nighttime ritual of hunting in the great woods around them. "I'll have you set that down right by the fire," Dablinor said, referencing the crate of whatever was in these bottles. "Is that what I think it is?" Rorchichor asked, rather interested in the strange bottles that Turgon was setting down. "Something like it. A bit better, no doubt. A new brew and something that not even you probably have not had." Turgon noticed that Guri was over with Garivia, looking over a parchment and pointing up at stars. Selinra, too, was nearby, but she didn't seem to be paying attention. While Woodors was pacing on the edge of Dablinor's homestead, Turgon noticed several of the snakes guarding the ominous darkness around them. "It is a bit creepy, isn't it?" Rorchichor asked Turgon. "They're professionals at what they do, though I do argue if they do not do the active guarding better than Hammersongs." At that moment, Woodors turned and smiled, looking directly at Turgon before approaching. "What the Hammersong do is no doubt glorious. To wear the greatest of armor and use an ancient and holy weapon is an honor that none of us of the snakes could ever obtain. But," Woodors continued, "you will not find more agility and ability to supersede all levels of what the people believe to be dwarven than that among those who join our ranks. In truth, though I doubt Throka would be proud to put us on a pedestal and show us off to the other gods as he would with the grand Hammersongs, if Throka needed something done and he didn't want a trail of broken armor, smashed gates, and destroyed taverns with all of their ale drank, he would send us." At that moment, Dablinor began setting the bottles out on a small stone table directly by the fire pit. Dablinor looked over nervously at Turgon, Rorchichor, and Woodors. Woodors went over to Dablinor and bowed slightly. "A dwarf alone is a brave dwarf. Most of our kind stick to caves of others in large groups." Turgon could see Dablinor beginning to shake. "But this is something that I and my kin find quite respectable. I wanted to let you know that when we leave, too, we'll remain in the nearby woods. You can do anything you need and go about your day. They will not disturb or bother you. I cannot offer you the surety of 100 Hammersongs standing by you, but I can assure you of one thing, that if a threat does come your way, you will likely never know about it. A small gift for a time until we sort out what is going on in these hills and mountains." Dablinor seemed to want to speak, but stuttered several times before finally managing to get out something. "Thank you." Woodors bowed slightly again, and then nodded to Turgon. Outside of the snakes who were staying on the perimeter to guard, altered attention to the fire and several small glasses that Dablinor had arranged. Turgon watched as Dablinor poured very small amounts of his strange brew into each of the small cups. Once all in attendance, including Selinra even, had a glass, the dwarf lifted it up and motioned with his hands for the others to do the same. "Of bountiful trees, of grain from the fields, of crushed berry of the seasons, may only the blessing of the woods flow into our glasses as we enjoy this as a companion of friends." Turgon had seen many toasts like this before, but what he had never seen was upon holding up the glasses and the last words that with Dablinor spoke, small glowing speckles began to fall from the trees above them, flowing directly into their glasses. Turgon watched as the strange substance began to swirl and cause the glasses to glow. "This better not be like those mushrooms that one time," Rorchichor said. "That was a weird trip and was devoid of the blonde woman." "Not at all," Dablinor said. "And you're still talking about that blonde?" "Oh, so this is a frequent discussion?" Turgon joked. He sipped the strange brew, and to say it tasted something of dwarfish Dablinor would not be untrue. However, the flavors of the berry and the strange spice were odd. Even more, he could feel a slight calming effect that he didn't quite expect to come on so soon. "Now," Dablinor asked, "what do you seek?" "There are Jinn of the deserts moving into the mountains," Guri said, but also there is a dwarf who I believe to be a bit beyond mere necromancy. It is something much more horrid and long-standing, but the greater fear is that somehow this dwarf may be using Rusi's enchanted gauntlets, and through this dwarf's actions the greater dwarven empire, and what Rusis do remain, are going to be blamed for a great atrocity. It is my belief also, as I have spoken with King Turgon, that this dwarf has developed the following, an occult even. I do not know of the dwarf that you speak of, but I can tell you that the villages, of which there are 3, used to come here quite often. It's to be expected considering I do brew some wonderful ales, but a few weeks ago that stopped. I happened to catch one that was one of my greatest customers moving down the eastern road when I was looking for some rare berries, and he told me that he no longer wished to drink. It was an odd statement, but then I went to ask him more and he simply turned away and ignored me. To also bring up, I've seen an odd assortment of those of a particular clan from the Shadowlands. I believe it is the Tur clan. Udors asked. Most definitely. Their symbol, the clawed hand with bolts of lightning coming from the fingertips, I have seen on many shipments of supplies coming from the south. Or are they going to the south? The more troubling fact is that that clan was annihilated, Udors said. Any using that clan symbol, I would question the authenticity of such a thing. Perhaps you are mistaken, Silra suggested. Just because a clan is believed to be dead doesn't mean that they're dead, and it's the Shadowlands. That's quite a place to get lost in if you don't want to be found. Priest, it was I and my snakes that killed every member of that clan while they slept. I had 45 targets. I killed 45 targets. I cut off the thumbs of every single one of them and returned them to the High King of Haradar. That clan attempted to assassinate someone within the royal family. That clan was no longer allowed to exist. The tone and the words spoken absolutely took away the slight high Turgon was feeling. That said, it was a much more disturbing situation now that there was a clan using the name of a dead shadow elf clan to do business. What you have asked is what I know, and I can tell you that the nearest village is just over the hills and through the mountain pass. If you go there without any signs that you seek to do harm, I am sure you will have no issue, but do not expect to gain any information. That is not to be had there. These people of the 3 villages were always to themselves and secretive, partially why I didn't mind knowing they were there. But I would not trust anything you hear or anything you see there. No, I would not trust them. The discussion leveled off and went to nonsense as the effect of the drink became stronger, but Turgon kept his wits about him, as did Guri, Dablinor, and Wudors. I apologize that I have not more to tell you, Dablinor said. No, Guri said. Your information will prove helpful and will help also direct us in what we should or should not believe going forward. Absolutely, Turgon said. He looked to Wudors. Thank you for offering to guard him. I know it is not a typical task of any assassin. Until we sort out what exactly is going on here and who is behind what, this is the safest thing we can do. They laid down for the night while the snakes were keeping guard around them. Turgon and Rorchichor had agreed to wake each other on cycles to also ensure watch was kept. It wasn't that Turgon did not trust Wudors, it's that he didn't feel he should rely on assassins alone to guard his friends. These dwarfs were odd, and even now he was still thinking of the explosive display in combat prowess that he had seen before. He had known many great warriors, but he could not deny having these with him greatly increased their odds of survival if things did not go well in the villages, or if this supposed dwarven necromancer was going to cause them significant issue. And considering the past few weeks, you'd expect nothing less than lots of issues. What luck is it that I both acquire the rights to use such a forge and also just happened upon an ancient dwarf that can operate it? But there was ruling from the throne. Now that's an interesting idea. The group of dwarves, the journey, the dwarf grabbed the entire exchange. He actually heard me? He heard what I said and he was standing way over there? Now the group of them, The Turclan. Chapter 6. The Past and the Chakram. They were all up and moving away from Dablanor's place before dawn. While Dablanor had been nice enough to provide them with a few small bottles of distilled spirits and a very small supply of cured meats, they were moving fast and light over the hill and directly towards the pass. The Ankh-Dur mountains towered above them, their jagged peaks barren of any snow, but fog in the early sunlight was beginning to roll over the tops of them. The air smelled of pine and of a fragrant scent that wasn't even familiar to Turgon. The mountain pass hovered before them, a dark crevice that loomed with a foreboding gloom. "Keep ranks tight," Rorchichor said. "Keep your eyes watching every shadow, and do not excuse even the smallest mouse scurrying away as simply that. These are mountains of ancient evils, once teeming with orcs, now supposedly just a simple place of 3 villages. Even the Hammersong do not care to go to such a place without adequate brothers by our side." Rorchichor looked at Turgon as Woodors quickly moved around the both of them. "Acto Sera." Turgon knew that was Dwarvish, but he had no idea what was just said. The snakes intermingled within the companions. Each of them uttered something almost like a hissing sound, almost like acknowledging what their leader said. "Do not worry of numbers, Hammersong. In such a pass, numbers matter little. What matters is speed and agility. That is a service that I and my kin will provide. But we must not take a slow path. We must keep a good pace going through here." As now Guri was directly in front, Woodors joined him and seemed to encourage a much quicker pace. They were jogging now, a speed generally liked by dwarves, but given the circumstance and the closing cliffs around them, it actually felt much more wise to do as the snake wanted. The pass began to snake upwards, spiraling through and between massive boulders and smashed wooden pillars. It was here now that he saw elven armor discarded but pierced through. This pass was a battleground, as were many of the mountain passes in the Ankh-Dur region. Some of the greatest stories of elven and dwarven battles happened here, but Turgon had never walked what could be considered hallowed grounds like this before. Now, it was starting to make sense if the necromancer was to go anywhere, they would go to a place like this. "Orc filth," Rorchichor said. The Hammersong kicked at a corpse, a bony and mangled skeletal body still clenching its curved blade by its bony grip. "Orc. I have read quite a few stories of orc," Silra said. "They are quite the cursed creature," Garivia said, "but there are none of those alive in these mountains." "I think it's more the ones that were dead and brought back to life that we should be more worried of," Silra said. "While I know there are dead ones such as this, I know also that the breeding grounds for such creatures were flooded, and that while hundreds of thousands lie beneath the place known as Demon Head in the northwest portion of these mountains, I do not believe we would see undead orc," Garivia said. "And I did not think I would find an ancient dwarf hidden away in a protected realm, believing that no time had passed other than a few hours seemingly," Silra joked. "Recently has had a way of changing my outlook." A feeling come over him. Something unlike he had ever felt, though it wasn't evident to him what it even was. They were coming to a portion of the pass that was wider than the entire previous passage. Here, there were massive mesas with trees growing high into the sky. There was a river cutting through this way, with a massive waterfall off to the left side. The snakes fanned out as they entered this area. Silra got close to Silra as Garivia checked behind them. They moved faster than they were before. Everyone had the same thought, and getting through this much more open area was exactly what they were doing. Turgon reached the river's edge. It wasn't deep, just a few inches with a loose gravel bottom. He trudged across with Rorchichor at his side. They had no more than reached the other side when there was a flash from the waterfall. Rorchichor saw it at the same time. Having no time to draw his hammer, he shifted his stance, and a clang on his back sent a spinning bladed disc bouncing away from him, striking one of the mesas, and then flying back up towards the waterfall. Had the Hammersong not been there, the blade would have cut right through Turgon's neck. The snakes converged on the waterfall, but the disc never made it. Instead, it was caught by an unseen specter moving upon them in the river. "Wards!" Garivia shouted. "Protect the king!" Udor snapped a whip, swiping the air above as he jumped atop the mesa. "Shadow Guardian!" Udors hissed. Another flash and the spinning disc returned, bouncing off a rock and tearing through Silra's side. The priest fell to the ground. Turgon went to go to him when an unseen hand grabbed him. He ripped at the figure, who solidified for a moment. He had grabbed its hand, stopping a curved blade from striking him. It kicked up from the ground, kneeing him in the throat, toppling him. But as he struck the riverbed, a hammer flew directly over him, striking the attacker and sending it into the rocky mesa. The figure pushed upward, vanishing from sight once again. Garivia was with Silra, putting pressure on a bloody wound. The snakes were above them now. Silindra lifted her ward toward them, shaking as she did so. Such a large spell was wearing on her fast. "That's a cursed chakram! Cease the ward! It is pointless," Udor said. "That weapon can't be stopped like that." Silindra did and fell back against the mesa, exhausted. "Stay down, Turgon! Keep your guard up!" Udors commanded. Rorchichor and Turgon were back to back, moving towards the less defensive Silra, Silindra, and Garivia. Turgon motioned for Silindra to come towards them. The chakram came again, but this time one of the snakes threw something and knocked it into the river. Udors whistled twice, and each of the snakes drew out dwarven dust, igniting it with a small stone and sending a series of flashes out of small metal tubes that Turgon had never seen. The blasts were directed all over the top of the mesas. Pieces of stone exploded from the impacts of the strange weapons. It sounded like thunder, echoing off the walls of the mountain passage. But with whatever this was, the figure was struck, falling into the river and fully visible. The snakes converged, their weapons poised for the kill when Turgon stopped them. "Wait! Unmask it! I want to talk to it. See who wants me dead now." Rorchichor grabbed the figure, throwing it up against the mesa. The figure struggled, still alive but bleeding from its arm and leg. The snakes held their weapons at ready as Turgon ripped its hood down. It was a woman, a shadow elf. She spat towards the snakes. "Awikel of the Shadow Guard of Mandarel," growled Udors. "Shadow Guard?" Turgon asked. "What does Evern of the Shadowlands want with me?" Awikel suddenly spun from grasp, breaking Rorchichor's grip and flashing a blade up almost to Turgon's neck, but Udors was on her, ripping her by her hair and throwing her against the mesa head first. She struck, falling into a leaping pose as the snakes surrounded her once again. She was bleeding from her nose now. "Come now, Awikel. Let's not dance this again. The snakes of Haradar and the Shadow Guardians of Mandarel have already done this once." "I believe we killed more of you than you did of us," Awikel said. "The Shadow Guard will not allow such—" The snake struck her in the side of her face, throwing her into the river. "You can't count either, can you? Not enough light in the east?" Udor said with a snide tone. "There are 10 of us, 1 of you, and you took pellets into your arm and leg. Why don't you answer the king's question before I just kill you?" Awikel glared at Turgon. "You are not a necromancer?" "You seek a necromancer?" Turgon asked. "I sought a dwarf. Dwarves are rare in these parts. I've been searching for days. There is a special need of that one's head at my emperor's throne." "Get in line," Guri said. "That dwarf is what we seek too." Silra made his way over. He was bloodied but no longer bleeding. He was holding the bladed disc Awikel had struck him with. The disc from him. As he looked it over, he noticed that Awikel was staring at him. "Why do you look at me like that? I am no thief. Besides, this is an elven weapon. I've no reason to keep such a thing. Perhaps I will simply throw it into some shallow cave and leave you to try to fetch it." Awikel nodded, holding some of her wounds she received and sweating rather profusely. "You are not my target, dwarf, but that weapon means more to me than you could possibly imagine." Now, Garivia approached the assassin and began to tend to her wounds. Woodors immediately protested. "This woman attacked us. Leave her to die. The Shadow Guard has used such pain and agony." Awikel cut her eyes at the snake, but Garivia simply shook her head. "The plights of dwarven and elven assassins do not interest me, nor does the pure fact as it stands that the Shadow Elf is of the same region that I once lived in." She began to place some type of healing balm on several of the injuries by using her staff the focus of soft white light into the areas where the dwarven projectile weapons did the most damage. Awikel winced as she began to breathe easier. The bleeding wounds, not too unlike the ones she had placed into Silra, were healing. "Seeing as that the Dwarf-King was not the intended target for you," Garivia said, "I suggest you come with us, and perhaps we will face this necromancer together." Rorchichor made a very audible sigh and was very clear to Turgon of his disapproval of such a thing. Silra seemed indifferent, but did not speak, considering he saw himself, in Turgon's opinion, to be a bit lesser than the priestess. "I think she might be useful if we find something that needs to be carried," Silindra said. "We didn't quite bring a good pack mule. It's the least she can do for our trouble." Turgon realized that he liked Silra's daughter, not any way of attraction or anything of that nature, but he admired her lack of thought before speaking. It was rare to see a dwarf that wasn't just stalwart and strong, belching about the same rhetoric. Silindra was indeed different. Perhaps it was her time in the academy that she so happily speaks of, but her quick tongue was similar to her father's, just more direct. "I will slit open your neck from side to side if you dare to attempt to draw blade against the Dwarven King," Woodor said. "King Turgon, may I take the weapon and give it back to this assassin, or should we keep her unarmed?" Turgon held the circular blade, and part of him did not want to give such a device back. Its ability to pierce through wards where a normal arrow or even magic would be stopped was peculiar to him. But as Awikel stared on, and now Garivia did too, he simply looked to the snake and then to Rorchichor. "Does us no good to have a skilled assassin, no matter their race or allegiance, without a weapon if we are to potentially be in another life-threatening situation." He looked to Awikel. "Are you alone? Or are there others waiting to see you and assume that you've been turned or otherwise enchanted?" he said to her. "I think the word you're looking for is hexed," Silra said, immediately realizing his words were uncalled for as Turgon glared at him and simply put his hands up and bowed slightly. "I am alone. There was another, but he headed north and should be about near Taria now, but I think he's chasing a vampire. They're known to haunt those regions a bit more than down here. He will not return to me either. I was to meet him in the city of Locum when this was all over." Turgon pushed the weapon at her chest, and she took it, placing it on her belt. Turgon realized she had many other weapons, daggers, and at least one short sword at her hip. "We are headed to one of the 3 villages. You will accompany us. Have you had any dealings with these villagers personally?" "You are going to High Rock," Awikel said. "That's the one that you will find at the end of this road. I have not had any dealings with the villages themselves. Though I have entered one, I did so in such a way where none could see me. There is an odd air about these valleys, and that's when I saw you and your companions. I thought I finally found my quarry, though you do not look the part of a necromancer. I understand this necromancer borderlines between the typical Mortua necromancer and looking more like a Rusus. An odd combination, and quite honestly, a confusing one." "Those are stolen gauntlets. They are not of the dwarves," Guri said. "That's my stake in this beyond now, assisting directly with the king here. We do not need more enemies in this world, and if there's a dwarven necromancer that is wearing Rusus gauntlets, it will not help any of our races but the race of men." Now with the shadow elf assassin Awikel with them, most of the snakes were staying on her sides and behind her. Turgon knew that Woodors did not trust this assassin, and he was okay with that. He was still surprised, though, by the use of the snake's weapons. As they continued to walk through the pass and through another passage of towering cliffs, Udor stepped back to speak with the king in private. They say the Shadow Guard is blessed by the Silent Goddess, a variation of the elven goddess Etha. Their ability to vanish from sight, to move without being heard. It is amazing they do not incorporate more actual magic into what they do. You seem almost amazed by them, which is odd, Turgon told him. I have a respect for my enemy. We had our one and only confrontation between the snakes and the Shadow Guard. To any onlooker, it would have been difficult to see what was going on. But it was this, he said, lifting up the strange metal pipe with the short wood stalk at the end. This makes the difference. While we can't cast Mage Light or some other spell to reveal their location, dwarven dust placed into the rear portion of this device and several small silver balls fired out of the exhaust of the pipe, and it doesn't matter if I can see you. It just matters that I pointed in your general direction. The snake passed the strange weapon to Turgon. It was heavier than Turgon expected. While the metal portion of the weapon was approximately as long as his entire arm from shoulder to fingertip, the wooden portion was quite a bit smaller and had a simple loop and metal control mechanism. He brought it up against his body and held the weapon out. No, if you're going to do it properly, you would need to actually put it up your shoulder firm against your skin. Turgon handed the weapon back to the snake. Seems a bit odd compared to a good axe or a hammer. I didn't even know you snakes had such weapons. To be fair, our existence isn't even that known, and our abilities and weaponry are the reason why we are the way we are. Again, most that see us never have a chance to tell anyone else again of our presence. Near the village, and Turgon could tell this from the sudden sound of animals. Goats bleating, chickens clucking, and the flapping of their wings. As they came to the end of the mountain pass, the view opened up to see a large archway and simple wooden fences that ran from either side of it. This is High Rock, Awakel said. It is not very big, but is the first of the 3 villages. As Turgon and his company proceeded forward, the first thing they realized is there were no guards. They entered the village to find many thatch buildings and even more barns and pens for animals. There was a single waterfall in the far distance that fed into a pool directly below it, and a river that snaked through the buildings. There were no more than 15 or so structures, not counting the barns and animal pens. Here, there were flowers growing in many of the windowsills, and the air smelled sweet. The villagers, however, seemed very solemn. They weren't what Turgon would expect, and they were not reacting in a way that made sense to him. From his point of view, he would expect a mountain village to jump at the sight of a group of strangers, no less the group of strangers he had brought. But no one approached them, and no one seemed to notice them. Udors, you go with Awakel and seek out what you can find. The rest of us will head to the center of the village. Udors nodded, and the snakes and the shadow elf assassin departed. At the center of the village there was a rather large windmill. It was 2 stories, and on the second story there were torches lit and glowing even though it was about midday. As Turgon and his companions approached this place, a man with long and flowing blonde hair stepped out. This person did not look like any of the other villagers, and in fact wore a coat that was dark blue in color. It was in this moment that Turgon realized he was not looking at some random man, but what appeared to be an elf. Travelers from distant lands, what pleasures do you seek in the village of High Rock? Did you come perhaps to try some fine wine? Some of the best in the mountains. Turgon had Turgon took, they headed out. They were drawing. Chapter 7. Clan Tour. Turgon noticed that the man was standing on the second-story balcony, holding himself in such a way it appeared that by default he considered himself greater than the strangers that had come. In Turgon's opinion, this was not welcoming or reason to be alarmed. Perhaps tell me your name and we can start there. I am of Clan Tur. My name is Vakron. The man smirked. I am Turgon, Dwarf-King of the Desert Lands. I was not aware of a dwarf king in the desert lands. It is somewhere further south, Fadabreen, perhaps. Though I do believe the king there is of the race of men. I am confused. Your confusion is well placed, Rorchichor said. What is wrong with these people? You are jovial and extravagant with your dress, your flashy blue coat. But they look almost dead. Not even one has looked up at me. To be fair, dear dwarf, they would be looking down at you considering your size. The lead again. We are not here for jokes. There is a significant threat believed to be in these mountains, a dwarf that is wanted in the Shadowlands and in the mountains of Kiva. This dwarf has stolen from the graves of Rusis long ago past, and as we have recently learned, a wanted fugitive from the Shadowlands. I did wonder why I saw a shadow elf. They are very rare around these parts, though perhaps rare are Rusis. Guri summoned a fireball into his hand and tossed it to his other hand before extinguishing it. We are not so rare as you think. Still strange to have such a random elf in a place like this, almost like ruling over these poor villagers. Even stranger is that you have a clan name of Tur when that's a shadow elf thing. My clan is made up of many people. I am but one. My father in Raven Rock is the leader of our clan, and my mother is near equal. But enough of that. I will tell you one thing. I have not seen this dwarf you speak of, but I have heard stories of the dead creeping about in a place between the three villages. You see, you're in High Rock. If you go through the pass continuing on, you will end up in Eagle Rock. And from Eagle Rock, if you take the northern passage, you will eventually find your way over to what we call Turtle Rock. It is where we actually have a decent underground lake with some of the best crustaceans you can find. I don't think we are traveling for pleasure as it is, Selinra said. You said there were dead. How do you get there? Such a mature question for someone who looks so young. Her hair is still better than yours, Blondie, Silra said. But the girl is right, Turgon said. We must go to Eagle Rock, I assume, and not take the northern passage. We take the southern passage? Perhaps, if my father allows. That way leads to an old temple that, before you ask, is not dwarven. We have heard of your conquest, King Turgon. We believed it was complete, as in a complete failure. I am full of surprises, Turgon said. Indeed, Vakrontur said. You have free passage to move from here to the place of my father. What he demands when you get to his place I cannot guess, but even if he's angry, I can think of better ways to die than simply being gutted apart by some supposed necromancer, Rusis dwarf thing. You elves like your bows. Maybe one day you'll catch a few arrows in your chest? Not likely. I specialize in magic of the god Dim. And what magic would that be? Rorchichor asked. Wind, the elf said with a cocky grin. Arrows are not a threat to me. Perhaps an axe, perhaps an elvish blade. At this moment, Woodors and the snakes along with Awikel returned. I do believe they are under a trance, but not from that elf. I overheard what he said, Awikel said. Wind magic won't do this. This is deeper. So what should we do now? We didn't see anything. Just more of these strange people going about their daily lives like no one else exists, Woodor said. Then we will head to Eagle Rock. It seems from there the patriarch of this clan can be found, this Vakrontur's father. Let's just hope there's no more major interruptions, he said, looking at Awikel. Of any kind. Turgon thought the exchange with Akrontur was extremely odd. To see someone that was clearly putting himself well above those of this village was one thing, but the truth was, it wasn't that he simply put himself above the village seemed devoid of life. To Turgon, it appeared these people were nothing more than drones going about their daily task with no emotion and no self-drive, almost as if they were in a trance. They were making their way from High Rock through yet another pass. Though none of these villages were ones that Turgon knew of, it seemed that between Awikel and Guri, Eagle Rock was indeed in the direction they were headed. If I might have a word, my king, Rorchichor said, as he slowed their pace away from the rest of them to walk at the rear of the companions. What is it? Rorchichor looked back towards High Rock, and then back towards the direction they were headed. There are a lot of new faces here. While I trust the snakes, they do seem loyal. Our Kel is not of our race, and for what it's worth, she did try to kill you. Then we have that pointed ear pixie standing upon a tower looking down upon us like we are nothing but rabble and trash. And even if we do trust Awikel, she stated that Clan Tur of the Shadowlands was dead. Turgon simply nodded. I would not generally trust a shadow elf, especially one with pure intent to kill me. But it appears that whoever it is that we're hunting, the original reason for Guri breaking me out of Warwick and now joining us in this quest, I just think that we are all after the same person. The damage this dwarf is doing is considerable, and misinformation is enemy to all stability. That said, I do not trust Vakron Tur's family, or whoever it is we're going to meet here at Eagle Rock. Sometimes those with the loudest voices are simply shouting the wrong thing. Perhaps this clan has its own motives that are outside that of this strange dwarf, or even our own intent. The two dwarves walked in silence for some time, as the path began to go further up into the mountains and crisscrossed between groves of trees and alternating portions of the road as it turned left and right over and over. Here there are many large crows in the rocks high above them. It's always odd to us, Hammersong, Rorchichor went on. We tend to stick with our own brothers in all things, but at the moment, insanity befalls lands. It's always a group of companions like this to come together. It's not armies, not groups of Hammersong or groups or elves. It's always a mixed group. It's almost as if, and it pains me to say this, the best way to destroy evil and that which is a true threat to us is to work together as a whole to combat those that would actually seek to destroy us from within. That's how it always is in the stories. A small group of absolute power convincing the lower people to fight amongst themselves, pointing out that I am a dwarf, they are an elf, and our enemy is this, and our enemy is that. If I can offer any advice, my king? His line of words was been strange to Turgon up to this point, but not untrue. Aren't you going to say it anyway? The two dwarves laughed. Well, I wanted to say that considering everything with you as king and us attempting to build a slightly different way of things, perhaps everything can be different. We have our pride as being who we are, but yet keep the focus on building unity between all of our races. You are not like many of the kings I have served. You are not amassing your own wealth and pointing out little problems between dwarven families, or how the elves are evil and must be destroyed. Though, of course, it started with you attempting to retake dwarven ruins that isn't what you're doing now. I think the most telling sign is that thinking we're okay with you fighting the races of men and elves. But something like this we have Rusies, shadow elves, the race of men, and anyone else that may be willing to help us build a better life coming together with those that are supposedly the threat. This isn't the easy thing to shout from the mountain. Significantly easier to say if they got pointed ears, they are simply evil. Turgon laughed. Quite profound for a Hammersong to say such a thing. Yes, I would happily split open the skull of any elf, but just as that is the truth, if a threat was to come to our people and us dwarves and elves had to work together to defeat it, I would gladly stand beside those pointed ear fairies. Truly, I sense a time will come like that. Turgon's thoughts suddenly thought back to the strange vision he had had several weeks ago, seeing his vision of the dwarven city of Micronach and dwarves dead everywhere. He remembered seeing a lone elf moving through the halls, but not that this elf was killing anyone, but simply there. As he thought these thoughts, he then thought of the simplicity of the race of men and their constant grabs for power. This is exactly why he was seeking to retake that which was dwarven across lands north of here. This started with you asking me how I can trust those around us, but I believe you answered your own question, Turgon said. We are all working towards the same goal. While there are differences that we have, the greatest threat to whatever would come against us would be a united front, or maybe we do not all agree, but we can agree on some things. At least, That's what I'm going with right now. The pass had come to a large opening, not too unlike the previous one with the river, but this one did not seem to narrow further up, but instead was a vast wooded region that seemed to climb up over the hills ahead. Turgon could smell burning wood from some distance away. No doubt it was from the village of Eagle Rock, but he assumed they were still some distance away. They began through this wooded region, realizing there were many fallen trees covering the road, which more so lent to the question of how united these villages were and why that not even the roads were clear. As Turgon and Rorchichor split again, Turgon moved up towards where Garivia and Silra were. "I have not seen flowers like this in some time," Garivia said. "I used to have a merchant that would bring them to me, one of the best things to make scented oils from." Turgon realized she was speaking of golden flowers that lined the road with a red center. They gave off a very strong floral scent, almost like a rose, but with a sweeter tone to it. "I overheard the snakes talking to the shadow elf," Silra said. "It seems that the village of Eagle Rock is just above the crest of the next hill. Apparently, it's at the summit of the rocks, where at one time great eagles once guarded the many paths that lead through the mountains." "Well, there are no eagles now," Silra said. "I have heard of such tales," Garivia said. "The eagles that were here were hunted by the elves. Apparently, when the orcs rose in the Great War, these eagles were twisted in their minds and thought as once beautiful and wise creatures that became the mounts of the orc captains. At one point, they actually raided the elven city Fickmark, dropping out of the skies and tearing apart many of the structures." "I'd never heard of a story of orcs befriending or taking control of eagles," Turgon said. "Well, with enough twisted magic one can do many things and control many things. That village back there was under the control of that elf. He may claim to only know of wind magic, but I could sense it. There's a hex upon them, and perhaps he didn't place it. I might believe he didn't do it, but we will discover if he did." This entire time they had been journeying through this passage to take them to Eagle Rock. Turgon had kept an eye on the woods around them and the rocks high above. He swore as they passed through where the crows were that there might be some hidden enemy or even worse, more assassins. But oddly, they made their way unassailed and ahead could see another great archway with structures made of stone. They had reached Eagle Rock, and unlike High Rock from before, here there were guards outside the gates. The first thing Turgon realized is that the guards were of mixed race. One appeared to be a wood elf, and the other high elf. The differences of the two are generally difficult to tell, but in the case of most high elves, their blonde hair and slightly longer ears give them away, while wood elves' skin is typically a bit darker, and it's not a guarantee they will have blonde hair. But their armor was the same and was reminiscent of the same that Akrentur had, long coats with dark blue. "Travelers coming from High Rock, an odd thing to see with such an assortment," the wood elf said, his eyes tracing through the many before him. "What business do you have in Eagle Rock? I see you have no goods to offer to sell. Do you wish to offer your services to the Patriarch and Matriarch?" Turgon bowed slightly. "We're seeking a dwarven necromancer, one that is causing issues. I trust that the Patriarch that you speak of is no dwarven necromancer." The high elf spoke. "Of course not. He is a high elf like me, proud, strong. Our clan was hunted to near extinction in the Shadowlands, but we have risen again." "Except you are not a shadow elf," Awikel said. "Clearly," the wood elf said. "So are we going to be allowed passage, or are you going to continue questioning us?" Turgon asked. Both of the elves smirked and shrugged. "Sure," the wood elf said. It was an odd exchange. The two elves stepped away from the path and allowed them in, and Turgon kept his hand on his axe. Entering this village was very similar to the one before, except there were not pens of animals everywhere or many gardens. It was obvious to see that before the intrusion by the clan that these villages no doubt worked together. the one before serving to mostly fulfill the needs of livestock and this one farming. He wondered of Turtle Rock, but he assumed based on what Akron Tour said it was something aquatic. It didn't matter, though, for this village was not too unlike the one before it. Outside of the guards and several others that were working to fulfill a similar duty as they patrolled the streets wearing the same identifiable blue coats, the people of the village were mindless just like before. They continued up the road, not finding a windmill like before, but a great towering stone pyramid. The blocked base reduced, becoming smaller as it came to a point at the very top where Turgon realized there was a great torch glowing bright green. "This place has a stench of an odd magic," Garivia said. "If I had to guess, I might assume that we will discover the source of the hex here." Turgon looked at her and then whistled. "Keep your eyes up and watching. This is perhaps more dangerous than the pass." They approached the door of the pyramid. Though the structure was no doubt old, perhaps even a temple to eagles that once resided here, which the thought became more prevalent as Turgon realized that there were 2 great eagle statues that had been chipped and weathered over time on either side the doorway. Before the great wooden gates there were 4 guards and an altar with incense just to the right of the doorway. Unlike the guards before, these guards were wearing helmets, no doubt a higher-level guard for preventing access to the patriarch and matriarch of this clan. "You are the Dwarf King," one of the guards said, approaching but not lifting up a weapon. Turgon nodded. "I am? You and your kin know of me?" "Your arrival was foreseen by the matriarch. Though," the guard said, looking over all the many companions, "she only saw you, not all of these. Normally, such an assembly would not be allowed within the great temple of the eagle. However, in the state of things as they are, you may need those that are with you." "The state of things as they are?" Guri asked. "Yes, our clan has united these villages as we work to preserve the old ways of magic in these regions, but there is a stranger that has come upon us, a threat ever growing and strong. While the patriarch and the matriarch are powerful, this threat is able to resurrect that which is dead. Already we've been assailed by orcs here in Eagle Rock, and Turtle Rock was attacked last night." "Orcs?" Rorchichor asked. "Living orcs?" The guard laughed. "Living orcs are easily controlled and directed, no different than the weak-minded men and women you see in this village. No, these orcs are not living. They are but given life again through a form of necromancy. But go on, go before the patriarch and matriarch. They're expecting you. Perhaps together we can deal with this stranger." The guards opened the gate and were oddly much more hospitable than the guards at the beginning of Eagle Rock. Turgon glanced to Garivia and then to Silra. This guard here had already admitted that the clan controlled the minds of these villages. He thought of how they sought to preserve the rule of magic, and he found the wording strange, and though he agreed with the sentiment, he questioned the way they were going about it. But it seemed they were on the right track to find this dwarf. Entering the rather dark structure that was lit only by torches beating from the entrance, and directly into a large, square, towering roofed room, the group of them proceeded directly in, coming to what appeared to have been a great altar to a stone eagle, a worship place for those that came before, that had now been changed into a throne room. There were 2 large wooden thrones sitting directly beside one another. Atop them were 2 figures, a male and female. This was the patriarch and matriarch of the clan Tur. At the base of these thrones were at least a dozen guards with helmets. Turgon and his companions entered the room. Both the patriarch and matriarch stood and approached them. "King Turgon," the matriarch said, "it is good to see you under such circumstance." "You know me?" Turgon asked. There was a moment where the patriarch and matriarch stood almost as if they were waiting to be bowed to by the king and his companions. It was a moment of awkward silence, but instead of some strange interchange or demand to show respect, the patriarch and matriarch both bowed slightly. A move, no doubt, in Turgon's opinion, was to de-escalate any conflict. "We do welcome you," the man said. Both of these figures appeared to be high elves, which just added to the confusion that if these are the survivors of the clan Tur of the Shadowlands, where were the Shadow Elves? I have the gift of foresight and the ability to understand that which is not understood. Our son had already contacted me by Raven to tell me of your confusion to what is going on in these villages. But I had seen your glorious conquest, your desire to destroy the race of men. I admire such acts. A great threat is on the horizon, a threat that I believe even you have seen. The fall of the dwarves of Riverland region. But it is more than that, a greater evil, Turgon thought. No, not the necromancer, she said. So you are a telepath, one who can read thoughts? Garivia asked. I have not always been this way, but the same is true of you, Gypsy. Indeed, there are great evils in the sands, and the Jinn are joining with that we have been facing. It is good you have come, though. I know your paths are more to protecting the deserts. It seems that those of the mountains like us and those of deserts must come together to deal with the one who wears a gauntlet of Erusis. That is why we have come, Guri said. I've been chasing this dwarf for some time. It has robbed an ancestral grave of my people, taking the bones from their resting place and stolen that which is theirs. And I understand you believe that because this is a dwarf with the Roos's artifacts, that the race of men see it as this person who is working with our races, the patriarch said. They only miss something elven to bring about full circle. This bodes not so great for you, King Turgon, for you've already made quite a mess of dwarven relations with the kingdoms of men. Turgon wasn't exactly sure what to say at this moment, but it didn't matter. The matriarch was ready to speak again. My ravens are plentiful, and we have heard the thoughts you had as you approached King Turgon and Rorchichor. Like you, we are a clan of mixed races working together. An alliance between Clan Tur and King Turgon seems to be in order. But know that we have tried to take the southern road, and we found that the trees are dead. The more time that has passed, the stronger this dwarf becomes. Now in the hills and the vantage points we had before, the Jinn guard the rocks. We do not have the numbers we need yet. I'm working to unearth old technology that may be able to help us. But as of yet, I have had to keep these mindless wretches of the race of men under my grasp until comes a time that we have what we need to defend the races of magic. This is beyond this necromancer, isn't it? Woodors asked. Of course, the matriarch said with a smile. The future is never exactly as we would have it. We must cast away the old evil thoughts of the past and embrace things for as they are. The Clan Tur will do everything that it can to preserve the races of magic, even things that the hierarchies that currently rule will not agree with. It is our stance that we must prepare in a way that no elf or dwarf or broken race of Rooses or Dwemhar will be willing to do. The powers will seek to divide and supplant those that rule. And the powers are older, ancient even. It is not unknown to the company currently present that the fall of men in the lands to the south that were flooded with the great seas did not bring about a change. The race of men was once meant to be pure, but the priestess Mortua saw to their near destruction. In the end, it was a small group of extremely heroic warriors that were able to save the race of men and get them to lands they were never meant to be in. Though honorable, with them came a sickness and a blackness that was bred into their race, a tie to the Itsu god, an evil like none other, buried deep within their souls and in their bodies. Though not all of the race of men have such affliction, it is impossible now to tell who is who and who has this cursed blood of the great beast of the priestess within them. So you're saying my entire race is evil, or only that some are and you can't tell the difference? Silra asked. The difference will come about when at last the armies of magic are at the doorstep of the race of men. We were put in charge of the fifth race. It was meant to teach us to take care of that which is before us, to give us a center in which to develop our races to a higher level. But we all know the story. Elves fight dwarves, and yet now we have an easy peace. Yet that's only because we saw the wars of the Roosis and Dwemhar, and in the end they all but destroyed one another. We can have influence, and that is what Clan Tur seeks. I know that this is significantly more than what you had come to Eagle Rock for, but I hope that my words do not fall on deaf ears." At this moment she stopped and did not look at anyone except King Turgon. "I do hear what you say. I think it best to keep our focus on our present. We are here, and we seek that which you have already attempted to deal with and failed. If you will direct us to where we must go, we will see to the destruction of this dwarf." The patriarch spoke. "We will direct you to that place, but I do warn you that during the day it's actually more dangerous to take that path. At night, there are great colonies of fungi that will help light your way. The Jinn are capable of remaining invisible in sunlight, a surprise to us and a very unwelcome one. We lost 2 of our sons to them, but at night their fiery black forms seem to be highlighted by the luminescence of the fungi. And of course the undead orc are present, but you can see their glowing green eyes. We welcome you to stay here until dark. I am sure from your journey you could use a meal." Turgon nodded. "Okay, we will wait for nightfall." To say that any kind of dinner and meeting the patriarch and matriarch would be awkward would be understating the absolute obvious to all present. While the snakes had outright refused to eat and instead decided to simply stand outside, Turgon and the others were served a varied assortment of chicken and fresh vegetables. No doubt this came from the villages and the villagers' hard work that was seemingly against their will. As if not to be awkward enough, Turgon was seated at the head of the table, while Rorchichor was at the other head. Guri, Silra, Selinra, Awikel, and Garivia were all filled out across the table at random. Matriarch and the Patriarch, however, did not sit. It wasn't that there was not another table that could have been placed together with this one, but simply that they stood together on one side of the table. "I have to think it's poisoned," Silra whispered to Turgon. But there was no particular reason that Turgon knew as to why they would attempt to poison them. It was Garivia who stood up and placed her staff over the table, and the assorted foods offering a blessing to the goddess of sands with a slight wink to Turgon. And Patriarch did not even seem to care of this. Turgon was curious of their names, but at this point really didn't think it mattered. It did the equivalent of him simply going by King, and not Turgon at all. Then again, nothing actually was making sense when it came to the strange clan tour. It had not left his mind that Awikel had made a point to say that every member of that clan was killed, so while he agreed with much the matriarch had said and believed them when it came to the necromancer and his location, there was something not adding up with their clan in general. He toyed with the idea of asking more about their clan, but he believed that at this point it'd be best left alone. Their task at hand was still with this necromancer, and with the Jinn who had joined forces with them. They continued the awkwardness, and no one seemed to want to speak. The food, however, was quite good. The chicken had been spiced with pepper and garlic. The vegetables were served with a thick butter sauce. Even better, the bread had small raisins in it. Clearly, the clan and the 3 villages were very well off, but he doubted the villagers eat like this. At some point later, Woodors entered and bowed before going directly to Turgon. "Sun has fallen. We see the lighted pathway. I suggest we get moving." Turgon wiped his mouth and nodded, looking over to the matriarch and patriarch. As he stood, so did the others. They all took their turns, thanking the leaders of the clan as well as the guards who had served them before leaving Turgon and Rorchichor with the matriarch and patriarch. "We hope whatever gods you serve give you favor in your journey," the patriarch said. "We lost far too many of our sons going about trying to end this ourselves. Vakron is our last hope in some ways. But do know that if you, King Turgon of the deserts, ever need assistance, that we are simply a raven away. We do hope that if you can survive this, that life will continue to grow in favor of the races of magic." Turgon nodded. Favor of all. He turned and began to walk away. He knew that the words he said were likely not exactly what the matriarch wanted. However, It wasn't like he had said something negative to what she had said. It is always a careful use of words and the sleight of tongue that has the most power in conversations beyond friends and more political. He purposely kept any thought of the opposite from entering his mind. The matriarch's power was indeed strong, and she was not someone he wished to make an enemy or to give any reason to think that he believed her to be the same. Mountain winds blew through the village and a bright moon was ahead. Turgon looked at his companions and looked on towards the southern passage to which they were to head. It was a strange and ominous pink-purple glow that greeted them. This was the fungi that was mentioned before, and it was supposed to actually help them in seeing the djinn. Still, he had his reservations about where they were going, but this was exactly the purpose of their quest. Okay, this is just what we need at this moment. Elves making size jokes to dwarves. Turgon would take the necromancer. She's purifying the food to ensure we're not getting poisoned, but the matriarch outside the cold. Chapter 8. Dead Orcs. It seemed so familiar for the past day as they entered yet another passage snaking into the mountains. Unlike the others, however, this one had them descending almost like they were snaking in the stairwell of tower. Turgon had been in many strange and odd places. He had never been particularly frightened or otherwise uneasy, though he had had the fear of battle and the desire to push forward. Even when he wasn't sure of the outcome, something about this was different. Turgon didn't know if it was the strange hue and colors of the glowing mushrooms or the scent of the air changing as they went further down. Although he saw no obvious threat, he couldn't help but realize that of all his stalwart companions, there was an odd and unsettling look on the faces of those he could see. While Rorchichor, normally half not caring about anything but what he can sink his axe into, had his head jerking left and right at the shadow and sense of movement he perceived, Silra seemed to literally be shaking. Silra, normally the voice of ironic jabs, was quiet and kept her gaze straight ahead as Garivia rested her staff on her arms and gazed from left to right the deeper they went down. Guri lifted his right hand and summoned a ball of fire using it as they walked past an oddly sheer stone compared to the jagged rocks around them. He stopped. As Turgon drew closer, he could tell there was some type of rune writing on the stone. "What cursed place is this?" Woodorse asked. "It is a temple to something I didn't realize there were still temples to," Guri said. "Is really such a thing possible?" one of the snakes asked. Turgon was curious of what they had found, but as he gazed at the writing illuminated by the Rusis's spell, he could make out none of the runes. "What is this?" Guri looked to Garivia to see if the priestess understood what they were looking at, and then after a few moments she simply shook her head and wiped her eyes. "I don't know." Guri smiled smugly and then opened his hand a bit wider, casting a greater amount of light to show that the writing went straight up the sheer rock before them. "This is a temple to the Itsu god Every temple built for the god nicknamed the God of Orcs. Been destroyed. I was wrong. Consider this like a sign, as one would put out in front of a storefront or city saying where you are. This path takes us directly to the temple, I have no doubt." "And Clan Tur has already said that they lost some of their children in this place?" "This is no mistake," Awakil said. "There's a reason a bit deeper that I and the Shadow Guard of Mandarel were sent to kill Clan Tur. Though we do not have an equivalent name in the language used for the silent gods, I can tell you that orc worship of any form is strictly outlawed in the Shadowlands. What had been found by I and others of my order was that not only was worship of these vile creatures being done in land ruled by Even, but the clan had left their ancestral home and built an altar to the god in the mountains west of Eliadel, in a pass not too far from a place called Draylock, an ancient Dwemhar temple. The reason we were sent to kill that family was because of that worship. Though I know every single one of them was killed, this now makes sense that whoever the patriarch and matriarch are, even with them being high elves as we saw, this clan in some way, for some reason, no doubt knew where we were headed and refused to tell us. "So what is it?" Silra asked. Are we just sent here to destroy the pest so they can set up their worship of these creatures and their god? Personally, I think they're not strong enough to do anything they want to do, Woodor said. This dwarf, whoever he is or she is, has taken over what this clan sought to take. Turgon looked to Woodors. So nothing has changed. We still have to kill this dwarf and stop the unification of the desert djinn and whatever necromancy he is doing. Okay, Silra interjected. Are we going to go with that it's a he or she or an it or a sentient glob of goo? We keep going back and forth. Whatever it is, Turgon said, a slight grin creasing his face. It is still a threat to both dwarves and Rusis. For now, and I mean that, Clan Tur is not our threat. While an odd experience, I will not simply toss them into the bin of yet another enemy when we have so many that seem to be growing across the world. Come, unless there's something useful to be taken from the stone, we're just wasting time. The Rusis extinguished his flame and began walking again. Turgon was unsure of exactly what to think of exactly where they were now. Just as Guri had said, this was simply like a signpost outside of a city. They had stopped descending, and now as they made their way into a much wider and opened path, he could see a grand archway and crumbled towers to either side of it. They had come to a ruin, and it did seem to be that this place was in fact a grand temple. It backed up into a mountain, and while there had been signs of life in this place, the trees were all dead, skinny and blackened corpses, their roots upturned and their limbs reaching up into the dark sky, as if life had been drained from them suddenly. Spread out a bit, Rorchichor said, for we are too tightly packed. The companions did just that, splitting from the near single-file line they were in before and taking a more guarded stance not too unlike a loose battle line formation. Turgon knew the road was wide enough for it. In the time of the Great War, orcs filled this passage, marching out from here and through all the strange veins and rivers of passageways. They had delved to explode out the other side of the Ankh-Dur Mountains from numerable caverns, Guri said. Turgon thought of how this place must have been like some holy and sacred thing of the orc. I had never thought the orc to have had any form of organized religion, Turgon said. Orcs did not, Woodor said. That there were followers of the god, his unholy cabal, that did indeed find such a place to be a place of holiness. And what of them? Silra asked. Were they flooded like their orc brethren? No doubt some were. Others I know that dwarves not too unlike myself hunted down and killed oddly enough we were working with Blade of Urlas. I will say though still elves and annoying ones at that, and Urlas blade is not something I wish to cross. He glared over at Awikel. I'd take a fight with the entire Shadow Guard before I piss off a single Urlas elf. I can add if anything is to come from the whispers I have heard of a great evil hiding across the realms, I would gladly take up weapon beside the Blade of Urlas once again. Especially one of the status of Woodors would ever say he would happily work with an elf. But all thoughts and wonderment of that fell away as there was an obvious growth of shadow in the jagged peaks around them. It was an odd sensation, for it seemed that the entire group of companions noticed this and continued walking forward, the only change in their stance being Silra, Garivia, and Silra lifting their staffs slightly, the tips of each of them beginning to glow. Those aren't undead orcs, Rorchichor said. Something of more the specialty of Silra and I, Garivia said. Though the shadows were growing, it was easy to see their exact location due to the many mushrooms still illuminating the sides of this place. The more Turgon looked at the growth of mushrooms, the more he realized that it did not seem a natural placement. These mushrooms were almost like an infection in this place, perhaps nature's way of trying to seal the evil within this place. They came to a large stone bridge. Though this place by default was dark given its location, and the fact that they were in the middle of the night here, the bridge itself was obsidian black, yet as they walked across it, their ranks coming together to span the distance, there was no sheen to the stone. Ahead he could see two grand statues of some form of horned being holding cruel and jagged blades, blade down almost like some regal version of an orc. Ahead, there was a courtyard with a monstrosity of another statue. This one too had horns, but it was on the many heads of a strangely muscular creature. Its tongue was not only forked, but split in 4 distinct muscular appendages that hung down to nearly its chest. Turgon looked back to see if everyone had come across the bridge and realized that as the last snake stepped off the bridge, there was a sheen shimmer that illuminated just for a moment. It was like they had passed into something. "Anyone else see that?" Turgon asked. "I felt it. The bridge was a marking point. Whatever resides in this place knows we are here," Garivia said. "Good. Perhaps they will show themselves," Rorchichor said. They were in an odd position. While this temple to the god was no doubt a vast and sprawling complex, they seemed to have come to a strange dead end. Some of this temple had obvious signs that portions of it had been melted. "Dragons must have done this, though we in the Shadowlands are at war with the Dragon King, and any ceasefire has always just been temporary. I know what dragon fire does to stone." "Burn the buildings and left the giant strange ugly statue?" Rorchichor said. "There must be a way further in," Guri said. "Garivia, look for any crystal base switches. Awikel and Woodors, you know secret ways more than likely any of us. See if there's a way in. The stone has not been touched by dragon fire. This is meant to look like there is not a way, but I know there must be." While those that seemingly knew more about secret passages did their work, Turgon and Rorchichor kept watch. It appeared almost like a black fire slowly coming down the mountains. He knew without a doubt these were Jinn, but they were not advancing as if to attack, but more so encircling to ensure there was no escape. Turgon had been in enough battles to know he did not like their positioning. While they could see the Jinn, he wondered what they could not see. Then came a series of growls. The ground began to move around them, and in an explosion of dirt and bricks, orcs were upon them. They erupted out of the ground, a trap like none other. They were undead, their eyes glowing purple, and in an instant Turgon and his companions were engaged. "Purify, sanctum hold!" Garivia shouted. The ground rippled beneath Turgon's boots as he slammed his 2 axes into his foes. The dirt was glowing, and the orcs around them were stunned. But waves were awakening all around. Awikel leaped above them, her chakram spinning only inches away from striking Silra as she slashed, taking off the heads of 3 of the orc at once. Woodor's whip snapped, and Rorchichor's hammer hummed, the Hammersong strike sending rippling waves of undead orc parts in all directions. But their foe kept coming. Guri formed a wall of ice, cutting a swath through their foe and making it easier for them to defend their ground. "Silra! Salinra!" Garivia said. "Overarching wards!" Turgon and his companions fell into the casters. Silra lifted up his staff, his ward expanding out as his daughters then spread to reinforce. "They just keep coming," Rorchichor said. "How about some lightmancy or whatever it is called?" The undead orcs were clawing into the ward, their faces smushed against it, and their claws sending ripples of energy up the protective shields. "I've got something better," she said. She placed the tip of her staff at the top of the ward, and the ward shifted. Their view was obscured for a moment, and then both wards expanded rapidly, throwing back all of the orcs at once. The orcs were flopping about, dazed by the attack. Turgon and the others swiftly began to put them each out of their misery. Still, orc were coming from the ground, but they were losing the power of the vast numbers they had before. Surely had it only been Turgon, Silra, and Rorchichor, like back in the ancient dwarf city, it would have been a questionable scenario to get out of. But for now, they seemed to have the upper hand. "Good, good!" Rorchichor shouted. "Undead orc are my hammer's new favorite food!" The Hammersong had taken to stomping some orcs on the head, while others he smashed with his hammer. At last it was quiet like before, and Turgon looked to assure everyone was okay. "Damn undead," Woodor said. "Never liked them, never will." Turgon nodded. No, not a fan. They again looked to their current puzzle of where to go, but now they were a bit more wary of the djinn still hovering high on the mountaintops. It seemed that they weren't interested in helping their undead allies. Turgon began to worry what else might be waiting for them. Suddenly, he could hear several clinks and clanks all around them. "What did someone touch?" Guri asked, summoning fire and ice in either hand. "We didn't touch anything. It's something else," Awikel said. "Orcs?" Silra questioned. Turgon gripped his axe as his Hammersong swung his in ready anticipation, the hum of the weapon drowned out by more of the strange clanks. Then, suddenly, he saw a single figure appear in blackness. A flash, and Awikel's chakram spun about, striking the figure, and with it, Awikel vanished. "Careful," Garivia said. "We must be wary, Awikel. The djinn will sense that you have shadow melded." Turgon wished he could turn invisible as the shadow elf had, but as more of the figures approached, he realized it was not undead orcs or djinn of any kind, but fully armored dwarves. "Which master do you serve?" Rorchichor shouted out. There was no response. "They shall serve the god of death, Vanku, in but a few moments," Udors growled. The snakes in the Hammersong exploded forward, hacking and striking the shadows as both Silra and Silra pushed forward with blazing shields of gold. But one by one, every single warrior was vanishing. The dwarves that they fought did not even seem to care as attack after attack sucked all of the snakes into nothingness. Awikel had not used her powers, something else had happened. Now the snakes were all gone, the Rusis had vanished. Garivia was the furthest out, and was slowly backing up as she kept her ward in an attempt to shield the dwarves from approaching any faster. But the dwarves kept an even and slow pace, pushing them against the rock. Turgon half thought to throw his axe and go for another weapon, but now Silra, Silra, and Garivia were blocking his view as they were pushed directly into a narrow stone passage on the edge of the temple. As the dwarves, or whatever these things, were pushed harder into the wards, Garivia was gone. Silra pushed Silra back to Turgon, who grabbed her and pulled her close as Silra flipped open his spellbook and attempted to find something other than a ward. "Purify, He couldn't finish his spell when suddenly he vanished. Silra went to lift her staff, but Turgon pulled her back down. He put the young girl behind him and lifted his weapon. Silra pulled on his arms then. He fell off balance and fell directly to the rock beside him. There was a strange shimmer and a flash, and he found himself on a high cliff with Silra just beside him. He looked back behind him, and he saw nothing but sheer stone. He looked up at the clouds high on the peaks and the snowy path leading up to a lone tower. "What was that?" Turgon asked. "I was using something I learned at the academy, transference spell. I just wanted to get us up the cliff, but it kind of went higher." Turgon felt the stone behind them. In his mind, they had tripped through some hexed rock or some other spell trap. But he wasn't sure. He did not expect Silra to cast such a spell, if that's in fact what she did. "I wonder where in Throka we are." Silra shuddered from the cold and took a deep breath in. Turgon wondered what had happened. He was curious of the others. He then realized what she might be thinking. As they began forward, he wrapped his arm around her. "Keep your mind here, not on them. We did not see them fall, as you may be thinking." "I know, but I don't get it. Where did they go? I think that may have been a transference spell. Does that mean the others may not be dead? The ones that the patriarch and matriarch spoke about?" The snowy path turned to the right, and there was a small cave. He took a moment to look into it as she stood watch. It was barren. He shook his head. "I do not know, but—" He turned, putting both of his arms on her shoulders. "I'm going ahead. I want you to take shelter here." "I can help you," she said. "You did. You got us both out of that situation. Can you cast that again? Get back towards the village?" She shrugged. "I could cast it, but it wasn't meant to take us this far. This was something else, I think. He nodded. It is a trap. It is something for sure. But if I do not come back... He was battling his own thoughts on this. She was just a child, but she clearly had power. He had to look beyond her years, beyond what he saw on the outside, and he knew it. If more of those dwarves come, the ones like before, we'll plan to use your spell again. But if anything else happens, you are to run and hide and try to survive. I have no idea what we're walking into. She nodded. Dim is with us. He laughed. We'll need a bit more than just the god of winds, I think. But I'll take it. They proceeded together up a snowbank, and to his surprise, a stone road. This tower was not too unlike the Temple of Ur. In fact, it was made of the same black stone that the bridge was. As they began down the road, they passed beside an overlook that happened to be high above the valley from before, where the temple actually was. Look, Silra said. That's quite a spell indeed. No, I know I cannot go this high. It doesn't work like that. And what does it work like? A raspy voice said. Turgon turned to see an orc with half of its face gone. Its arms were bony, and its hand was missing fingers. It rattled as it walked on a single leg and balanced itself with a wooden stick. Its eyes were glowing green. Turgon first thought to crush it, but Silra stared it down. You are not speaking of your own volition? Who do we speak to? I am the master of these mountains and the temple beneath. I speak to you as this for now. Your spell, impressive. You escaped the Guardians, but I did not intend to actually deal personally with any save the Dwarf-King. Well, here I am, Turgon said. Though if you wanted me, you could have come by my humble abode near the deserts. Why do you gather the dead in such a place? You are a necromancer. Do you really need the djinn? At that moment, Turgon felt something behind them and turned to see a dozen djinn now cresting over the tops of the crags of the snowy pass. The djinn are but a leftover of your fun in Strag Peak, at least these ones. They are not even controlled by the other dark ones that still exist in the desert. No, these are random and wild djinn, simply making their way in the lands. They are drawn here as were the orc, as was I. All the way from the Shadowlands? Turgon asked. Do you not know there are many more of me? Many hiding in a haunted valley. Don't care. Not in my mountains. These are my mountains. The undead orc cackled. Well, Clan Tur wants them too. It isn't working well for them. Their sons have been a nice addition to my collection of would-be heroes and heroines. And my companions? The orc snapped its jaws over and over, but did not produce a laugh as it was intending, Turgon assumed. They are being held safe by the Guardians. I had thought we'd have a nice conversation together, but this is all unexpected. He isn't here, Silra whispered. This is a game. He is stalling. We should take the tower. The djinn, Turgon whispered back. I have them, blessed by the priestess of sands, right? She winked. You must leave this place. Go back to your dwarven home. I work beyond you, Dwarf-King. If you can do that, I will release your friends at a place of my discretion to the south. You can return to your life and not risk adding even more dead to my ranks here. I already gathered so many from your ill-fated ambush in the river valley. Turgon felt sick. He thought of his friends, his comrades trapped under the spell of this necromancer, but he had no idea if he was telling the truth or just doing exactly as Silra said. Silra, ready. Do it. Turgon stepped forward. You know, with a bit of thought, Silra flipped her staff in hand, spinning to face the many djinn. Eye of Ether, Fire of Kel, ignite and cast off. Her staff burst into flames, and a great wall of twisting fire grew before them, many times higher than even the peaks. He took this moment, pummeling the undead orc puppet and charging towards the tower far ahead. Silra was following behind him, but keeping her spell active, The djinn seemed stunned or something. But it didn't matter. Turgon focused directly ahead and getting to the tower. He crossed another bridge and passed between a set of statues not too unlike the one in the courtyard of the temple far below. This time, however, he saw a great black door with silver handles. He pulled it open. At its hinges, Turgon grimaced, pulling it open. He entered the tower and was met by the smell of incense thick in the air. As the door closed behind him, he surveyed that which was before him. The tower itself was much larger than he thought initially, seeing it from the outside. While there was a massive circular red carpet at the base, the stairwell going up in a spiral around the edge of the tower was just bare stone. There was a massive statue of the horned and multi-faced god with several sticks of incense burning. He crept forward, keeping his weapon up. He looked around for any side rooms and only saw one, off to the left side. He then glanced up the center of the tower. He could see up to the very top portion. He could hear random footfalls and turned to his left, to the side room. A lone undead orc wandered out, holding several candles. "What? You're the wrong dwarf! Sound the alarm!" One of Turgon's smaller axes worked well to silence the creature. The undead orc slumped to the ground, dropping the candles and sending the sticks rolling across the ground. He went to check the room the orc had come from, finding stacks of candles and incense. He hurried back out, making his way to the stairwell. He had no more made it to the stairs when there was a sudden eruption of blue smoke in the center of the room. A dwarf appeared in the clearing spell, and Turgon had the high ground. "King Turgon of the desert, I would have invited you in, but it seems you found your own way in," the dwarf said. "Ah, rude of me." He snapped his finger. "Silk tar!" He snapped again. "Silk tar!" The dwarf looked over to the orc Turgon had killed. "Now that was rude. How would you like it if I came into your home unannounced and started killing things?" "You're messing with that, you shouldn't. The djinn are not something you as a dwarf should have control over or be blending your magic with. They are evil, of the old Itsu gods." At this point, the dwarf lifted both of his hands, summoning purple fire, energy flowing from his gauntlets. Neither are these gauntlets, but I find that in order to understand the darker arts of necromancy, it is good to embrace all sides of service. Did you not know that Mortua is just a lesser goddess of Vanku? Vanku is not evil, nor is he an Itsu. Mortua has been vilified by stories and by some less than pleasant happenings in the south and with the race of men. Turgon kept his axe up. Less than pleasant meaning the complete annihilation of the race of men save a few souls? Yes, less than pleasant. He took out a whistle, blowing it. The sound was like a screech. "You should get your girl in here. Kind of rude to leave her out there." A few moments later, Silra opened the door with some type of spell from her staff. As she entered, she immediately cast something at the dwarf, only for him to deflect it with his gauntlets. "What is with you two? I allow you into my home and you rudely treat me as so." Silra began making movements in the air, golden runes appearing as her staff began to glow. "I serve the priestess and the goddess of the sands. You will tell me where my father and the others are." "A bit of patience would do you well, girl." "Answer her!" Turgon said, readying himself to jump and strike their opponent. The necromancer motioned with his hand towards the orc Turgon had killed. The body seemed to quiver and then collapse. "Anxiety? Can't quite get him to rise?" Turgon joked. "I hear it happens, wouldn't know myself." Silra sent a blast of energy at the dwarf as he brought up a small wand, absorbing the blast and sending it back, throwing the girl against the doors. Turgon jumped, landing just beside the dwarf, only to have a blast of purple fire blast him back. It was cold and smelled of decaying flesh. It wasn't fire in the traditional sense, but it pushed him back from his target. "I'll have none of this!" the dwarf shouted. Rude, shameful activities are transpiring within my home. I know your name, but you do not know mine. I am Rorchichor of the Shadowlands." "I don't care," Turgon said, now drawing a second axe. He looked over at Silra. She was up but wobbly. "Your friends are well. I have not killed them yet. Your foolish dwarves, elves, gypsies, and whoever else were quick to attack and enchanted port traps work well to get me the best of warriors. You should know that I have already sent those of Clan Tur back home. They are not useful to me, but the greater hierarchy will find a point to them. I'm only interested in those of the orc. They are sealed beneath the mountains, but like you, I have sought power and freedom for our people." "You robbed the graves of the Russes, necromancer. You've used my actions as a cover for your own. You risked the entirety of your people and that of others for what? Power? To save that which is at risk. Even Clan Tur, well, those who claim to be of that clan seek the orc. I need not permission from any king to do what I do. Even now I work to disable the arcane chains upon our old enemy. I will draw out the orc, smash the kingdoms of men, and what better way but to use that which is already dead? I will single-handedly destroy all of the other races, and the only thing you need to do is hide away in your home. I will not ask for a thing. Those chains were cast by elven archons. No dwarf can break those so simply." The necromancer nodded. "I work my own ends. Do not worry of that." "And the Jinn?" Turgon asked. "They are of the Itsu. You do not bring honor to Throka in your actions." "I have long been devoid of bringing honor to Throka. I bring honor to us dwarves, and I do what you could not." "Conquest is not what King Turgon seeks now," Silra said. "Release his companions. Let them all come before you. Then you can have discussions of an alliance." Turgon knew what she was doing, and so did Rorchichor. "Oh, so then I'm more than outnumbered? No, I do not think I will." Silra was doing something with her fingers, moving them about in small circles. From this distance, Turgon couldn't tell what she was doing or why, but her staff seemed to be reacting. "How many are there? If you really have them, tell me." "There are a lot. I didn't have a lot of time to count them. But there's a priest-like one, the shadow elf, the damn shadow guard one. That one I like a lot. Then a Hammersong, then some odd-looking dwarves, not at all the typical." Silra's staff continued to glow. "Wait," Rorchichor said. "I know what you're doing." He went to go for her, and Turgon lunged, slamming his axes into the dwarf's wand. He was surprised he didn't splinter this small wooden stick, and that the necromancer had the strength to stop his attack. Silra formed a small cyclone before her. She stepped into it and was gone. "Damn crafty humans! How does she have access to wind magic? As bad as Vakron Tur?" "What's wrong?" Turgon said, pushing his axes into the wand as the necromancer hissed. "No worry to you. She may have tricked me into focusing their location into her spellcraft, but they cannot possibly get here in time." The dwarf flipped backward, spinning his wand about. A metal construct fell from the ceiling. It was like a spider after you crush it, curled up and small. The necromancer jumped upon the strange object, and the construct stood up on 4 tall legs, its head glowing with a strange viscous fluid, sloshing back and forth within it, where all the legs came together. He used his whistle again. Turgon felt a rush of energy leave the room. He shivered. "Those that guard this place have gone to deal with those in the Temple of I can deal with one lone dwarf," he cackled. Turgon moved about in a circle, working to get back to the stairwell. Rorchichor moved the construct halfway up the stairs with 2 of its legs, the other 2 spread out across the tower. "Like a fly, trapped in my web. I tried to reason with you, dwarf. You won't have it." Turgon ran to move under the construct, but the moment he got within a few paces from it, one of the silver legs struck the floor in front of him. He instinctively struck it as a dwarf would. His axe clanged and bounced off it. "Good luck with that. Perhaps you should lay down. You aren't feeling well." The entire construct spun about at once, two legs nearly swiping him from the side. He threw his smaller axe directly at the dwarf, narrowly missing him. The dwarf lifted his wand, sending a flurry of smaller black orbs spinning across the ground. They spun in a circle, moving to surround Turgon. As they began to solidify, Turgon felt his feet becoming bound. He jumped outside the circle, moving quickly to avoid several more of the same castings. Then came another several attempted strikes from the legs of the construct. "Tired yet, Dwarf-King? You could have had something better than this. You could be fat, drinking your ale in your home, while our once enemy finished your conquest. How glorious!" Turgon ran in a circle again, making it back to the stairs. The construct moved in the way again, but this time he didn't back off. He ducked under the leg and sprinted for higher ground. "Run, run, run, little dwarf!" The necromancer cackled at his own joke. "Do you want to go upstairs, do you really? Okay, go on." Turgon knew the construct would struggle to climb up this high. He hurried upwards. He had to hold out. He needed something he didn't have to kill this dwarf, his friends. He hoped Silra had been able to free them, and they were headed up here. "Come, come, come, Dwarf-King!" He kept climbing upwards, finding that the voice of the necromancer was becoming further away, a good sign that he could not pursue him. He had no idea of what he'd do, but every attack had failed so far. Turgon found a circular platform near what was the pinnacle of the tower. From far below it had looked like nothing, but now he found a series of strange rectangular boxes, all sitting on this walkway of sorts, suspended far above the red circle carpet and the dwarf and his construct below. "Oh, dear Turgon, have you found the keepers? They are lovely this time of year." A blast of purple energy from below shot nearly directly through him. Then he realized he was not the target at all. It was the strange boxes. The tower keepers were placed in such sarcophagi by the old followers of They were killed by elven magic, a sad fact. Their corpses were tended to until the dissolution, but I have them as a backup for my own situation. The lids of the boxes exploded out, and several strangely tall creatures with elongated arms came out, moaning as they did. They had black pits for eyes, and as they opened their mouths, their tongues were all spliced in three, just like the statue. While they had no eyes, they sniffed the air. Turgon knew he did not smell the most pleasant, and it seemed that even without eyes, these creatures were headed directly for him. Turgon lunged into them, bringing the head of his axe into the dead center of one of the creature's chests. It growled, and he loosened his firm grip, sliding his hands down and stepping forward with a spin. He flung this first one from the top of the platform. The three remaining ones seemed to react, wailing and flinging themselves forward. He struck the closest with the head of his weapon. Pushing forward, he arched another swing, cleaving the second in half. It fell. The two remaining ones took to attacking him from different sides. The circular walkway was precarious, but Turgon had no issues with heights. Instead of waiting on them to come to him, he ran counterclockwise, shoving the next one from his path and then returning to the stairwell. The last one stood motionless on the platform. "Well, bring your pretty face to my axe. I'm not coming for you." A purple blast came from below and exploded in the walkway. The final one began to bubble strangely before falling down to join the corpses of the others. "Okay, Odd." "Well, that was rude of you," the necromancer howled. "But thank you for the display." Turgon looked down to see the one that had been bubbling when it fell now growing tendrils that were grabbing the other fallen corpses. The creatures were combining, forming up as a muscular beast with now 4 heads, and Turgon saw it, a physical representation of the god a miniature beast god. You see, elven magic killed them. Dwarven weapons negate elven magic. Quite a nice conversation we've had so far, but now you've given me a most kingly gift. Thank you. Now die. Turgon heard a tower rattling roar. The creature leaped up from the base of the tower, crashing through the walkway and landing within axe reach. The creature hissed, its tongue slapping about its many faces. The Dwarf King fell back. The creature swiped and slashed. Turgon defended but kept moving backward. The creature's attacks were constant. He swung his axe over and over, slashing flesh and splitting the tongues, but all it did was create more appendages that tried to grab him. He turned, running down the stairwell and right into the construct and the necromancer. The creature behind him snarled. Turgon spun, slashing into its body. His axe head was stuck. The creature swiped for him, and he ducked, pummeling into the creature with his body and ripping it from the stairwell and sending both of them to the ground. Turgon landed on his side. The creature was a short distance away. He jumped to his feet, drawing out his knife, which he never used. He threw himself onto his foe, stabbing into the creature's neck, even as the tongues furled about his beard. "Get your forked tongues out of my beard!" He ripped the knife from its neck, slashing now at the tongues as the creature screamed. It took his knife from his grip, acid suddenly devouring the blade. "Come on, you abomination!" He balled his fists together, smashing its face. The creature's head spun to another face. He smashed this one too, before grabbing it by the throat, forcing his fingers into the laceration he had made before. He could feel its pulse. The creature elongated his neck, biting into his back. He screamed, the teeth tearing at him. He pulled a bounding vessel from its neck and bit into it, grinding the vessel apart as its blackened blood filled his mouth. The creature threw him off, falling back and rolling as it seized, its body trembling as it began to crumble and at last fell apart. Turgon stood, spitting and wiping the blackened blood from his face. It tasted like salty mud. He reclaimed his axe and turned, looking at the necromancer. "Done yet?" Rudoriok glared at him from atop his metal beast. "That was not a good idea. I have been lenient, reserved. I see that I can no longer afford such." The blue crystal set within the center of the metal construct began to glow. Turgon ran to avoid whatever was happening, hoping to dodge the attack, though he did not know what it might be. The construct followed him, adjusting as energy built around it. Then came a blast of energy, shredding the bricks around Turgon. The shot had missed, but his ears were ringing. He pushed himself up. He had backed up to the door of the structure. He spun his axe, seeing another shot already coming. Turgon ran, pushing off and throwing his axe with an overhand grip directly at the necromancer. The axe was blocked by the creature just as the energy was built up, causing the explosion to strike the frame of the great doorway. The entirety of the tower began to crumble. A massive shimmering veil shattered. It was some spell cast to seemingly keep Turgon from escaping. As the structure began to give way, Turgon ran for the early morning light shining in from the outside. The tower collapsed, stone and dust falling all around him as he just cleared one of the doors from nearly crushing him. The smoke was thick. He had only a small hammer left for a weapon. In the dust, he saw the blue glow of the construct, and somehow both Rudoriok and his pet emerged from the rubble. "It is over, dwarf!" the necromancer shouted. "I have my allies!" He blew his whistle. Black shrouds of fire erupted all across the mountaintops. The djinn. Turgon spat, cracking his knuckles. "Then let's end it now." "Question?" he heard behind him. He turned to see Silra and Selinra, both with their staffs alight. Silra walked past Turgon. "My daughter said you blasted her against a damn door. That's not what I'd say a smart thing to do." Now he saw others. Awakel appeared before him in a wisp of shadows, her chakram in hand. Rorchichor lumbered up, standing beside Garivia. Then came Woodors and the snakes moving to the left flank of the creature. "How did you ever get to me? You should still—" Rudoriok glared at Selinra. "You will all be destroyed, you horrid harbingers of your own destruction!" The blue crystal began to glow again, but Awakel threw her chakram. The blade whistled through the air, cracking the crystal and sending the spell back into the creature, causing it to explode. The construct was still up. The necromancer lifted his wand, sending a furious storm of necromantic energy at the companions, but the priest, priestess, and Silra lifted wards in unison, sending the energy harmlessly to the side. The snakes attempted to dismount the dwarf, but though the construct could not attack with the one weapon, its legs were strong and agile. The snakes and the Shadow Guardian could not break its defense. Now Guri cast ice, freezing and slowing the creature's one leg. "The legs! Go for the legs!" Rorchichor shouted. The Hammersong's hammer sung in the early morning breeze, striking one of the legs and sending an erupting blast of energy into one of the four legs. It shattered, dropping the creature down. The snakes fired their explosive canisters. Large metal slugs tore into another leg, and the creature fell backwards. They were on upon him, but the dwarf used the Rusis gauntlets, bringing up an entwining ripple of necromantic energy. 3 snakes began to vomit, and Awikel was thrown back. Rorchichor swung high, but the necromancer ducked, jabbing him in the crux of his arm with his staff before making a run for the opening created by knocking the Hammersong aside. He cast some type of smoke from his staff, sending a hue of greenish smoke into the air. His attackers began coughing in the disorientation he had caused. He went to run. What he did not expect was the sudden left jab from Turgon's fist. Turgon was on him. He grabbed him by the shoulders, kneeing him in the face before making a strong uppercut, throwing the dwarf from the ground and knocking several teeth out. Turgon ran to stomp him when the dwarf pushed himself to his feet, grabbing Turgon, grasping his skull with his hands. Turgon could feel the sickening feeling of necromantic energy flowing through the gauntlets. "I gave you a choice. I gave you a place to be when the world becomes anew. I will still do what I seek, and now I will have a dwarven king of my own," the necromancer screamed. Turgon grabbed hold of his attacker's hands, twisting the fingers back. He'd break every single bone in his head, but he began to vomit as he did so. Whatever effect the spell was having was working. He pushed back against the dwarf's hands again when a sudden blade passed between him and his foe. Red blood poured out as the necromancer's hands fell from his arms. Udors pulled Turgon back as Rorchichor brought his hammer down on the dwarf in a rib-splattering crunch. A second later, Awikel slashed her curved sword, removing the dwarf's head. It was finished. Turgon was on his back. He felt horrible. Garivia was above him, bathing his body in her staff's light. "We're all good. We've got you." He stared up at the dawn sky. They had done it. They had beaten the necromancer. He could see Silra and Silra casting against the djinn that remained. "Do not worry of them," Garivia said. "They are easily bested when wild like this. Nothing much more than wild shadows. Strange, but an unexpected ease." "Easy? You call this easy?" Turgon laughed. "You're getting better at least." She laughed. As he sat up, Rorchichor took his hand, pulling him to his feet. "We had been trying to get up here." He had blocked the ability to use any type of magic, even though Guri had found some form of gateway portal. It suddenly worked, and well, here we are. "Good job. That beast was something else," Rorchichor said. "You should have seen what else was in there," Turgon laughed. "I kept him busy, that's for sure." Turgon reclaimed his axe. His smaller axe was in the rubble, and he had zero desire to try to find that. Awikel placed the head into a sack and tied it to her belt. "Souvenir?" Silra asked. "Proof," she said. Guri made a point to remove the Rusis gauntlets. "These go back to where they come from. It is where they belong." They went to a place in the snow where the portal was. Turgon had completely missed it before, but he wasn't looking for it. In a few moments, he and his companions were back near the courtyard where the strange dwarf warriors had been. "It seems each of those apparitions we fought before were portal hexes. Meant to capture," Garivia said. "Once we were free, we searched for other prisoners, but it seems that any that fell into this trap were already destroyed." Although I believe Turgon was surprised that a dwarf, Turgon knew The wind howled. Blessed by the goddess? Damn. Dwarf Kings resolved Dwarf Kings resolve. The door cracked. This dwarf talks a lot. What in Vanku is a keeper? It was. Chapter 9. In the halls of Ikinidor. They proceeded back out from the Temple of returning to Eagle Rock to the wild exclaim of the matriarch and patriarch who were oddly eager to see them. I saw your victory upon waking this morning. Now, we will ensure all evil is purged from that place, she said. There was a small amount of food and drink provided for Turgon's companions. They made quick work of it, but were eager to get on the road. As the companions began to leave, still looking at the strange villagers with an odd eye, Turgon went to the patriarch and matriarch. We did search for others, but did not find them. It seems this dwarf did indeed kill and destroy their bodies. Perhaps a more thorough search will find them so they can have a decent burial as according to your traditions. She nodded, and they both bowed to King Turgon. Very well, and thank you. As they began away, Turgon looked at the two of them with a strange feeling in his mind. He didn't trust either of them, but for now, he'd concentrate on other things. They moved quickly from Eagle Rock to High Rock, passing through without even speaking with Vakron-Tur. It was better this way, but it would not work out so simply. Turgon felt a sudden gust in the air, and to everyone's surprise, Vakron-Tur appeared on a rock directly to their right. While more than a few weapons were drawn in response to this, Vakron-Tur just laughed. Temper, temper, he said, waving with his hand. But I do not seek any harm to the hero of Clan Tur. I had hoped you'd stop by and gloat a bit about your most recent victory, good king. The elf jumped down to their level, casting a spell of wind directly as he landed, softening his fall as he spun his staff about before bowing. But good work. I must say that the Ankh-Dur Mountains will be a much better place with the fall of that dwarf. I trust there will be no further shadow elves in these regions, he asked, looking at Awakal. The Shadow Guard of Mandorel has what we need, she said, lifting the bag containing the head. Very well. And what of the ruins? What of them? Rorchichor asked, a steady and strong glare levied towards the elf. Undead? Undead orc? They were precisely dealt with, Garivia said. Vakron-Tur nodded. Okay, then know that Clan Tur will keep an ever-close watch on that valley and those ruins. I would hate to require, he motioned with his hands at them, all of you to return. Don't like us? Silra asked. Oh no, you're all wonderful. Just know that this domain is that of my clan, and while we are thankful for what you've done, we do not wish you to return. Turgon wasn't sure what to think of this newest and rather odd development. He looked to Rorchichor, who had kept his gaze on the elf and his hand on his hammer. Very well, Turgon said at last. There will be no need for any of us to come here anyway. I got a different sentiment from the conversations with your parents, but I'll take it as we avoid one another unless need arises. Vakron-Tur bowed. Very good. Have a wonderful journey back. He brought his staff about and cast a spell, enveloping him in twisting winds, and in dust cloud, the elf vanished. Friendly, that one, Wudor said. I'd kill him without a contract or order. Awakal said. I can agree. Smug. Oh, if I know high elves, he'll get a blade ran through his stomach at some point, Rorchichor said. Turgon and his companions were eager to get to their own lands, and as they drew near the domain of Dablinor and the Dwarven Brewery, Awakal bowed Turgon. The others stopped as the shadow elf smiled. Thank you. I shall tell Emperor Eivor of your deeds in helping rid the realm of this evil. I am sure he will wish to personally address you. If you are ever in the Shadowlands, Mandorel will be open to you. Turgon returned the bow to Awakal. Thank you for your assistance. Woodors and the snakes simply stared at their normal adversary. Again, one day. But perhaps we do not need to kill each other, Awakel jeered. Something else will kill us both before then. I'd hate to bloody my blades on dwarves. With that, she vanished from sight. The Shadow Elf assassin was gone. How about a drink now? Rorchichor suggested. As they reached the dwarven brewery, the other snakes that remained rejoined the group. As it was, the dwarf brewer suggested they all head back to the Turgon's dwarven hold and have a bit of a celebration. While they were all tired, the idea of several large barrels of ale and a good wagon to carry it was enough to convince all of them that even if it wasn't a full celebration, they had the most important item. It was late afternoon when they arrived back home. They all were in for a much-deserved rest, and the ever-so-flamboyant Gorky was quite happy to see them all. As Turgon entered the great hall, he noticed that there were many fine carpets and seats. This dwarf had done it. "No skull-splitting in some time," he said, "but I think these decorations are—" He kissed his fingertips. "Perfect!" Turgon nodded, laughing. "Good work. See to this ale. Let us all celebrate a bit more peace to be had. Do you think you can get things together for a bit of a party tomorrow night?" Gorky nodded. "I think so. We had some traders come through with spices from Fadabrin, and the patrol guards did mention they had found some rather large boar in one of the small valleys nearby. We could get some of those and have some good food. I realized that a small band of dwarves had some drums and horns." He shrugged. "Could be a good time." "See to it, then." Turgon went to the Star Forge, finding Balinor with several parchments and the forge itself humming along. "My king," Balinor said, "I have started on that which the Rooses gave me, the automaton." Turgon noticed the dwarf had made many drawings. It was their dwarven halls. "Oh yes," he said. "In the old world this place was known as Ikinidor. I have taken to drafting out the halls for you. There is still much to be discovered here, and while I knew of this place at the time, it is much different now." He handed the maps to the king. "These are excellent. Do you think you figured that out?" he said, referencing the forge. "It is not so much that I've figured it out, but that it is slowly revealing more to me. In fact, the process for the automaton involves some form of starlight harvesting." He tapped 2 large rods that went up through the ceiling. "Found a crystal battery near the top of this that takes in energy from the night sky and forms it into a fabricated variation of mithril." "How?" Turgon asked. "Mithril is only in the deepest part of mines, beyond the level of gold and most jewels. This is something that even I, as a master smith, do not understand entirely. The point is that for our automaton, I only must wait for it to be formed. The energy requirements and internal components may take a while, but that too will be created." Turgon shook his head. "I can work a typical forge, but this is beyond me. I'm glad you're here. Otherwise, I fear this would just be a giant structure with glowing balarite in its core." Balinor took a sip of his ale. "Well, drinks are better than what I had before. I'll keep at it. Heard there's a celebration tomorrow?" "That's the plan. I think I can get this done by then, maybe. Good to see you well, King." As Turn made his way around, he noticed Rorchichor was tending to some squabble over patrol hours with his guards. There were a few children running around now. They were dwarven, not more than 10 years old. It had been a very long time since he had seen any children at all. While they were gone, everything had stayed well. For a time, Turgon knew they could rest. While the threat of the kingdoms of men and the Jinn was still there, he wouldn't worry about it right now. "Turgon," Silra said, approaching from behind him. Turgon turned to him. "Yes? Seems that we have gained another 24 souls to our happy home." "Ikinidor," Turgon said. "Huh?" "The name of this place, according to Balinor, was or is Ikinidor." Well, that's dwarven, he shrugged. I'm wandering, though, of the kingdoms of men in the Riverlands. With so many coming here, it will no doubt eventually get to the kings that wanted you dead, that you are not dead. No doubt. Something we'll deal with when the winds bring such to us. Get some rest, friend. While he had been wandering around checking on some of the newest arrivals, he couldn't help but to notice the smell of something burning that didn't smell like anything else. It was coming from the main gates. He went outside. The snaps were louder now. Now he saw flashes as he went around the edge of a seemingly new rocky outcropping. Here he found Garivia not resting or otherwise recuperating, but with many dwarves with rather short beards. They were wearing simple black robes. While they still wielded small axes, they also had simple wooden staffs. The wall of stone before them was smoldering. The point of lightmancy is not to burn or freeze. It isn't to electrocute or summon. It is to banish. With your eyes, she said, pointing to her eyes. You see. But it must come within. You muse sense. She paced before them. You have learned basic blasts, but I must tell you that it is not the snarl of a foe that you will likely hear, or even the sounds of its footfalls. It is the presence, the shift in air from warm to frigid. Sometimes, she sniffed, you can smell them. Most people have no inclination to such things. They brush it off as perhaps nothing more than a passing scent or gust. But you must not. Shadowlings are crafty, quick, and thankfully relatively harmless. But through them, things that can and will do harm to our home will come. Now, I wish you all to point at the marks in the stone. Cast Banish Fire and practice. She was on the far end of the group of them. She noticed Turgon and winked as the dwarf crossed his arms. It was odd to see dwarves with weapons such as these. They began to cast, blasts of golden light sending shards of stone on the wall flying in the air. Over and over, they used their magic until one by one, they fell to their knees. Stamina does not come quickly. Your reserves must replenish. That is why we practice. One of the dwarves was chugging ale from a bottle. Garivia snatched the bottle and threw it. There is no place for that when training. When you can banish a djinn by yourself, you can choose to drink. And priestess, how long will that be? The dwarf asked. Give yourself at least 5 years, maybe 6, she said. Now go, jog the mountain path and return for more casting. The assembly of students hurried away as Garivia went to Turgon. They're a bunch, not sure how great of a bunch, but if I can keep the one from drinking, I think we'll be on our way. They look great, Turgon said. You have a small army. A fellowship of guardians is how I like to see them. The tenets of lightmancy are much different than other magics. Though paladins do exist in the Shadowlands, a hidden order, followers of the old one god of the land of men. Odd and rare. Turgon smirked. Well, these followers follow you and your goddess. A good thing. They are learning quickly, it seems, a voice said from behind them. They turned to see the Rusis Guri. Ah, the man who helped me when I needed it. He smirked. Indeed. Turgon wasn't quite sure what to think at the moment. The Rusis laughed. Yes, clearing out the vines and overgrowth indeed did make a great spot for cast training. Guri helped get this area set up. The dwarves cleared some rock. It'll work. Guri laughed, summoning several balls of fire at once and casting them at 6 of the targets. Couldn't have cast like that with those undead orc. Turgon laughed. If I wanted to just piss them off. Most had seemingly laid down, and others were quietly drinking in the main hall. Turgon would rest soon, but not yet. He went to the temple beyond the red doors to find Garivia meditating surrounded by candles. Late is the hour, she said, when music and drinks pour freely, and yet the once wayward dwarf comes to a holy place. I dare say you've changed. Turgon laughed. I did expect you even to be awake. We've all had a long few days. The sun had not even set, and you were working with the others earlier." She nodded. "I have been thinking of your sign, your vision, the pointed star. I do believe that there may be an answer, though it is not one you'll expect." "Oh? Have you heard of Erin?" "I know of it. Nothing else. Is that not a city of men, though?" "Yes, but Erin is something different for sure. A place of the old world almost preserved. They hold to many of the ancient traditions. There are priests there of an order that isn't so common. A library, too. One that might only be bested by the Wizards' College in Fadabrin." "Do you think you need to go there to figure this out?" "I think we should meet with the Sultan. He is the other major power in this region, and I'm a bit surprised he hasn't made his way here." Turgon scratched his beard. "Perhaps. It is something I'll let you do your thing about," he said, referencing her meditating. She smiled. "I'll do that. You get some rest. You need it." Turgon awoke at nearly midday. Already the signs of a grand party were everywhere. The hunters already went out and killed several boars, and for the first time, Turgon made his way into a grand kitchen where a massive dwarf was kneading bread. "Good king, I have not had a proper chance to meet you." This boisterous and large dwarf had a thick red beard and looked the type a bit more at home here, surrounded by food, than wielding an axe on the battlefield. "The name's Fedor the Small." Turgon smirked, staring at Fedor. "The Small?" Fedor laughed. "My mom called me that. She didn't quite guess I'd get so big, but I spent many of my years in service to the most opulent man in Seer as a cook, and after his recent death, I was allowed to leave. Made my way this way looking to go to Fadabrin and was stopped by your dwarves. They took samples of some fruit bread I had and welcomed me up here. So, I'll be doing the cooking if you're okay with that." "Any dwarf or wayward soul is welcome here. It is good to have you, Fedor." To a grand celebration where the dwarven bards played their drums to a thunderous and joyful beat. Food was literally everywhere, as multiple barrels and tables had been made with long planks of wood. He saw many great boar roasted to perfection and several odd and exotic fruits, to which he had no idea where they had come from. "Good king," the chef said. "Are you impressed?" "Impressed?" Turgon said, raising his brow. "Where even did this stuff come from?" The dwarf laughed. "Indeed, I came from Seer. I sent a raven and a bit of gold, and even from faraway places I can get what I want." "In like a day?" "The carpets of Erin are quite quick." He had never been to Erin, and Turgon had zero idea how a carpet could help with getting fruit, but he was happy with it nonetheless. "Great work," he patted the cook on the shoulder. "Get yourself a drink. Enjoy a bit." As he moved through the many joyful dwarves, he saw his companions standing together near one of the great fireplaces. "There you are. This entire thing is because of you, and you didn't even get here on time," Silra said. Silra was drinking an ale and lifted it up to him as he knelt down to her. "What is this? A young girl drinking?" "Father said I earned it." Turgon laughed. "No doubt, I'm just thinking you're getting real close to being a dwarf doing that. Next, you'll be throwing axes." "Oh, Rorchichor already told me that. Said we start in the morning." Rorchichor nodded, suds filling his beard. "I did. I'll admit it." "And I'll be teaching her to forge," Balinor boomed, quite drunk as it was and embracing Turgon and Rorchichor at the same time. "Aye, got your little friend. It's, He blinked excessively. "In the room." "Maybe you should wait to show me?" Turgon laughed. "Nonsense! It's part of the party! Come now, come!" The drunken master smith led them into the room with the star forge. While most in the party were not there, Garivia, Silra, Rorchichor, Guri, and Wudors joined them. In the star forge, the forge itself was dimmed. There was a large blanket over something in the center of the room and a pile of rocks against a distant wall. Now, these things used to patrol Dwemer cities back when I was younger. So, a very, very long time ago, Rorchichor joked. Ah, shut up, you young pebble. Balinor laughed, but good king, thanks to our Rusi's guest, the power of the Star Forge, and my own skill, if I may point that out, I give you the silver brawler. He pulled off the sheet and Turgon wasn't sure what to say. It was a massive construct, at least 4 times as tall as him with 4 angular silver legs, a body of some kind with a strange silver glow, and 2 massive arms with crystals in them. Could have used that the other day, Turgon said, but what does it do? Whatever you need it to, but this part I like. Balinor went to the front of the creature, standing a bit tall and smiling. Silver Brawler, awake! The construct lit up, the crystals on its arms glowing, and electrical buzz moved through its core. The creature stood up a bit taller. I await. Spin in a circle. Confirmed. The construct moved in a circle, its legs clinging the ground of the dwarven hall as it slowly moved, seemingly looking at them with a strange glowing blue orb set in what Turgon could only describe as its face. The construct eventually made it back to its starting position. Now, good king, Balinor stumbled a bit, but steadied himself. You should tell it to eliminate threat rock formation. And how exactly did you learn what commands to say? Silra asked. By drinking. A lot. Just started trying things. No, good priest, I dealt with these personally at one time. I also know how to knock one out. But the Silver Brawler is our friend. No need to let that knowledge get out. Turgon approached the construct and then looked at the boulders. Just say it. We've got ale to drink. Rorchichor laughed. Silver Brawler, he said. The construct's eye looked at him, a small bolt of energy running through its form. Eliminate threat. Rock formation. The construct stood up a bit. Confirmed. The 2 arms glowed, bright blue energy building in the crystal tips before a blast of energy exploded forth, sending 2 blue orbs into the rocks and blasting them apart. Whoa! Someone from the other area shouted. You're spilling my ale! Turgon and the others laughed as the construct stepped a few paces, and then they heard its voice again. Target neutralized. Turgon clapped his hands. Good luck anyone surviving that. Guri, Balinor. Excellent. The night went on, and the partying continued as drums, horns, and furious dwarven drinking games began to dominate the darkening halls. Turgon excused himself. With a mug in hand, he went to his place of solace. The moon was bright, and while normally it was quiet, he could feel the vibrations of the music moving through the rocks. The dwarves and people of Ikinidor were happy, but to just speak of dwarves was incorrect, for those of the gypsy village were not a part of this place. Silra, too, was no dwarf. Yet, while so much of his own conquest had begun as a purely dwarven affair, he was happy to see how things had come. That said, he could not shake the losses of so many during his war. A thought that while he downed yet another mug of ale filled his mind. He had done so much wrong, and nothing would bring back all that was lost. But for those dwarves down below, those that were embracing this new life, he could still make things different for them. The truth remained that while much was false, many of his ideals were folly, and that there were wasted lives and years in his ill-fated conquest. He had done something for those within his halls now. He had made a difference, and that is what he had to focus on no matter what. Turgon, once fallen and beaten, has arisen again anew. He poured himself another ale from a near-empty barrel, just as he heard the heavy footfalls of another dwarf. Rorchichor entered with a fresh barrel in one arm and the suds of his mug spilling over his hand. Ah, knew you were here. Let us continue your solemn affair with a bit more ale. Turgon was sitting alone with Rorchichor as his not-so-secret hideaway. They were enjoying the ale and talking nonsense, but the king knew something was going on. He kept seeing Rorchichor stare at him. "What, Rorchichor? What is it?" "I heard a bit of the spiel from the necromancer when he was interrogating us before he realized you were near his tower. The grand plan. I know you heard the same from him." "What of it? That dwarf was mad. He wasn't right in his thick dwarven head." Rorchichor took a long drink of his ale. "Perhaps so, but his own intent was not too unlike your own at one time." Turgon knew this. He had thought about it before when he was facing the necromancer. "I'm not as I was. I know that." Rorchichor nodded. Change is good. To see a situation from a place of inner desire and not looking at a grander view. Dwarves, I feel, especially must take such things to heart. It is our lust for that which we don't have that drives many a conquests. I prefer this ale." Turgon nodded. "I still see the images of Micronach, a great shroud, a darkness. Now that we've dealt with the necromancer, while I want to keep my eye on Clan Tur, we must go after these Jinn. I don't know how, but I believe their darkness will grow to consume all." Turgon was done with what was his fourth mug of ale and poured yet another one for himself before topping off the Hammersong's mug. The moon was high above the deserts, and as a cool breeze blew through, the Hammersong sat up and glanced at Turgon. "What if the blackness isn't Jinn? What if that is part of it, but it's something else? You even saw Orc in that vision, right?" Turgon sighed. "We will see to the forge that this place is a refuge for all that seek it, and that we purge the darkness from the desert. Then I do believe we will need to see to more larger-scale issues. I will seek conversations with both Haradar and Micronach. The dwarves must be united in our efforts. No more lone dwarf taking direct action. Our empire must be united, and if the race of men wants it, we fight with all of our brothers. But I think to the vision. Micronach was overwhelmed, and it wasn't anything I could make out." Rorchichor slapped his own leg. "Do not worry of that which does not concern us yet. Build our place here in the realm. Deal with what we have been charged with. The future is just that, the future. No dwarf can really predict what it will bring." Turgon nodded. "Indeed, my friend, indeed."